And Ling Yaoyao finally recalled why the information of the Elon star was a little familiar after the birth of the SSS-level insect emperor and the leap to the Huanhua Empire. The first stop was not the planet with 1 billion residents who died with Ling Xian, but first ate a lot of resources with many mutations and a small number of residents, and grew from the lower level of the SSS level to the upper level of the SSS level, and then went to another nearby planet with 1 billion residents. Because Ling Xian is not the protagonist in the original text, the article only has 2 or 3 paragraphs, and the names of the planets of Elon star and 1 billion residents do not appear in the front. Ling Yaoyao opened the communicator star map and checked the resident star near Yilongxing. No, there happened to be a MO launching that matched the 1 billion permanent residents. Ling Yaoyao checked the other 2 planets in the border system with 1 billion permanent residents, but there were no qualified alien resource stars near them. Ling Yaoyao chuckled in her heart and agreed. I also agree to go to Yilongxing. In the original text, the insect emperor should have only appeared in March and April this year, but in reality, many things have been different from the original timeline. Elon star is likely to be attacked by the SSS-class insect emperor in advance, but this is just her unfounded guess. She had to notify Ling Xian of this matter as soon as possible, so that Ling Xian could prepare for the deployment on the Elon star in advance. As for herself, of course, she also has to go to Yilongxing to see how she is doing in case the SSS-level insect emperor really comes. She can't beat it, at least she can help Ling Xian share the burden of other insect soldiers. 3 days later, Ling Yaoyao and her friends went to Baijia, the main star of the border Baijia galaxy. It only takes 4 hours to travel from Baijia star to Elon star, but because the danger on Elon star is relatively high, there are not many spaceships going there, only once a day. The members of the Shui Split Star team took a short rest in Baijia Star, and then transferred to the starship to Elon Star half a day later. Xiao Mingyao was a little anxious, and didn't want to delay for half a day on Baijia Star, so he suggested taking out their spare miniature warships and going there on their own, or directly driving the mecha to travel in space. But he was stopped by Yi Shi, who knew the situation of Elon Star very well, because any civilian spaceship or mecha that went to Elon Star without permission would almost always be robbed by star thieves. Riding on an official spaceship is not 100% invulnerable to robbery, but at least it can ensure personal safety. Baijia Star is also one of the main planets of the Xonglong Legion in the Border Star, and if there is no war, Ling Xian will stay on Baijia Star most of the time, and the communication signal will be relatively stable. If it is on a combat planet, it is not necessarily, and the communication signal will often be cut off or blocked. Even if the communication channel is intact, it will be monitored by the military throughout the process. Therefore, Ling Yaoyao has had very few opportunities to talk to Ling Xian privately recently, and their last communication was more than half a month ago. However, Ling Xian once said that if she had urgent and important matters and could not contact him directly, she could turn to contact brother Lu Lin. Lu Lin, as a technician, did not need to follow the front line at any time, and was stationed in the rear many times. Ling Xian's communication number was still unreachable. Taking advantage of Bai Jiaxing's rest, Ling Yaoyao considered the wording and sent a message marked as urgent to brother Lu Lin, asking him to help transfer the content to Ling Xian as soon as possible. Elon Star may be attacked by the SSS-level insect emperor is just her personal guess. Brother Lu Lin will see it. Anyway, she is a trustworthy person. She is afraid that if this information is intercepted by the people on the side of the Tower Worm Star Alliance and changes the plan, it will be self-defeating. Therefore, Ling Yaoyao used code words, which were a large number combination of 16, 128, 312, 851, 2234. Ling Yaoyao had never learned any Morse code or other secret words, but she had given Ling Xian a waterproof paper collector's edition of the Empire for 5,000 years, and made an appointment on the code language mode, such as 16 is the meaning of the 6th word on the first page. Even if Ling Xian didn't have a paper file in his hand, there was also an electronic file stored in the communicator. As long as he could receive her message, he could decipher what she wanted to express. But even if outsiders guessed this usage, they didn't know which book she and Ling Xian agreed on, which could well prevent the leakage of secrets. Brother Lu Lin was really online, and after receiving Ling Yaoyao's message, he sent a sentence not long after, received. It is expected that the news will be transferred to the boss tomorrow at the latest. Sister-in-law, why did you come to Bai Jiaxing too? Ling Yaoyao looked at the sentence sister-in-law with a smile. Lu Lin will forward the news to Ling Xian tomorrow at the latest, which means that Ling Xian is now in a state of communication blocking or inconvenient communication. As for her whereabouts, it must have been located in real time by Lu Lin, a technical master, according to her communicator. For Ling Yaoyao going to the border star to practice, the Ling family did not take the initiative to tell Ling Xian. First, they knew that the frontline war was tense, and they didn't want Ling Xian to be distracted by this. The second is that Ling Yaoyao is covered by Wei Yuan, and there will not be much danger in going to the place where he practiced. If it weren't for a launching special situation, Ling Yaoyao would not have planned to reveal her whereabouts. Now that it has been leaked, no one has seen it and doesn't say it, and it will definitely be a good lesson when you look back. Ling Yaoyao had to vaguely reply to tell Lu Lin that she and several fellow combat division mates came to practice together, and there should be no problem with safety. Lu Lin over there replied, "If you are in danger, please ask for help in time," and then began to monitor Ling Yaoyao's real-time positioning throughout the whole process. Soon, Ling Yaoyao, Wei Yuan and others transferred to the spaceship heading to Elon Star. It's just that this voyage was not as smooth as the last one, and when there was still an hour left in the Elon Star, the official spaceship was attacked by star thieves. Because the Zerg has now become a tight resource, the star thieves entrenched in Elon Star are not willing to go to Elon Star to hunt the Zerg and grab resources with them. Although Elon Star has a lot of Zerg, which greatly exceeds the hunting ability of the local patrol army and residents, it is still no problem to ensure safety in the city. The Zerg outside the city can be kept and killed slowly, or kept in captivity as a species of alien. Therefore, the star thieves came every now and then to intercept and rob the spaceships that transported adventurers to Elon Star, and plundered most of the resources they brought. Give them a dismount. In this way, even if these people arrive at Elon Star, they will immediately cry and return with the spaceship. The safety of the official spaceship is the responsibility of the patrol army, but unlike the iron-blooded and ruthless guys of the Zhonglong Legion. Because Marshal Zhao, who was in charge of the patrol army, was far away, these patrol troops even secretly cooperated with the star thieves and got a lot of benefits from the star thieves, so they cooperated with being robbed every time. As long as they didn't kill people, they just left some money for them. The reason for the head of the patrol army is still very high-sounding anyway. These adventurers are here to experience, and encountering star thieves is also a kind of experience. If even this kind of scene can be scared to pee, it is safer to change to another planet earlier. Elon Star is not welcome. Although the Zhong Legion knew about this, they also acquiesced. First, the top level of the Zhonglong army is Marshal Ling Jinghai, and there is also Marshal Zhao Bohai as a backer behind the patrol army, and the Zhonglong army does not have the authority to act as a patrol army. Second, those who were scared away by the star thieves who were robbed of money must be adventurers who are not strong enough, and it is better than losing their lives lightly in Elon Star. These are the unspoken rules and gray areas that middle and upper class people default to, but in the eyes of the fledgling Ling Yaoyao and others, it is very incomprehensible. Why are the official spaceships with extraordinary combat power actually being defeated by a few second-hand battleships of those star thieves? And easily let those star thieves board the guest spaceship and ask for money from them adventurers? The old Fritters adventurers who were familiar with the rules of Elon Star skillfully cooperated to open their space buttons and communicator accounts, saying that they didn't bring any money at all, only a small part of rations and city entry fees. They figured out the rules of Elon Star, and they had already stored all the money on by Jia Star. Most of the adventurers who came to Elon Star for the first time were very angry and tried to argue with these Chong thieves, but looking at the dark energy muzzle and the terrifying laser blade, they had to succumb to the power of these Chong thieves, and Jiao gave out most of their money. Ling Yaoyao, Wei Yuan and others were the richest guests because they were in the VIP guest room area, so the number of star thieves who came to rob was also very large and well equipped. Looking at the patrol army that pretended to resist and then surrendered, Zhao Qingyun, the little prince of the Zhao family, was about to go crazy. Without hesitation, he took out the latest micro-ion POW from the space button and set it in front of him, but not those star thieves who were more fierce than the other, but the cowering patrol army. This is your strength? Did all the public funds allocated above feed the dogs? The leader of the patrol army was a slightly fat captain, who was confronted by a hairy boy like Zhao Qingyun with a very dangerous weapon, and immediately did not flinch, and stretched his face and said, "Stinky boy, didn't you see that there are many of them, but we are few? You can do it, you can do it." The little leader of the star thieves was a big man with a scar face. He looked at the miniature ion POW in Zhao Qingyun's hand with greedy eyes, and constantly scanned the delicate beauty Ling Yaoyao who was surrounded by several combat divisions in the middle with a squinting gaze. "Boy, no matter how powerful your ion POW is, there is only one, but it can't scare us hundreds of energy guns. Hurry up and take out the belongings. It's okay if you really don't want to give up your property, as long as you give out the ion POW in your hand, and then let the little beauty behind you go back with us to be the lady of the village. Although ionic pow is powerful and rare, it is still a controlled weapon, but as long as you pay a high price, you can buy it on the black market. The scar-faced man looked at these people with fine skin and tender meat, dressed elegantly, thinking that it was just a few rich young masters and ladies who came out to practice, so there was no need to be afraid. So after being provoked by Zhao Qingyun, his words couldn't help but become rampant. Although the agreement with the patrol army was that they could only rob money, they did not say that they could not flirt with beautiful women when they saw them, and they would scare these young masters and ladies who did not know the height of the sky. If they hadn't chosen to follow the spaceship back immediately and arrive at the territory of Elon Star how to play with these young masters and ladies, then it's up to them to decide. The little leader of the Star Thieves, the scar-faced man, never expected that they would kick the iron plate this time. He looked at Ling Yaoyao with a squint, and his words were rude, which made Zhao Qingyun's heart full of banishing thread, thinking that he had to gouge out the man's eyes and cut off his tongue. As for Wei Yuan, who was controlled by his sister and had a dark belly, he even envisioned several ways to make his life worse than death. Xiao Mingyao was more impulsive, and sneered directly, "It also depends on whether you have this ability." Saying that, Xiao Mingyao also took out a miniature ion POW from the space button. Wei Yuan handed Ling Yaoyao an S-level defense energy ring, quickly pressed the turn button of the energy defense cover, and blocked Ling Yaoyao with his body, and then took out a micro-ion POW. Yishi took out a huge energy laser knife in an idle and free manner, and then stood beside Zhao Qingyun with Xiao Mingyao, and reminded with a casual smile, "I forgot to tell you that my S-level mental power S-level physique is the one with the worst qualifications." The combat master's mental power can be used to predict the opponent's attack direction in advance and dodge, while the S-class physique means that the damage of ordinary energy guns to them is very low, and they can only barely break their skin if they are hit. But the power of ion POW is different. The minimum damage area is 10 centimeters in diameter, and it can also hit hard against SS-level physiques. Ling Yaoyao has seen a lot of mecha battles on the Star Network, and has also killed many Zerg. But the scene of a close-quarters gunfight with a person in reality is the first experience. She pulled the defensive energy ring in her hand tightly, hiding behind Wei Yuan, not daring to look, and had to look at the bloody scene of her teammates fighting with the Star Thieves in front of her. Bloodvine Baby 012 has been transforming into the smallest form, wrapped around Ling Yaoyao's wrist as a bracelet, and at this moment it is also transformed into a 2-meter-high form, with tentacles churning to assist Wei Yuan in protecting Ling Yaoyao's side. 012 wanted to go up and fight, and by the way, absorb the blood of those humans, but the little master seemed to be a little afraid of blood. In order to reassure her, he still tried to restrain his food and stay by her side. The strength of the Star Thieves is not much, they just rely on their large number and weapons, and more importantly, there are several second-hand warships behind them. The more than 30 Star Thieves guarding the VIP cabin did not expect that these young men and women of rich families were not afraid of the battleship behind them at all, and they would open the gun at the slightest disagreement, and the ion POW would quickly bombard the non-vital parts of their bodies as if they didn't want money. You know, an ion POW is worth 10,000 credits, therefore, the thing of ion POW is affordable and unusable, although the starting price is at least 5 million. Many people can't afford it at all. For the energy gun attack of the Star Thieves, except for the key parts, otherwise several people would avoid it and resist directly. Almost all those who wanted to break through the defensive front of Zhao Qingyun and Xiao Mingyao against Wei Yuan and Ling Yaoyao would be stopped by Yishi's laser knife and cut to the ground. There are really fish that escape the net, and they will also be rolled up with tentacles by the blood vine and heterogeneous plants, and their limbs will be strangled severely. As for the other passengers in the VIP cabin, they had long been frightened by this bloody scene and hid in the ordinary cabin, and were not implicated. There were only 5 of these young people, to be precise, only 4 people started the war, but in just 2 minutes, they brought down more than 30 Star Thieves, and none of them hurt their vital points, but they were left with broken hands and feet. Although this level of injury in the interstellar age is not very serious and can be repaired by lying in the medical cabin, the newly grown hands and feet are definitely not as good as the original, and it will take a long time to recover to the peak. There were 70 or 80 Star Thieves in the ordinary cabin, and when they heard about the changes here, they hurried over, but 1 came in and was bombarded by 1, and 2 came in and were bombarded with a pair. When more than 100 Star Thieves were all defeated, the 3 prodigal children also bombarded nearly 2 million ion POW. The scar-faced man, the leader of the Star Thieves who had been hit 4 times in his hands and feet, turned pale in pain, and Xiang held back his anger and asked, "Who are you?" Today, my heiress skills are not as good as others, and there is nothing to say, but our battleship is not something that you can carry. As for the dozen or so patrol troops, when they saw that the position was not right, they instantly changed to stand on Wei Yuan's side. How can the fat-faced captain still not see the extraordinary origin of these little devil kings now? He said with a smile, thanks to the help of several noble people, rescuing me is equivalent to being in danger. The previous sneering face of you do it has disappeared. However, his smiling face didn't last long, and he turned into a sad face. No matter how powerful you are, you can deal with these more than 100 people, can you still deal with the 3 warships outside them? We are only a spaceship, we can't fight. If they provoke their boss to be angry and go to war directly against us, it will be over. Qiao Ming glanced at him coldly and sneered, we have more than 100 of them hostages in our hands, what are we afraid of? I think your heart is more heartbroken, it should be that you can get less share. Zhao Qingyun, on the other hand, began to introduce himself to the fat-faced captain. My surname is Zhao, my name is Zhao Qingyun, you may not know me, but you must have heard of my grandfather's name, his name is Zhao Bohai, yes, it is the Marshal Zhao you think of. Wei Yuan was afraid that when they arrived at Ilan Star, these people would attack them secretly, so he was not afraid to reveal his identity, Thorn Legion, the heir of the Wei family, Wei Yuan. Behind him is the sister. This is my cousin, the younger brother of Major General Qiao Mingyuan. Yi Shi also introduced himself, Blue Star Blue Kite Business Alliance, Yi Shaoqing's daughter, Yi Shi. The Blue Kite Business Alliance is the largest commercial force on the Elon Star and the boss of the black market. Not only in the Elon Star, but also in the Dark Star Alliance on the border with the Wano Empire, the Blue Kite Business Alliance also has a place. If Wei Yuan and others are all descendants of the military, the deterrent power is strong, and the strength behind Yi Shi is one of the snakes on the Elon Star, so that the star thieves have to give some face. Only Ling Yaoyao's identity information was deliberately blurred, because her dietary therapy talent was too contrary to the sky, and it was difficult to guarantee that she would not be coveted. This time she came to Yilingxing to experience again, and sooner or later she will show combat martial arts. Although Ling Yaoyao's dual cultivation is not shameful, before she grows up, the fewer people know about it, the better. Hearing the identity and origin of this group of little ancestors, the fat-faced captain of the patrol army immediately changed his face and broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Zhao Qingyun asked them before, did all the money allocated be fed to the dog, dare to Qing this as the little prince of their immediate boss's family? No, people are too scant to ask this question. The fat-faced captain turned pale, bowed his head, and said to Zhao Qingyun, young Master Zhao, listen to my explanation, it is really not peaceful in Yilingxing, and we are also thinking about the safety of the adventurers, so we want them to suffer a little. These little princes want to come out to practice, why don't they choose a safer place? And they have to go to the most dangerous Elon Star, Zhao Qingyun said coldly, you can keep these words. And go back and tell the people who investigate you thoroughly. A group of star thieves who were screaming in pain on the ground no longer dared to make a big fuss, shouting that they wanted to use battleships to deal with them or something. If something happened to these little princes on the Elon Star, their entire Elon Star would not be enough to compensate. Think about the previous top 3-star thief organization Red Scorpion, which attacked the Wei family's Wei Ling, causing its couple to fall into the Black Dome. Life and death are unknown. Now the Red Scorpion has been defeated by the Wei family's Thorn army, and there are not even a few remnants left, and even the entire star thief industry has been suppressed by the Thorn Legion, so they will be so honest now. At most they only dare to make money, not dare to kill, and there will be room for money. Their Black Blood Star Bandit group could only barely rank in the top 20, and if they were given a few hundred courages, they would not dare to kill these little princes. And the face of the daughter of the Blue Kite Business Alliance must not be given, unless they don't want to buy anything in the Blue Kite Business Alliance in the future. The scar-faced man broke both arms, his legs were crippled, and he was in heart-wrenching pain, but he still reluctantly apologized with a smile, I'm really sorry, it's we who are blind, and we can't see Mount Tai with our eyes. Mr. Ye's daughter's friend, that is also our friend. They are all their own families, their own families. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. But my heart is full of inner cows, these little stinky cubs, it would be better if they reported their home early, Qiao Mingyao said angrily, who is with your family? Wei Yuan thought that they still had to go to Ilan Star to practice, and it was not appropriate to be too stiff, and these star thieves only made money and did not kill, and they were still principled, and it was enough to learn this lesson. Now that they have been broken by them, the patrol army will not dare to cooperate with them in the future. As for how to deal with these patrol troops, it is the Zhao family's business. Wei Yuan smiled and said, since it is a misunderstanding, please don't take the little discussion just now to heart, I'm really sorry for accidentally hurting you. You see, a few of my companions and I were also injured and bleeding, who made the gun not have long eyes. Xiao Mingyao, Zhao Qingyun, Yi Shi, and others did have several skins on their bodies because of the damage of the hard energy gun. If the skin is broken, it is basically enough to spray a fast-acting hemostatic spray. Wei Yuan was behind, and there was an extra charred little dome on his sleeve. The scar-faced man is bitter in his heart. How can the injury you suffer compare to our broken hands and feet? But he still promised again and again, we will never take it to heart. I just ask all the young masters and ladies to have a lot. Just don't worry about us seeing that the situation was completely one-sided. Ling Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, comfortingly touched the blood vine 012 guarding her side, and sternly rejected 012's request to use the stumps of the star thieves lying on the corpse as snacks and fertilizer. She reasoned with 012 in a low voice, you see they are all dirty, and I don't know how long it has been since they took a bath, their blood is definitely not delicious, the baby should be good what? Cooked and eaten? No, 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 people can't eat it. The star thieves lying on the ground. Suddenly I was trembling with fright, oh my god, even the most fragile and harmless beautiful girl has such a terrible pet. The star thieves were all devastated in their hearts, and they all regretted it one by one. Originally, they still wanted to go to Elan Star and play with these young masters and ladies, but now it seems that it is already very benevolent and righteous for people not to put them in hot pot to feed their pets. The scar-faced man was simply treated with a medical robot to stop the bleeding, and then used the communicator and the subordinate Jiao of the 3 warships to send all the medical cabins over, and then went back first, never attacking the official passenger ship spacecraft again. Why not send them back to their own site for treatment? One is that they are too seriously injured to move too much to avoid excessive blood loss, and the other is that Wei Yuan still can't trust them and wants to keep them hostage. There was a question. Ling Yaoyao was very curious, and couldn't help but ask, why didn't you take ordinary passengers hostage just now? When he said this, the scar-faced man looked bitter and looked at the fat-faced captain with a bitter smile. He was already in pain now, and he really didn't want to mention the more painful experiences in the past. The fat-faced captain wiped his cold sweat and explained, cough, because the Baijia galaxy is garrisoned by the Tsunglong Legion. If they kill someone on the spaceship, even if it is an accident, the Tsunglong Legion will come in with their hands. The Tsunglong Legion acquiesced to the trade of the patrol army and the Black Blood Star pirates, but also put forward a binding principle, that is, no one should be killed, otherwise the patrol army or the Black Blood Legion would not want to mix. It was not that they had not encountered the incident of strong passengers jointly resisting together, and captured several ordinary passengers as hostages, who knew that the group didn't care about the lives of people other than their companions at all, resulting in one of the hostages being shot more than a dozen times. If it weren't for the vital injuries, and the rescue in time, the hostage might have died. They thought that as long as they were careful about this matter, they could hide it from the Tsunglong Legion. Besides, didn't they not kill anyone in the end? Who knows, somehow this matter is still the one of the Nighthawk team of the Tsunglong Legion. Major General Ling knew that the Tsunglong Legion did not know what to do, but sent a disguised team to beat all the star thieves who participated in that incident to death, and at the same time prepared a medical cabin to ensure that they would not really die. In the name of passers-by, a new rule was proposed: resisting passengers could take action if they were not allowed to injure the other party's life. In addition, they are not allowed to use innocent passengers who do not resist as shields and hostages. Otherwise, how could they not even dare to bring a weapon that was not lethal, and came to rob with all the energy guns and laser knives? The Tsunglong Legion will keep them, mainly because they feel that their existence can indeed serve as a warning to weak adventurers. These days, robbery is not easy, it's all blood and tears. Ling Yaoyao smiled when she heard this, and felt that Ling Xian's method of making bao with bao was really great. It seems that although yulexing is dangerous, it can be regarded as an order in the chaos. No wonder Brother Lu Lin knew that her destination was Elan Star, and he didn't dissuade her too much. It seemed that he had expected that they would be fine. Her decision to follow Wei Yuan and the others out to practice this time was really correct. The Baijia galaxy is very well organized, although I haven't seen that person, but someone has mentioned his name everywhere. In this way, the 5 members of the Shui Split Star Squad arrived at Elan Star without danger. It is also Yishi's hometown. Because of the nuclear change 20 years ago, many animals and plants have mutated, and they are particularly ferocious, and only a few main cities are safe zones. When he first arrived, Yishi suggested finding a place to settle down in the main city first, rest for one night, and then go out of the city to hunt the Zerg tomorrow. The most prosperous main city on the Elon Star is Bui City, which is different from the high-tech route of the imperial capital Star. The architectural style here is rough and simple, and the streets are very spacious and look very lively. The shops on both sides of the street are also very distinctive, most of which are products related to exotic plants, and insects. Although fighting is prohibited in the city, many martial arts platforms have been set up for people who have disputes to resolve disputes. Yi Shi, as the host, explained them one by one. Ling Yaoyao always thought that Yi Shi was just an ordinary commoner. In addition to being more neat and powerful than many boys, he was usually worried about money, and when he was not usually at party with them, Yi Shi seemed to be doing various part-time jobs or tasks. Who knows, Yi Shi is actually the daughter of the Blue Kite Business Alliance, the black market boss. This identity doesn't seem to be bad at all. Finding that Ling Yaoyao looked at her with curious eyes from time to time, Yi Shi explained helplessly, I have liked martial arts since I was a child, and I don't know anything about business. My dad said that when I grew up, even if I couldn't carry forward his family business, I couldn't still rely on the family. If you don't want to learn business, you have to be at least self-reliant, and after I turned 15, he won't give me a dime and explained that she came to Yelangsing to experience this time, and if there was anything to buy on the black market, she could help make it convenient, but her cruel father would not give her half a help in terms of experience. In this regard, Wei Yuan and the others didn't care, they came here to sharpen themselves, and they didn't expect anyone's help. Xiao Mingyao was a little awkward, and he couldn't accept this setting of the friends around him suddenly became the daughter of a black market boss. No wonder Yi Shi's fighting skills are so good, and he claims to have grown up from the bottom of society. He had secretly felt a little sympathetic and distressed to Yi Shi before a good girl, in order to survive, become this manly woman. I must have suffered a lot, who knows, this is the path she chose herself. Seeing that Xiao Mingyao's table was wrong, Yi Shi asked him, why, do you want me to live a miserable life since I was a child? Xiao Mingyao didn't open his face, no. How good or bad you are has nothing to do with me. Yi Shi smiled lowly, but if I have someone I want to marry home in the future, I guess I will still have to compromise with my dad. No matter how good my martial arts are, I can only make a living. Otherwise, if I am so poor, how can people look down on me? In the interstellar era, marrying is not limited to men, and marrying is not limited to women. As long as there is great strength, it is also possible for women to marry men, or women, which is similar to the previous marriage. Xiao Mingyao immediately became Spartan. You actually want to marry a wife? Don't harm anyone. Yi Shi only glanced at him faintly. What's wrong with me wanting to marry a wife? It's none of your business. The atmosphere of these two people is really getting more and more wrong. It always feels like a pink bubble is popping. It seems that both of them are completely unaware. Ling Yaoyao looked at the sky speechlessly. She obviously had an object, but she was inexplicably shown by these two people who had no object. Zhao Qingyun pretended to inadvertently secretly glance at Ling Yaoyao's beautiful face, afraid that she would find out and quickly move away. Captain Wei Yuan looked at these and said helplessly, let's go directly to the largest hotel to stay. At this moment, a little boy with a very good appearance and exquisite dress, 7 or 8 years old, came out of nowhere, rushed straight over, and was about to hit Ling Yaoyao. Yi Shi quickly stepped forward, grabbed the back collar of his clothes, and lifted him up. Yi Xiaowei, can you change your habit of taking advantage of beautiful women? Be careful to hit the hard stubble and cut off your claws. The little boy smiled, glanced at Yi Shi, stretched out his hand very affectionately to put his arm around her neck, and rubbed it flatteringly. I also like handsome girl paper and handsome men. The little boy's small face is carved and jade carved, looking very cute, and his eyebrows and eyes are 2 or 3 points similar to Yi Shi. His dark eyes rolled bones, looking at Ling Yaoyao, and then at Xiao Mingyao, and sighed very maturely, she is really the best beauty. He discussed with Yi Shi in a low voice, the man belongs to you, and the woman belongs to me? Then Yi Shi knocked his head hard, no, this beauty already has an owner, the object is very big, you can't beat it for another 500 years. Yi Hui glanced at Ling Yaoyao very regretfully, and then looked at Xiao Mingyao again entangled, very reluctantly, I don't really want to do a foundation, forget it, keep this for yourself, I'm still young, I can wait a little longer. Wei Yuan and the others guessed that this little boy must be Yi Shi's relatives, most likely her younger brother, otherwise the two would not be so intimate and skillful. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Yi Shuai's younger brother is also very Xing. Xiao Mingyao, who was praised for his beauty, was disliked and was paired with Yi Shi, but his face was black. Yi Hui is indeed Yi Shi's younger brother, S-level mental power and a level physical talent are very good, and he is still young, and there is still a lot of room for growth. Xingge Ghost Lingjing is still a standard yen dog, loves beauty, and likes to flirt with girls like his sister. The child can know that Yishi has returned to Elan Star, which is naturally the news reported by the black market boss Ye's ubiquitous eyeliner. Don't think that Yi Hui is here to invite Yi Shi to go home to live. In fact, Yi Dad is here to cause trouble for Yi Shi, let her experience this time, and also bring Yi Hui's long knowledge. To put it bluntly, Father Yi actually seized every opportunity to get rid of Yi Hui's little light bulb so that he could live a two-person world with his beloved wife. Yi Hui sold miserably pitifully, "Sister, if you don't want me, I will become a homeless baby." Yi Shi, who was originally worried about the infestation of Elan star worms and was a little worried that her old man couldn't bear it, rushed back to support her, and suddenly felt that she was really white-hearted. Although Father Yi is not very reliable, he basically adopts a stalking policy for Yi Shi's siblings, but he will never ignore Yi Hui's life and death. It seems that Father Yi already knows the strength of Wei Yuan's team very well, and the threat of the Zerg should not be very serious. Yi Shi's mother, Xia Shu, suffered from genetic radiation disease because of the nuclear accident 12 years ago, and her physique was extremely poor. Yi Xiaoqing took his daughter to the Dark Star Alliance for business at that time, and also played by the way, but came back late to escape the shocking change. People with genetic radiation disease will have their life expectancy greatly reduced, and normal people will live 300 or 400 years, but no one who suffers from this disease will live beyond 200 years. Yi Xiaoqing felt very guilty that he didn't protect Xia Shu by her side, and even couldn't share hardships with her, so he had been wanting to compensate her more all these years, and he couldn't wait to be with her every step of the way. Yi Hui was pregnant by accident. If Xia Shu hadn't insisted, Yi Xiaoqing wouldn't have wanted this child at all, for fear that his wife would make something wrong because of pregnancy. Yi Hui was only 7 months old and was taken out and put into the incubation warehouse, but fortunately, the child was healthy and did not inherit Xia Shu's genetic disease. But Xia Shu's body is much worse because of this, and she can't do without the recuperation of various auxiliary medicines and auxiliary foods every day. Choosing Yilixing as a place of experience, Yi Shi not only wanted to see the situation in his hometown, but also wanted to come back to see how his mother's body was doing. In addition, I also want to ask Ling Yaoyao to help make some auxiliary healing food to see if there is a special curative effect on Xia Shu's body. But Yi Shi was not too embarrassed to open this mouth, thinking about talking about it in a few days. A week later, it was the largest black market auction of Yilixing in the first half of the year. If Ling Yaoyao had something to like, then she would be embarrassed to open this mouth with a little help and walk through the back door. Ling Yaoyao didn't know Yi Shi's plan, but even if Yi Shi didn't propose to come to Yilixing, she originally wanted to come here. Under the leadership of Yi Shi, the Shui Star team and Yi Hui's children stayed in the most luxurious Blue Iris Hotel in Bui City. As can be seen from the name, this hotel is the property of the Yi family Blue Kite Business Alliance. If Yi Shi came alone, with Father Ye's stingy degree, his daughter's house money would also be charged. But because the status of friends brought by Yi Shi is more noble than the other, although Yi Shi's father does not plan to catch up, he has some good intentions, and it is to thank them for helping to take care of the baby, so the accommodation for several people, including the 3 meals provided by the hotel, is free. In order to facilitate care, they asked for 2 adjacent 3-bedroom and 1-room VIP suites. Wei Yuan, Xiao Mingyao, and Zhao Qingyun lived in one, and Ling Yaoyao and Yi Shi and Yi Hui siblings lived in one. After settling in, everyone ate the dinner provided by the hotel together, although it was not as delicious as Ling Yaoyao, but the taste was not bad, but there was no auxiliary effect. If you want to cook your own meals, the VIP suite has a large kitchen and full kitchen utensils, and the hotel can help provide fresh ingredients. After taking the spaceship for 3.5 days, Ling Yaoyao was also a little tired and did not cook in person. With Qiao Mingyao, a foodie beauty, she will have the opportunity to show off her skills in the future after a good night's sleep. The next morning, the Shui Split Star squad quickly gathered, boarded Wei Yuan's luxury speeding car with the logo of the Wei family's Thorn Legion, and went to the forests and wastelands outside the city to start their training journey. Although Yi Hui is young and very Xing, he is not naughty and Xing. He has several special mini versions of high-tech weapons, and the Ion Pow is just one of them. In addition, Yi Hui also carried 7 or 8 S-level energy ring defense shields and various high-tech healing instruments. Even if they encounter the SS-level Zerg alone, the children can hold on for a while by themselves, and it will not become a burden for them to be restrained. What's even more terrifying is that the equipment on Yi Hui's body was actually bought by himself. It's simply unbelievable. Somehow, Ling Yaoyao remembered the classic martial arts novels she had read, and the most important thing in them was not those masters who looked powerful, but seemingly weak and harmless women and children. No, in their team, even the supernumerary Yi Hui's little kid should not be underestimated. Such a team united by Qiangqiang, even if it is in the wild of Elon Star, where the Zerg is running all over the ground and there are many different show, is completely insects to kill insects, show to kill show. Even a small number of free mercenary teams who have bad intentions and like to take advantage of the fire to rob and eat black are also walking around them. The fat sheep is very delicious, especially that you have to have the strength to eat it, and most people dispelled the crooked idea when they saw the logo representing the Thorn Legion on Wei Yuan's flying car. Don't look at the Thorn Legion has been much more low-key over the years, but when it comes to fighting the Star Thief, it has spared no effort. More than the other 5 legions, those who wander in the gray area are feared. Ling Yaoyao drove Ling Bo, and he was also a kind of killing. His posture was not weaker than his friends at all, and his mecha driving skills were also becoming more and more skilled and dexterous in the battle against endless insects and strange show. Wei Yuan was a little worried at first about whether his little sister would not be ruthless. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said nothing, which chef would not be able to do it in front of a large number of delicious ingredients. The blood vine baby 012, which has always been bloodthirsty, can finally indulge its own heaven here, stretching its hundreds of tentacles and absorbing all kinds of strange blood. While the strength of the 5th level has been consolidated, it is still rising, and its combat effectiveness is not weaker than that of Ling Yaoyao, the master. Tired of killing, Ling Yaoyao released his speeding car and entered the renovated rear compartment kitchen to make various delicacies. Fresh insect meat and exotic beast meat plus various side dishes and seasonings are intricately made, exuding a strong aroma. If it weren't for the air filter in the rear compartment, the smell could simply waft for 10 miles, but I am afraid that it will attract countless insects. Ling Yaoyao's cooking skills, several members of the handsome split star have all experienced it. Only Yi Hui's little pot friend, the first time he ate the food made by Ling Yaoyao, he was simply amazed. Oh my god, such a beautiful young lady, can actually make such delicious food, and the curative effect is super good. Yi Hui even forgot the warning of his own sister Yi Shi, looked at Ling Yaoyao with bright eyes, and said amazingly, Yaoyao beauty, can you marry me? Although I am still a little younger, we can get engaged first. I will make money, and I promise to make a lot of money for you in the future, and I will love you and spoil you. Ling Yaoyao is divine. She was proposed to by a little kid. Regarding the death of Yi Hui's little friend, Xiao Mingyao gloated and said, do you know who my current boyfriend is? Alas, I don't know if that person will not have the taste to care about a child. Yi Shi glanced at Xiao Mingyao and mockingly heard him. Don't forget that when you first tasted Yaoyao's craftsmanship, you also reacted like this, thinking that if you marry Yaoyao home, you can eat and drink spicy food every day. Xiao Mingyao was choked and retorted angrily, didn't you also be attentive to Yaoyao in the first place, Besides, even if I don't marry Yaomei now, Yaomei is also my family. Yi Hui grimaced at him, no matter who it is, it will soon become an ex. Also, don't look at me as a child now, but I'll grow up soon. Seeing that his younger brother was obsessed with running on the road to death, Yi Shi had to unite with Xiao Mingyao. Yi Xiaowei, you should die with this heart. Think about who you admire the most. Yi Hui's little pot friend was brain damaged. The idol I admire the most is of course Ling Xian, god of war. Yi Shi smiled in amazement. That's right, Ling Zhanshan is this young lady's male friend. Yi Hui looked like he was hit by a bolt from the blue, and then quickly regained his composure and began to work hard to eat vegetables and rice. Ling Yaoyao got used to it, and as more and more people knew that Ling Xian was her male friend, Ling Yaoyao's reaction changed from embarrassment to calmness. There is also a little pride. Yes, such a powerful Ling Xian, god of war, is this girl's person. Xiao Mingyao was afraid that Yi Hui would choke, so he patted him on the back and asked him to slow down, while saying to Qing, no matter how hard you try to eat, you can't beat that pervert. Yi Hui glanced at him contemptuously. I'm not so stupid. Okay, Ling Xian, god of war, is invincible. I've given up. I'm just afraid that I won't eat more now, and after a while, when you leave, I won't have a chance to eat, and look, you don't have anything to eat now. Xiao Mingyao looked at the bare plate and wailed, why don't you leave me some? Wei Yuan smiled, this incident warned you to talk less when you eat in the future. Zhao Qingyun was finally able to eat the food cooked by the goddess in his dream, and of course he didn't have the time to talk. They are all desperately trying to eat. The last few pieces were swept away by Yi Xiaowei, and of course the delicious meat were gone. Xiao Mingyao collapsed a good-looking handsome man's face, looked at Ling Yaoyao pitifully, and glared at Yi Shi, who spoke and did not forget to put a lot of vegetables in his bowl, and wanted to grab a few pieces from Yi Shi's bowl. Yi Shi was keenly aware of his intentions, and took a bite of the meat in his bowl seemingly elegantly and very quickly, and then smiled slightly. You see, I've eaten it all. I believe Brother Xiao Qiao will definitely mind that there is my saliva on it. Xiao Mingyao had a dark face, almost wanting to say that he didn't mind. Ling Yaoyao couldn't laugh or cry, so she had to take out the spare pickles and artemia meat from the space button, lest Xiao Miran not eat enough and have no strength to continue killing insects and strange show. The members of the Shui Split Star Squad were not aware of it at the moment. Beneath this surface of peace and happiness, a great crisis is brewing on the Elon Star. As the Shui Split Star team changed more than 10 ways to eat from D-class running bugs to S-class pteropods, many new Zerg varieties were discovered, and in addition to tasting a lot of unique delicacies on Elon Star, time flew by. After 4 or 5 days of such experience, when eating that day, Yi Hui couldn't help but mutter, alas, it would be nice if my mother could also eat the food cooked by Sister Yaoyao. Maybe the disease will get better as a result. It also led to the physical condition of Yi Shi, Yi Hui's sister and mother, Xia Shu. Yi Shi's original plan was stirred up by Yi Hui, and it had to be advanced, but Yi Shi knew that Yi Hui's words were a bit reckless, and it was also because he understood Ling Yaoyao's good temper and was worried about his mother's health. Yi Shi was very embarrassed and begged, Yaoyao, can you please help make some auxiliary food for my mother? No matter how much it costs. Of course, this money must have been given to the stingy father, and the poor Yi Shi thought bitterly. Ling Yaoyao can understand Yi Shi's heart of seeing his loved ones suffering from illness and grasping all hopes to make his relatives better. Grandma Wei is also a genetic disease, but there is no radiating lesion factor, but the body is much weaker, and the life expectancy is 1/3 less, but recently I have been eating SS-grade insect meat auxiliary food for a long time, and it has been much better, and it is close to recovery. Ling Yaoyao pretended to be angry and said, we are all friends, what is there to be embarrassed to say about this little thing? I don't know if the complimentary food I made is useful for your mother's illness, so try it first. Even foodie Xiao Mingyao echoed, the big deal is that we eat a few more ordinary meals. We don't have to eat, your mother is sick, of course you have to hold on to her first. Wei Yuan also said, you don't need money, just come out of the insects you hunted. So, Ling Yaoyao made a lot of auxiliary therapy food and put it in a vacuum constant temperature food box, and gave it to Yi Shi. Yi Shi was very moved, said thank you very seriously and solemnly, and silently remembered Ling Yaoyao's kindness in his heart. In addition to thanking him, Yi Hui also said cutely, Sister Yaoyao, you are not only beautiful, but also beautiful. If you weren't for being my idol's girlfriend, I would really want to pry into a corner. The corners of Ling Yaoyao's mouth twitched, even if it's sweet, I won't give you a double serving of fried worm meatballs. It's not good to eat too much. Yi Hui suddenly felt guilty, I can't eat it, so I can walk around and keep it for supper. Because Ilan Star is far away from the imperial capital Star, the number of dietitians is also very scarce, and most of the purchased insects are sold to the Tsunglong Legion, and the people themselves dare to eat very few worms, and those who dare to eat only eat D-class running bugs and C-class crawlers that do not need to deal with impurities much. When Xiaoshu received the food box, it was because she was repeatedly told by her daughter Yi Shi in the communication that she endured the disgust of the Zerg and opened the food box. Who knows, the insect food in the food box looks not scary at all, and it is full of color and flavor, which makes people eat it. After Xiaoshu tasted it, she found that this food not only looked delicious, but also tasted even more delicious, and it was simply the best auxiliary therapy food she had ever eaten. More importantly, it also has a very heaven-defying curative effect among them. The S-class thyroid meat has the best effect, almost 10 times the effect of normal auxiliary therapeutic food, and the curative effect of other exotic beast meat made by Ling Yaoyao is also 3 or 4 times better than the effect of her eating other auxiliary therapeutic foods. Gene radiation disease is stubborn and cannot be cured, because the speed of treatment always cannot keep up with the speed of gene destruction of the lesion inside. Now this is simply seeing the hope of healing, knowing that Xiaoshu had eaten Ling Yaoyao's auxiliary healing insect meat. Mental power was much better. The black market boss Yi Shaoqing was also very happy, and regretted not inviting people from home as soon as they arrived at Yilingxing. But he also knew that Ling Yaoyao's identity was definitely not bad for money, and they came to Yilingxing for experience, and it was impossible to spend all their time on making food for Xiaoshu. Yi Shaoqing then began to ask the food therapist at home to try to use worm meat as auxiliary therapeutic food, and found that although the worm meat made by ordinary food therapists was not so delicious, and the curative effect was not as heavenly as Ling Yaoyao's, it was more than twice as good as that of ordinary beast meat. Yi Shaoqing immediately realized the great value of insect meat, and began to plan to buy hoarding worm meat, expand the training of dietitians, and increase the introduction of dietitians. After all, on Elon Star, not only Xiaoshu has gene radiation disease, but also hundreds of millions of patients. Yi Shi was also very happy to know the news, and was a little more grateful to Ling Yaoyao, and told about the Chuan season auction held by the black market under the Blue Kite Business Alliance 2 days later, and invited Ling Yaoyao to visit. This is also what Yi Shaoqing meant. Of course, he also expressed the hope that when Ling Yaoyao was still in Yilingxing, he could always provide Xiaoshu with auxiliary healing food, and if he wanted to leave, it was best to leave some auxiliary food that was easy to store. After all, Xiaoshu's illness cannot be cured by eating 1 or 2 auxiliary foods. Recalling the previous military training field experience, when encountering danger, Yi Shi used his body to block Ling Yaoyao. Ling Yaoyao also wanted to help to the end, and after thinking carefully, he said, SS-level worm meat should have a better curative effect. If possible, please ask your father to help pay attention to the ingredients of SS-level worm meat. In addition, the efficacy of auxiliary therapeutic foods that can be stored for a long time will be slightly reduced. If we go back to the Imperial Capital Star, if it is convenient for Ling Tang, we can let her also go to the Imperial Capital Star to recuperate for a while. At that time, even if I can't help make healing food for every meal, I can at least help deal with the main ingredients of SS-level insects. I did this to my grandfather and grandmother. In order not to let Yi Shi feel very indebted to her, Ling Yaoyao agreed to the invitation to the black market auction. Okay, I won't be polite to you. This is not just a polite remark. Ling Yaoyao herself is also very curious about the legendary existence of the black market auction. Even if she lacks nothing, she also wants to see the long knowledge. The next day was the day when the largest auction of the first half of the year on the black market under the Blue Kite Business Alliance was held. The Shui Split Star team returned to the Blue Iris Hotel where they originally stayed for a good night. Because the kitchen area in the hotel was relatively spacious, Ling Yaoyao showed off his skills, made a sumptuous meal of insects, and rewarded the friends who had worked hard for a week. Before eating, Qiao Mingyao also asked deliberately, "Did you leave it for Yi Hui's mother?" Ling Yaoyao glanced at Xiao Qiao Marin very strangely, and said with a smile, "Of course I stayed. Brother Qiao, I don't think you've been right lately, and you're very concerned about Yi Shui's mother." Yi Hui's little pot friend looked at Qiao Mingyao and said very vigilantly, "Although my mother is very beautiful, she has a father, and she won't like a little white face like you. Give up." Even Zhao Qingyun could see that the atmosphere between Qiao Mingyao and Yi Shi was not right, and couldn't help but tease, "Little pot friend, you should worry about your sister." Qiao Mingyao immediately reacted greatly, blushing and saying, "Don't talk nonsense, how could I like that man?" Wei Yuan touched his dog's head, "Don't say it's too full, be careful to smash your own foot." Yi Shi just gave the food box Jiao to the person sent by Father Yi, and when he came back, he found that Qiao Mingyao looked at her with ghostly eyes, and then began to bury his head in it. No matter how much she teased him, he didn't speak. There is a posture of drawing a clear line. The auction on the black market of Elon Star was indeed very grand, and the location was also very in line with Ling Yaoyao's vision, but it was on the second and third basement floors of a luxury mall, covering a fairly large area and accommodating thousands of people at the same time. Ordinary people on Elon Star do not have any net worth and doorway, and they are not qualified to participate in this auction at all. Ling Yaoyao and others naturally got the top white diamond VIP invitation, led by Yi Shi himself, and the auction also reserved the best box for them early. The black market auction hosted by the Blue Kite Business Alliance, although many goods are not so upright, they are not as bottomless and unscrupulous as the Dark Star Alliance. Slaves and warships can be auctioned. Although there is a controlled weapons auction here, they are all second-hand goods eliminated by the military, and the people above have acquiesced. Other products are mainly rare, and they will not leak any private information of buyers and sellers. One of the Dream Star stones the size of a grain of rice was the most ordinary white, and it was only a rough stone, but it was sold for a sky-high price of 50 million. Ling Yaoyao was stunned, and in surprise, she couldn't help but ask Yi Shi in a low voice, "If it is a red Dream Star stone, the diameter is about 8 millimeters, how much does it cost?" Yi Shi looked blank and looked at Yi Xiaowei next to her. "You say. Don't look at Yi Hui's small person, but for this kind of treasure that represents countless money," he said like a treasure. "Red is the rarest in the Dream Star stone, and the price is relatively high." In addition, it depends on purity, whether the shape is intact, etc. Rough estimate, 2 or 300 million is indispensable. If the purity is very high, then at least 4 or 500 million. At the autumn auction in late August last year, our Blue Kite Business Alliance sold a red Dream Star stone worth 520 million yuan at the public auction of the main star of Baijia. Speaking of which, the buyer is still a young lady, a member of your Ling family clan. Didn't Ling Xian go back to the imperial capital star at the end of August last year, and then when there was no war, he was usually stationed on the main star of Baijia? The time, place, and buyer are all right. In other words, Ling Xian didn't say a word before, and casually stuffed the red moon lotus flower stud earrings that she casually stuffed into her. The rough stone is worth 520 million. But except for the first day she received it, she took it for half an hour, and then she kept it idle in the space button. Although he was very unwilling, Wei Yuan still had to sigh. Your Ling Bo is a customized SS-class mecha, and the raw materials used are the best, or are designed and built by Grandmaster Sophia herself. The price is no less than that Dream Star stone stud earrings. The Wei family is good to Ling Yaoyao, and they have given her a lot of gifts generously, but compared to Ling Xian's trench level, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. Ling Yaoyao suddenly, recalling that there were valuables worth more than 1 billion yuan in his space button. Ling Yaoyao looked at the treasures on the stage again, and felt that they had lost their attractiveness. However, in order not to make Yishi feel that she owes her a debt, Ling Yaoyao still chose the more precious 6th level exotic show cloud cod, which is said to be very delicious and has high nutritional value. In addition, there are several excipients on high-grade xenophytes, with a total price of about 50 million. These materials, Ling Yaoyao, are all going to be used to make auxiliary therapy food for Yishi's mother, but she will also keep some of them and go back to make them for the 2 grandfathers and grandmothers at home to eat. Yishi said helplessly, there are actually 5 cloud cod in total. My father originally left 2 for my mother, thinking of giving 2 to you, and only took 1 out for auction, but since you like it, I will give you all 3, and we will provide the part that my mother eats. Ling Yaoyao saw that Yishi insisted that there were never too many high-end ingredients, so Ling Yaoyao accepted it. Seeing that Ling Yaoyao likes to collect ingredients, Yishi crisply let the high-end exotic beast meat, exotic plant accessories, and medicinal materials to be auctioned later are all set aside for Ling Yaoyao, and only 1 is for the people inside the auction house to snap it down, and also for Ling Yaoyao. In addition, it has a promoting effect on the mutation of blood vine, and the blood crystal that can be eaten as a snack, for it has also been photographed and given to Ling Yaoyao. At the end of the auction, Ling Yaoyao harvested a lot of ingredients with a storage space button, and estimated the total price at nearly 200 million. According to the auction price, Ling Yaoyao felt ashamed. She was just making a little more for Mother Yi when she was making insect food. Yi, she said, these are nothing. I have eaten all the SS-level insect meat delicacies you made before, and I have eaten a lot of S-level and below. I have never given you money. Even Yi Hui's little pot friend followed. I haven't eaten less these days. This is our food expenses. If you don't accept it, you will look down on us. The Yi family can be described as full of sincerity. Ling Yaoyao refused, but she accepted it crisply, and in the future, she will make auxiliary food for Ye's mother, and she will do her best. Other friends also have their own gains. Yishi took out the identity of the host, as long as it is a product of the Blue Kite Business Alliance's own channels. No matter what price it is auctioned, it will only charge a slightly higher price than the cost price. Other customers will be exempted from the auction's official 5% commission. After the auction ended, when the Shui Split Star team came out of it, they found that the shopping mall above was completely messed up, and many civilians screamed and hid in the mall to seek refuge. 10 minutes ago, the entire Elon Star wild bug nest bio moved. 5 minutes ago, even the major main cities were attacked by a super large insect nest. What's even more terrifying is that these Zerg are like taking drugs, and their combat power has more than doubled compared to usual. SS-class sirens resounded throughout Bui City, and the dangers on Elon Star are not just what they appear on the surface. Ling Yaoyao's heart clicked fiercely, and she had a bad premonition. SSS-level insect emperor, won't it come at this time? I don't know if he received the warning message she sent to Ling Xian before Wei Yuan, as the captain, immediately gave the order. Yishi protects Yi Hui, and Xiao Qiao assists. Zhao Qingyun and I are responsible for Yaoyao's safety. When I left the mall, I immediately summoned the mecha. The street insects outside the mall are overwhelming, and the lethality index has more than doubled. In the state of madness, ordinary civilians cannot cope, and many people still have genetic radiation, and they have no combat power at all, so they can only panic and choose to hide in nearby shopping malls and stores. Those who run a little slower, or try to fight against the Zerg but their own strength is insufficient, will soon be attacked by the fierce Zerg, and it is good to be attacked by missing arms and legs or being attacked in the divine domain, but at least they can pick up a life. A very small number of people directly became the rations of the Zerg. Unlike the previous Zerg who only preferred to eat human blood, these Zerg were simply hungry, only things containing energy, flowers, and rough stones, and they ate everything. Scenes of bloody and cruel pictures, close at hand. Xiao Mingyao subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover Yi Hui's eyes, but Yi Hui pushed his hand away. His voice trembled but said firmly, "I'm not afraid. I'm a man too." Yi Shi was not at ease to leave his brother in the mall, and the horror of this insect nest was not necessarily 100% safe in the emergency shelter. She insisted on taking Yi Hui into the mecha lifeguard capsule. Xiao Mingyao stopped talking. He kind of wanted Yi Shi to take Yi Hui with him. Anyway, his mecha level was SS class, and his combat power was higher, but if he said it so bluntly, it would definitely make Yi Shi feel that he was questioning her ability, and his combat power was even better, which meant that he had to take on greater responsibilities and face stronger opponents, so I didn't open my mouth after all. Ling Yaoyao frowned. Those Zerg eyes were bloodshot. She was immediately sure that behind these bow-walking Zerg, there must be the existence of the SSS Insect Emperor. The special ability of the SSS level Insect Emperor can not only drive all the Zerg races lower than its level, but within a certain distance. The combat power of all Zerg will be doubled because of the blessing of the Insect Emperor's mental power magnetic field. However, the situation was so urgent that Ling Yaoyao couldn't think too much, so she could only release 012 in front of her to help clear the way. Then he quickly distributed the concentrated drink that replenished his mental power and physical strength to a few friends. After leaving the mall, everyone directly summoned their respective mechas. A week of wild experience life has made Ling Yaoyao already familiar with the weaknesses of various Zerg races, how to annihilate as many Zerg as possible with the most appropriate force. But this doesn't help at all. As long as the SSS level Insect Emperor is still there, these low-level insects are almost in a steady stream. The SSS class Insect Emperor can lay countless eggs every minute and every second. These eggs will greedily absorb all the available energy around them. The D-level ones only need a few minutes, and the SS-level ones only need a few hours to grow into adults. Today's insect nest is 1,000 times more terrifying than the second insect attack encountered by the Imperial Capital Star. However, the protective combat power on the Elon Star is far inferior to that of the Imperial Capital Star, and there are also vulnerable groups with genetic radiation disease that account for almost 1/3 of the permanent population. After killing mechanically for an hour or two, Wei Yuan and the others also found that the Zerg tribe not only did not become less, but also had more and more trends. The Zerg tribe cannot be killed endlessly, but the mental power and physical strength of each combat division are limited. In order to prevent the occurrence of strange attacks, there are secret passages in the mall leading to underground air defense and emergency shelters, and there are many protective walls cast by thickened steel doors in the secret passages. Wei Yuan also realized that with such a terrifying number of Zerg and doubled their combat power, the combat divisions could not keep killing, and there would always be times when they were not enough. Wei Yuan spoke in the team channel, asking Ling Yaoyao and Yi Shi to fight and retreat in time if they couldn't hold on, or the mecha energy was about to run out, or they had a premonition of a major crisis. They must fight and retreat in time, and turn around and enter the emergency shelter. Yi Shi and Ling Yaoyao agreed on the surface, but CAO's methods of controlling mecha insects were not continuous at all. In addition to constantly killing the enemy, Ling Yaoyao also tried to contact Brother Lu Lin with an emergency communicator. However, she found that the signals of the entire city of Bui seemed to be blocked by invisible energy, and she couldn't send a message at all. Ling Yaoyao suddenly remembered that the SSS-level Insect Emperor's mental power magnetic field also had the effect of shielding electromagnetic waves from communication signals. From the real-time military news broadcast, Bui City and the neighboring K City and Tani City were also attacked by Bui Nest. There are a total of 7 main cities in Elon Star, which already covers half of Elon Star. If the Qing trend is allowed to develop, not only will the number of these Zerg not decrease, but as these Zerg continue to eat, they will also convert the energy obtained into the form of mental power energy waves, feed back to the SSS-level Insect Emperor. And the nearby SS-class insect will also continue to find energy-sufficient food for the SSS-level Insect Emperor, and the SSS-level Insect Emperor will thus strengthen his own mental power and body shape, and will be able to lay more new insect eggs until, as described in the original text, the entire Elon Star became the nourishment for the SSS-level Insect Emperor to transform from the larval stage to adulthood. Ling Yaoyao's heart felt cold on the surface. He remained calm, and succinctly and quickly said the existence of the SSS-level insect emperor on the teen channel. Wei Yuan sighed and smiled bitterly. I have already guessed. Zhao Qingyun's voice was anxious. What should I do? We have no way to ask for help. Even if we hide in the shelter, those Zerg may not be able to dig 300 feet into the ground to find us. You see, there are several new varieties of today's Zerg species. The sea-level ground-digging insects have average combat power, but they can eat soil, and the number is still very large, and there are a class gold eaters, who specialize in eating metal. Xiao Mingyao said calmly. I'm going to kill the SSS insect emperor. As long as the biggest boss is exterminated from the source, these insects will be greatly reduced, so there is no need to be afraid. If Yishi was the only one on her own, she would definitely have to agree with Xiao Mingyao and help him, but she still had her own younger brother on her mecha. Yishi thought for a while and said, I'll go to the 4 main cities where the bug hasn't yet broken out to ventilate the news, so that they can prepare to evacuate in advance. Her parents live in Uni City, which has the best climate, just over an hour away from Bui City. They should have received the message from the worm nest, but they may not know that it would be so serious and terrifying. Wei Yuan also knew the SSS-level insect emperor's Xixing information very carefully. He said helplessly, during the SSS-level insect emperor's infancy, there will be countless SS-level insect generals around him. Xiao Qiao, don't say you go alone. Even if the 5 of us go together, it's just to deliver food to other people's Zerg clan. Xiao Qiao, you should accompany Yishi to Uni City, so as not to encounter the SS-class insect general who hunted food for the SSS-level insect emperor on the way. Also, be sure to send an emergency call for help to Baijia Star as soon as possible. And Wei Yuan did not propose to leave with Xiao Mingyao and Yishi, because Bui City is the most prosperous city in business, and now only more than 2 hours later, most of the city has fallen. If they are all gone, when there are no more combat divisions on the streets, those ground-digging insects and gold-eating insects will really have to dig 300 feet into the ground, digging out the ordinary people in the emergency shelter and eating them. For Wei Yuan's arrangement, Xiao Mingyao and Yishi are convinced, the news is extremely important, the danger of killing out of the city may be even greater, and the 2 of them no longer refuse, taking advantage of the fact that the mecha energy and physical strength are still sufficient. The mecha system is black and white Changchang united, and killed all the way. Not long after Xiao Mingyao and Yishi left, Bui City ushered in the biggest crisis. 5 huge SS-class insects show. There are the mega shell insects they are familiar with, and there are other new varieties. The other combat divisions in Bui City managed to deal with 4, and they really had no time to take care of the 5th giant scale insect that was slightly slower but had excellent defense. Wei Yuan, Zhao Qingyun, and Ling Yaoyao, together with the Bloodvine Luo 012, whose strength is equivalent to the S-level, immediately topped it, and 2 S-class combat divisions also temporarily formed a squad with them to work together to deal with this SS-class giant shell bug. The other A-level combat divisions moved a little further away and wiped out other low-level Zergs. SS-class giant shell insects resemble giant Gourmet and have 6 Gourmet heads. Ling Yaoyao resisted one of the heads alone, and even Bloodvine 012 had to resist one alone. It wanted to deal with one head with its master, but that would likely cause someone to be attacked by the 2 heads of the SS-class Zerg. Because he had been fighting continuously for 3 or 4 hours before, and his body was only B-level, Ling Yaoyao's strength was already a little unable to keep up. Ling Yaoyao gritted her teeth and increased her mental power output. Not wanting to admit defeat, Ling Xian could turn over an SS-class giant-scale insect by herself. How could she be willing to not even compare to his 6/10 of his combat power? However, even a high master like Ling Xian spent a morning dealing with the SS-level Zerg alone. Now this giant shell insect and the SSS-level insect emperor are blessing it with mental power behind it, doubling its combat power, and the speed of the 6 Gourmet heads is so agile and flexible that it does not look like a black Gourmet at all. Not only could they not take down this giant shell worm, but the other 2 slightly weaker S-class combat divisions were also seriously injured by the SS-class giant shell worm attack wave, and the other S-class combat division was also seriously injured by the SS-class giant shell worm mental power attack wave, and the other S-class combat division panicked. And the mecha was also bitten by the SS-class giant shell worm and almost fell apart, unable to fight again. The pressure on Wei Yuan, Zhao Qingyun, Ling Yaoyao, and Bloodvine Luo 012 suddenly increased. 012 has broken countless tentacles, and he can't care about picky eaters, and after absorbing the blood of other low-level Zerg on the ground, he is reluctant to give birth to a few new ones. The baby was in great pain, but he didn't dare to cry to the owner, and he was reluctantly supporting it. Ling Yaoyao's physical strength finally couldn't hold on, and he was suddenly slapped away by a giant shell insect's claw, and the whole person flew out with the mecha into a parabola. The other S-class megalodon flapped its small wings quickly and flew to the place where Ling Yaoyao Ling Bo was about to fall, trying to welcome the delicious food that fell from the sky. Although it was a little disgusted by the metal shells, the blood of the humans contained in these metal shells was particularly delicious, and the energy was also particularly rich. Ling Yaoyao suddenly wanted to extract his mental power to attack the S-class megalodon, but found that his mental power was almost exhausted. Ling Yaoyao refused to believe that she would eventually die in the mouth of the Zerg tribe after crossing over. Although she ate a lot of worms is this retribution, at this extremely critical moment, a tattered speeding car started its fastest speed and slammed into the mouth of the S-class megalodon. A figure opened the car door and jumped out in time before the speeding car was about to hit the megalodon. Ling Yaoyao also escaped because of this Jedi reversal, and used the little remaining mental power Chao to control Ling Bo to barely stand on the speeding car, and then used all his strength to manually press the rebound and rise button, and then stuffed a concentrated medicinal soup into his mouth to replenish mental power and physical strength. Ling Yaoyao finally escaped death. Because they were relatively far away, Wei Yuan and Zhao Qingyun, who rushed over immediately after reacting, joined forces to bombard the megalodon with an ion pow. The crisis of the megalodon here has been lifted, and on the other side, the Bloodvine baby also wanted to come over to protect the master, but as soon as it left, the megalitis will definitely chase after it, which will only add a new crisis to Ling Yaoyao. Bloodvine 012 did not hesitate to spend his own blood, and Chang Force gave birth to vines all over the sky, desperately wrapping around several heads of the giant scale insect, and finally barely tripped it. Wei Yuan and Zhao Qingyun saw that Ling Yaoyao was out of the crisis, so they took the opportunity to pour concentrated medicinal soup to replenish their mental power and physical strength, and went back to deal with the giant shell insect with huge vitality. Ling Yaoyao still remembered the kind-hearted passerby who stuck the megalodon with a speeding car, searched for his figure, and found that he was completely unprotected, and was dealing with an A-class stinging caterpillar with his bare hands, and suffered a lot of injuries. And the aura fluctuations on that person's body were just an A-level combat division. Ling Yaoyao relied on recovering a little bit of mental power, and hurriedly Chao controlled the laser blade and chopped the stinging caterpillar into several pieces. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yaoyao decisively jumped out of the mecha, took out her speeder from the space button, turned on the permission to allow anyone to drive, and then waved to the A-class combat division who was covered in blood and couldn't see his face clearly. "Come here. This is for you. Thanks to you for saving me just now." The combat division was very shocked to see Ling Yaoyao's appearance clearly. He looked down at himself again and hesitated. However, when he looked up and saw that countless Zerg were immediately rushing over here, it was a great danger for Ling Yaoyao to leave the mecha and stand on this ground, and there were two fighter divisions not far away. A heterogeneous plant SS-class giant scale insect that was about to be unable to bear it. The combat division immediately ran quickly and stood in front of Ling Yaoyao. "You're welcome. You saved me before." Getting closer, Ling Yaoyao looked at the contour of the combat master's face and seemed to be a little familiar, and the voice was a bit familiar, but she still couldn't remember. Seeing Ling Yaoyao's strange appearance, the combat master unfolded a shy smile and introduced himself. "Imperial Capital Star, the first insect attack, I am Dingqing who was saved by you." He had some doubts before, but he was not sure that the people in this mecha were not Ling Yaoyao. The female mecha Ling Bo, who looks similar to Ling Yun, is obviously a red bean coconut milk that belongs to the new master of StarNet. And Ling Yaoyao, obviously a food therapist. How can CAO control mecha be so skillful? But looking at the familiar blood vine next to her, she would always stretch out her tentacles from time to time to help her relieve the pressure caused by the SS-class giant scale insect. Dingqing thought, even if this was not Ling Yaoyao, it was likely to be Ling Yaoyao's friend. He was born ordinary, his qualifications could only be regarded as upper middle, and he had nothing to repay her, and it was impossible to see her friend in distress and not save her. Who knows, I thought that the red bean and coconut milk girl paper was just her friend, but it was Ling Yaoyao herself? Dingqing's heart was full of horror. Oh my god, a dietary therapist who is better than many combat masters, but I also feel that if such a magical person is Ling Yaoyao, it doesn't seem surprising. In fact, even without his help just now, Megalodon would not be able to break the shell of the SS-class mecha for a while. But he was still very glad that he saved her. There is a humble admiration called just looking forward to being able to share more with her, although it is limited to that. Ling Yaoyao took out several bottles of concentrated medicinal soup for the recovery of mental power and physical strength from the space button, stuffed it into Ding Cheng's hand, and smiled brightly at him. I remember you. I don't have time to say more, get on the speed, take care. After saying that, Ling Yaoyao turned around and got on Ling Bo again. And Ding Cheng clenched a few soft bottles of medicinal soup in his hand, watched her disappear into the mecha hatch, and immediately turned on the speeding car. As soon as Ling Yaoyao got on Ling Bo, he heard Wei Yuan's order. Yaoyao, you come to replace me, a little bit of this SS-class giant shell bug, I want to collect the mecha, take out the miniature warship to deal with it, and then you will hear my order, take 012 and hide far away. Ling Yaoyao said, okay. The flexible maneuverability of the battleship is not as good as that of the mecha, but the firepower of the hot weapon is definitely much better than that of the mecha, although it consumes much more energy. Yaoyao has a weak physique and can't last long, and it was he who was negligent in considering being an older brother before. Even if it is an SS-class Zerg, although it has been a little longer since it was born, it is also endless. Wei Yuan had to be ruthless, and while they still had a little strength, they would withdraw from Bui City as soon as possible. With other combat divisions there, Bui City can hold on for at least a while, and they have been here and cannot turn the situation around. He himself is fine, his uncle Wei Ling has news again, and he, the heir of the Wei family, is not irreplaceable. But Yaoyao must not have an accident. Zhao Qingyun, the young master of the Zhao family, must not die here. If you want to save more people, you must save yourself first. Wei Yuan made such a decision, and after a while, the SS-class giant shell worm fell completely under the continuous bombardment of the miniature battleship. Ling Yaoyao felt a little sorry. Several parts of the head of this giant shell worm were scorched by the Qiang forces' pow bomb, and the giant shell was also torn apart, and the inside seemed to have been blown up, but it can be eaten when cooked. The big deal is to cut off the charred part of the surface. She held Qiang in her breath, exerted a lot of mental power, and put the giant scale insect into the space button. Because of this giant scale worm, she almost died in the mouth of the insect, and her blood vine baby was also seriously injured. Of course, she had to take it back to eat and make up for it. Next, Ling Yaoyao took the blood vine and Zhao Qingyun and boarded the battleship together. In addition, Ling Yaoyao did not forget to bring Ding Cheng, the two S-class combat divisions who had been injured and seriously injured in the Divine Domain before, and several other injured A-class combat divisions, leaving them here, only for the rations of the Zerg tribe. The battleship is not big, and it is still possible to squeeze it to accommodate 20 or 30 people. But their warship may not be a safe haven. As soon as everyone came up, Wei Yuan briefly introduced himself, and then said his plan. We want to find out the direction of the SSS-level Insect Emperor, as well as the approximate number of high-level Zerg races around us, so that we can provide the reinforcements with the most detailed information possible. If you follow us, there may be greater danger, and you decide whether to follow us or not. Hearing the words of the SSS-level Insect Emperor, how can there be no fear? A few of the fighter divisions who were not seriously injured immediately turned their heads and left, but more people still stayed on the battleship, because they were all seriously injured, and staying here could only be a certain death. A young combat division couldn't help crying. Will there really be reinforcements? Ling Yaoyao comforted everyone. There will definitely be reinforcements. The Songlong Legion will come soon, don't worry. That's what she said, but Ling Yaoyao didn't have any bottom in her heart. In Wei Yuan Chao, he controlled the battleship to fly out in the direction of the insect nest. Not long after leaving the city, a huge roar of warships sounded over the city of Bui. From the results of the battleship scanning feedback, those are the most heroic special forces of the Songlong Legion, the battleships of the Nighthawk team, and in the depths of the barren mountains and huge mountains not too close to Bui City, the legendary SSS-level Insect Emperor also ushered in its first Gone Disturber. Because the SSS-level Insect Emperor's mental power attack wave was too terrifying, within a radius of a kilometer, those who did not have SS-level mental power could not withstand the Qiang momentum and endless bewitching mental power fluctuations, so Ling Xian only brought 4 or 5 people with him and drove mecha and miniature fighters into the mountains. The other Jing heroes who did not have SS-level mental power were all sweeping thousands of meters away, trying to lure away the countless SS-class Zerg guards around the SSS-level Insect Emperor. Ling Xian drove the mecha Ling Yun alone, entered the distance of the SSS-level Insect Emperor within a kilometer, and before seeing the Insect Emperor, he first used his mental power tentacles fiercely, defiantly sending an attack signal to it. This is likely to anger the SSS-class Insect Emperor and make it go all out against him, but it can also reduce the blessing of the SSS-level Insect Emperor to the ordinary Zerg in the outside world. His chances of an accident can be much smaller because now the Zerg attack is behind the layout of the tower worm stars, so that he can deliberately set up a lot of Zerg on the battlefield where Ling Xian is located before, so that he can't get out, and plan to use the resources and manpower of the entire planet of Elon Star to cultivate the SSS-level insect emperor that they have spent endless resources to cultivate, so that it can grow from the infancy stage to adulthood as soon as possible. So that Ling Xian, the SSS-level Tianjiao, can be completely gone. The Ling family is now too prestigious, and the imperial family has long been jealous. No matter which prince sits on that throne, they will never like to have to look at the face of the Ling family. Only when Ling Xian, the most powerful young genius in the Huanhua Empire, died, Xiaoming could usher in the day when he would truly show his prominence, and he would be able to sit on the throne in the future, and he would be able to sit more comfortably. On the miniature battleship, Ling Yaoyao thought about this, feeling a little powerless, obviously had foreseen many things, but still couldn't prevent these established things from happening. Even if she didn't provoke Xiaoming to disgust him after crossing over, the Ling family had never done anything bullying, but Xiaoming and the Nada Worm Star Alliance still wanted to get rid of Ling Xian and defeat the Ling family. No, what the Tower Worm Star Alliance is really plotting is the entire Huanhua Empire. If they don't get rid of Ling Xian as soon as possible, Ling Xian will definitely become the biggest obstacle to their desire to invade the Huanhua Empire in the future. Although the SSS-level insect emperor still appeared, and it also caused a lot of damage in the Elon Star, but the number of people injured was not much, and the Songlong Legion also arrived in time, and now the SSS-level insect emperor has just been born, and the strength of the SSS level has not yet grown into a terrifying existence of the SSS level. Ling Yaoyao quickly ate the easy-to-store auxiliary food that he usually prepared, such as worm cakes, worm jerky, medicinal soup, auxiliary healing drinks, etc., quickly replenishing his own lost mental power and physical strength. Fortunately, this diet is the most gentle and has no side effects, because the energy is very high, and you don't need to eat much. And Wei Yuan and Zhao Qingyun were also eating auxiliary healing food, obviously knowing that they were temporarily safe, but they still couldn't forget the experience of nearly losing SS-level insect mouths several times before, so they didn't care about tasting it carefully, they just wanted to restore their strength as soon as possible. The only consolation is that these auxiliary foods and concentrated medicinal soups, although not as hot as freshly baked fresh and fragrant, are also very delicious, so that their tired body and mind have been comforted by the most gentle and comfortable. Even Bloodvine Luo 012 used the only 3 tentacles left, and swallowed the blood-nourishing medicinal soup prepared by Ling Yaoyao for it, and when the power of the void in the body was slightly replenished, new tentacles were born, and many hands were buried in it. While eating, 012 also cried for comfort and praise in his consciousness. "I'm tired of the baby. But fortunately, Master, you are fine." "Master, am I amazing today?" Ling Yaoyao reached out and touched the top of its scattered branches and leaves, and said distressedly, 012 is the best. You eat more and rest for a while. Now 012 is not only injured by the branches and leaves, but also by the vitality. Because it sacrifices the blood in its body to give birth to Rattan to entangle the SS-class giant-scale insect, the loss is very huge. Fortunately, the time is not long, otherwise it is not impossible to fall back to the 4th level. 012 has fought hard to fight the enemy across levels this time, and the experience of breaking through the shackles of his own level in battle has also benefited 012 a lot. If the supplementary resources are sufficient, 012 may be able to break through the level and rise to level 6, which is equivalent to SS level. But Ling Yaoyao doesn't have much time now, so she has to wait for this wave of insects to pass. Because of the timely arrival of the Songlong Legion, the 3 main cities that have now encountered the worm nest have the strong assistance of the Songlong Legion's special forces, and the situation has improved rapidly. Although it is true that a small number of people were killed by the Zerg, the number is not large. The worst outcome that was previously expected, the destruction of combat divisions on the ground and the use of civilians in emergency shelters underground as rations, would never happen now. Wei Yuan's previous plan was also useless. Wei Yuan planned to send all the wounded in the warship to Uni City, and then make a long-term plan. But Ling Yaoyao had other plans, but before her adventure plan was implemented, she also needed to return to Uni City to rest for a while, and then quickly make some of the most efficient auxiliary healing food with the SS-level insect meat that had just arrived. In the rest cabin, Dingqing, who had eaten the auxiliary medicinal meal given by Ling Yaoyao before and has now regained 50% or 60% of his strength, is helping to take care of the wounded. Seeing Ling Yaoyao and Wei Yuan walking out of the cockpit, Ding Qing looked at her with some joy. Ling Yaoyao took out some of the medium and high-level auxiliary healing foods that she usually intended to reserve more, such as worm jerky, worm meat slices, worm meat pies, concentrated medicinal soup, flower tea, etc., most of which were suitable for a level physique, put them on the table next to her, and said to Ding Qing, "Thank you again, you saved me from danger before. There may be war next, these should be used by you, although it is not as fast as the auxiliary medicine, but fortunately, there are no side effects, please accept it." Ding Qing hurriedly refused. "No, classmate Ling, you still keep it for yourself. Even if I hadn't done it at the time, you wouldn't have been in danger. You have saved me now, otherwise I will die sooner or later if I stay there with the extent of my injuries." Ling Yaoyao was not good at pushing around, so she had to look at Wei Yuan for help. Wei Yuan said gently, "Please don't refuse, this is just a little thank you from my sister. If you don't accept it, the little girl will be uneasy." At this point, Ding Qing stopped refusing and put away all the things. Ling Yaoyao once again took out the few remaining bottles of middle and high-level insect meat medicinal soup, and asked Ding Qing to help give it to the wounded who had damaged the divine domain, so as not to fall into the root of the disease and be difficult to recover in the future. As for the more serious injuries to the body, they can be treated by relying on the medical cabin, and it is not necessary to have medicinal soup, and Ling Yaoyao is not thick or thin, and everyone is given at least one excipient drink with a slightly weaker curative effect. For this, everyone is grateful and grateful. A young combat master who looked like a student couldn't help but ask, "Classmate Ling, aren't you a food therapist? Why do you still drive a mecha?" Someone else asked strangely, "I heard that this sister paper is the sister of Ling Xian, god of war. Why does young Master Wei also call her sister?" Now that she is on the battlefield, Ling Yaoyao's combat power has been sharpened very well, and there is no need to hide her double cultivation of combat assistance. As for the fact that Ling Yaoyao is the daughter of the Wei family, it is no longer a secret in the upper-class circle of the imperial capital Star, and it is only a matter of time before it is announced to the outside world. Wei Yuan said softly, "Ling Xian is Yaoyao's adopted brother, and I am her cousin. Yaoyao has the bloodline of the ancient clan of the high-level Green Stars, and the double cultivation of combat assistance is caused by the talent of awakening the bloodline, and learning mecha technology is also to protect oneself." Today, Qing was forced to play. She had to play on the field, she was not physically weak, and her combat strength was not as good as that of a real combat division, and today fortunately, with the help of Ding Qing's classmates, Yaoyao was able to get out of the mouth of the insect. Please don't publicize this matter too much. To be precise, it is the Green Star Imperial family, but the Green Star Alliance is no longer a royal rule and has been changed to a democratic rule of law system, and it is more appropriate to rename it the Gu clan. Although there is no need to hide it, but with a name of more fierce than many combat divisions, Ling Yaoyao's life will definitely not be able to live in peace, and there may be many competitive combat divisions to find Yaoyao to compete. Therefore, Wei Yuan is particularly concerned about Ling Yaoyao's physical strength. Everyone admired Ling Yaoyao's background is really delicate, and while her own talent is extraordinary, they also admire her as an auxiliary healer with a weak physique, but her mecha combat level is still so powerful. However, everyone can't be jealous, let alone feel that Ling Yaoyao's achievement is purely due to the protection of the family. Her efforts are obvious to all, as a food therapist, but she is willing to follow the combat division to this most dangerous Elon star to experience hardships. In addition, they all got on Wei Yuan's battleship and ate Ling Yaoyao's auxiliary healing food, which can be called a life-saving favor, so naturally they would not say that Ling Yaoyao was not good. For Wei Yuan's request, everyone agreed again and again. When they arrived at Uni City, Ling Yaoyao found that this side was not peaceful, and they began to be invaded by the Zerg, but fortunately, the number was not too large, and the source of the Zerg had been intercepted by the Tsung Legion, and the number of Zerg was insufficient, and now it was approaching the end of the battle and began to clean up. Wei Yuan found a place near the hospital and put down the combat divisions who had basically regained their ability to act. Ding Qing looked at Ling Yaoyao, and said goodbye with a slightly red face with a slightly handsome face, "Classmate Ling, be careful, there will be a period in the future." Ling Yaoyao smiled and nodded, "Take care too. If you need help in the future, you can go to a food therapy shop to find me." Seeing that Ding Qing and those combat divisions had gone far away, Zhao Qingyun said very unhappily on the side, "There is a fart." Did he think that if he helped Yaoyao, what other opportunity could he have? The implication is that Lao Tzu is the grandson of the dignified marshal, with S-level mental power and SS-level physique, There is no chance. The communication signal of Uni City is normal. Xiao Mingyao received their communication, and immediately drove out to meet them, and said that on the way to Uni City, they encountered an SS-class giant wing. Yishi was attacked by the giant worm's mental power attack wave, and now the mental power domain is seriously damaged, and the Yi family is recuperating. Saying that, Xiao Mingyao's eyes were full of eagerness when he looked at Ling Yaoyao. Sister Yao, do you still have medicinal soup and auxiliary food? In Ling Yaoyao's space button, there were only 10 concentrated medicinal soups left that improved the mental power of the 5th level, which was very difficult to make, and it had to be jointly cooperated with Su Qinghe. And it does not apply to Yishi's current situation. Ling Yaoyao shook her head and said, not for the time being, I'll rush to make a batch. I need to borrow the kitchen of the Yi family, and please lead the way quickly. In this way, the Shui Split Star team went to the Yi family's permanent villa in Uni City together. The black market boss Yi Xiaoqing was not at home, but was busy outside, commanding and mobilizing the industries and forces under his name, striving to minimize the losses in this bug nest, and trying to find ways to see if he could collect more bugs. And be prepared in case the Nighthawk team of the Songlong Legion can't withstand the SSS-level Insect Emperor. He has to prepare to move immediately with his wife, children, and capable subordinates. Let's say that the SS-class Megatera that Xiao Mingyao and Yishi encountered was very terrifying, and it could fly, and under the joint efforts of the two, Xiao Mingyao also barely cut off one of the wings of the SS-class Megatera. But because of this, the giant winged insect was furious, and used the most powerful mental power to attack Yishi. Xiao Mingyao saw that Yishi was injured, had no intention of fighting, and fled all the way with Yishi. Fortunately, the giant winged insect was missing a wing, and although the newly spawned meat wings were barely usable, their power was greatly reduced and they could not catch up. Xiao Mingyao said hatefully, I brought its wings back, which are 7 or 8 meters long. Yao Mei, you will make the wings of this giant winged insect for Yishi to eat later. Although the curative effect may not be better than the SS-class giant scale insect in Ling Yaoyao's hand, it is relieving to eat, Wei Yuan said suspiciously, didn't I tell you to hurry at full speed? So good, why do you want to provoke that giant worm? Could it be that you want to eat it yourself? Xiao Mingyao said with a guilty conscience, didn't I think that our grandma and Yishi's mother all need SS-level insect meat? I can't kill one, I can always cut some meat from it. Ling Yaoyao didn't care about ridiculing Xiao Mingyao's point about Yishi, everyone understood, so he was careful to admit that he didn't want to admit it, so he took the space button containing the SS-class giant winged insect from Xiao Mingyao's hand and went straight to the Yi family's kitchen. Xiaoshu and Yi Hui were guarding Yishi in the medical room, and when they heard the movement, they hurriedly came out to entertain the guests. If it was an ordinary guest, Xiaoshu naturally had no intention of entertaining it this time, but they were all Yishi's friends, and even Ling Yaoyao, who made the auxiliary healing food with excellent curative effect to nourish her body, also came, and in Yishi's words of comfort, Ling Yaoyao's auxiliary healing food could even cure the damage, mutilation, and collapse of the divine domain, which made Xiaoshu not excited. Unlike Yishi, who was more handsome than boys, Xiaoshu looks like a very gentle beauty, and her temperament is also very weak, but Yi Hui's facial features are more like her. Thinking about it, Yishi should look more like her father. Afraid of hindering Ling Yaoyao from making auxiliary healing food, Xiaoshu did not go to the kitchen to disturb, first met with Wei Yuan and others, and then took them to visit Yishi together. And Ling Yaoyao was in the kitchen, and found that Xiao Mingyao gave her one of the wings of the giant wing. In addition to no hair, there was blood inside, and the meat quality was more inclined to birds. Compared to the SS-class giant scale insect in her hand, which needs to be simmered slowly for a long time, it is much more convenient and efficient to make. Ling Yaoyao took a large part of it, divided it into small sections with a cutter, and collected all the blood that flowed out, which was a great supplement for blood vine 012. Ling Yaoyao made a lot of fried insect wing willows, roasted insect wings meat, braised insect wings and other convenient foods. In order to maximize the curative effect of SS-level insect meat, he also stewed a large pot of insect wing ginseng wormcore soup, which is a relatively fast medicinal soup. The medicinal soup with SS-class giant shell insects as the main ingredient was also boiled. In addition, Ling Yaoyao also made a large pot of worm blood vermicelli soup. There was not so much time to boil the broth. The soup base was added with Ling Yaoyao's homemade thick soup treasure. Only a small part of this food was for the friends and the Yi family as a staple food, but most of it was left for blood vine 012. There was no vermicelli added to it, it was all added with various insect meat silk. Except for the medicinal soup that needs to be stewed for a long time, the rest is made in less than an hour. and Ling Yaoyao asked the intelligent robot to send it out to the friends. Because she deliberately made more portions, the rest was packed in food boxes. Although the curative effect is not so good, it is faster and more convenient, and when it is ready, let the intelligent robot help her install it with a hose. When the worm wing ginseng and worm brown soup that needs to be boiled for at least 2 hours is boiled, Ling Yaoyao takes out a small half, quickly cools it to a slightly warm level, and instructs the robot to put it into the hose, so she has to eat a small bowl of worm blood vermicelli soup quickly. After all this, it was already 3 hours before Ling Yaoyao came out of the kitchen. After eating the auxiliary healing food made by Ling Yaoyao, Yishi is now in much better condition, and the injury in the divine domain has not continued to deteriorate. And Wei Yuan, Qiao Mingyao, and Zhao Qingyun, after eating and resting for a while, the three of them went out together, and it is said that they went to hunt the remaining Zerg in Uni City outside. He also left a message for Xia Shu to convey on his behalf, asking Ling Yaoyao to rest well and not to go to them. Yi Hui whispered, "Obviously I went to the wild to hunt that SS-class giant-winged insect." Xia Shu patted Yi Hui's head and motioned for him not to talk nonsense. Yi Hui said confidently, "I didn't promise them not to say it. Sister Yaoyao has the right to know. It was good for them to let Sister Yaoyao stay to rest, but they shouldn't hide it." After saying that, Xia Shu had to comfort Ling Yaoyao. "Miss Ling, please don't worry, I also sent 4 S-class combat divisions with them to deal with an injured SS-class giant wing, and they have a miniature battleship in their hands, so it shouldn't be dangerous." Ling Yaoyao had a plan. She originally planned to hide it from everyone, but after listening to Yi Hui's words, she decided not to hide it anymore. He said directly, "It stands to reason that I shouldn't take risks, but if I don't go, I'm uneasy. I have a very important person who is in danger at the moment, and my life is in danger at any time, and I have to help him." Xia Shu has been very well protected by her husband over the years, and she is not often seen by outsiders, but as the wife of a black market boss, her thinking is not slow. She thinks of Ling Yaoyao's identity, the adopted daughter of the Ling family, Ling Xian's adopted sister and lover. Xia Shu's eyes widened, and she quickly dissuaded, "Miss Ling, absolutely not. The place where Major General Ling is located is the nest of the SSS-level insect emperor, which is very dangerous." Ling Yaoyao smiled slightly and said, "I am fortunate to hear the story of Mr. and Mrs. Yi from Yishi. At the beginning, Mr. Yi was unable to accompany him in the Elon Star nuclear accident, and he regrets it to this day. I don't want him to regret it for the rest of his life if something happens to him, and maybe he won't even have a chance to make amends. Don't worry, I'm not looking for a dead end. In addition to being a food therapist, I am also an SS-level combatant, and I also have several medicinal soups that can temporarily increase the level of mental power, and it is always no problem to protect myself along the way." Ling Yaoyao had said that she had made up her mind that she would not change. Xia Shu couldn't stop it, so she had to force her to force an SS-level energy defense ring that she had always carried with her. The highest energy defense ring can generally only be S-level, and this SS level is extremely rare, which was built by Yi Shaoqing for her with a lot of money. Ling Yaoyao refused to ask for it, but Xia Shu insisted, and even Yi Shi, who was slightly better, came out of the house and asked Ling Yaoyao to accept it, and Ling Yaoyao put it on. In addition, he also told Ling Yaoyao the specific location of the insect emperor that the Yi family's forces had found from afar, so that she would not spend more unnecessary effort to find it. After completing these preparations, Ling Yaoyao summoned the mecha Ling Bo, who had almost repaired itself, and brought 012, who was going to stay with her life and death, and rushed towards the SSS-level insect emperor. In the depths of the SSS-level insect emperor's nest, Ling Xian had already directly confronted the insect emperor. The legendary SSS-level insect emperor is now just stuck in the depths of Dongxue and cannot be moved. The huge peach-shaped meat mountain, leaning against the top of the tip, has 9 small black eyeballs that can be rotated at will, and at the bottom of the worm meat, there are many slender white insect silks. The huge meat peachworm emperor was white and tender, and there was a circle of pink under the eyeballs of the suspected cheeks, which looked strangely cute. Ling Xian drove Ling Yun, was constantly entangled by thousands of insect filaments, and finally broke free, blasting a pow towards the huge insect mountain, but he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, leaving only a slightly charred mark. Occasionally, he could get close to it, and with a laser blade, he could barely cut off a layer of skin on his body, but the scary thing was that the cut-off skin meat would soon be picked up by it with insect silk and sent to its mouth to eat, and then the wound healed instantly. Even if Ling Xian tried to destroy the cut insect meat, the insect emperor could infinitely extend its insect silk, and use the tiny tentacle to absorb the SS-class Zerg subordinates thousands of meters away to make up for itself. What's even more terrifying is that the SSS-level Insect Emperor still used mental power wave to convey the message of his thoughts to Ling Xian. Oh, it's so painful, you human bug is good or bad, people haven't done anything wrong, they just want to eat enough, why are you hitting me? Woo woo, it hurts so much, I want to eat you. Ling Xian. It was not difficult for Ling Yaoyao to find the location of the SSS-level Insect Emperor, but the difficult thing was that the Nighthawk team of the Xonglong Legion stationed outside the barren mountain where the Insect Emperor was located issued a warning from a distance, not letting her in at all. He also made a suspended warning sign in the air area. This is an SS-level danger zone, and no civilians are allowed to enter. Ling Yaoyao knew that this was also for the safety of ordinary people, except for the Insect Emperor. The insects were densely packed with S-class and SS-level Zerg races, a combat division that boasts good combat power. It is enough to assist in hunting down the S-class and SS-class Zerg who escaped the net on the periphery a little further away. And running to this base camp of all high-level Zerg is simply looking for death. Ling Yaoyao observed next to the cordon for a while, but it was actually not as dangerous as imagined, because the S-class and SS-class Zerg here were all newly born mini-forms, and their strength was discounted compared to adult bodies. After all, there was nothing near the barren mountains to replenish their energy, and even the roughness and stones on the soil surface were eaten up by the insects in front of them. But it doesn't mean that these Zerg are very weak, they are affected by the fierce Qiang of the mental power control wave from the blessing of the Insect Emperor, and their minds are full of crazy obsessions of eating, and they have to be very careful when dealing with them, because their teeth are so good that even mechas can gnaw on them. The SSS-level Insect Emperor has now confronted Ling Xian head-on, and for the time being, he can't distinguish a lot of mental power to control the insect people on a small half-planet, but it is still possible to control the high-level insects on the outskirts of the barren mountain. This also means that Ling Xian did not gain much advantage against the Insect Emperor and fell into a stalemate, otherwise the Insect Emperor would not have the strength to bless its core brother with a manic buff. Ling Yaoyao is here, how can he be stopped by the small warning sign? She pretended not to see it, and went straight inside. 2 A-level mecha soldiers came over to intercept her. Ling Yaoyao relied on her own Lingbo mecha Xing to be so fast, all kinds of changes in the trajectory, dexterous and slippery. I've never seen someone who has to rush to a critical combat area to die. The soldiers looked at Lingbo's appearance. It was obvious that it was a female mecha, and it was very similar to their boss mecha Lingyun, even if they didn't know Ling Yaoyao's identity. They could guess that she should have a lot to do with Ling Xian, so they didn't dare to use force against her as soon as they came up. When the interceptor hesitated for a moment, Ling Yaoyao had already left them behind. The soldiers on the periphery had no choice but to report this abnormal phenomenon layer by layer, and finally reported to Qingbina, who temporarily replaced Ling Xian in charge of the Nighthawk. After a while, Ling Yaoyao was still stopped by the net formed by the S-class mecha and fighters in the middle, and asked her to retreat immediately, otherwise she would be dealt with by military law. Ling Yaoyao knew that Ling Xian would definitely not be there at this time, so she took out the posture of her original arrogant lady, and shouted back in a delicate voice, "Military law deals with a fart. I am not from your team, and the SSS-level Insect Emperor is not from your family. You are allowed to kill, why don't you allow me to kill you?" However, these military barbarians did not reason with her, but all the mecha and fighter planes aimed at Ling Bo and started the countdown. Ling Yaoyao doesn't have eggs and hurts, these people have the kung fu to fight her, and they are enough to kill several Zerg. No matter how powerful her Ling Bo is, she can't fight against 10. Ling Yaoyao could only turn on the external amplification communication mode and shouted loudly, "Is Qingben here? I am Ling Yaoyao. I'm going in to find Ling Xian." Ling Yaoyao thought that she would report her name, and also showed that she was very familiar with Qingben and was looking for Ling Xian, and this time it would definitely be unimpeded. The highest-ranking major in the row of soldiers who stopped her said coldly, "I don't care if you are 011 or 110, I know Adjutant Qing or the Emperor Lao Tzu, this is a critical war zone, and if you don't let in, you are not allowed to enter. Major General Ling is not something that everyone can see if they want to see it." Ling Yaoyao was almost laughed angrily, "Very good, you successfully attracted the attention of Miss Ben and told me your name. Brother Major, during the battle, I will not accept any pickup." Ling Yaoyao was stunned, and almost wanted to ask, "Is it okay to say that it is not a combat period?" Wait, she didn't come to tease the drama, brother. Just when the major ordered Ling Yaoyao to be expelled from the country, Qingben finally arrived here in time with the mecha, and he hurriedly shouted, wait, this ant can't make it." The major brother spoke righteously and asked Qingben, Colonel Qing, are you trying to use power for personal gain? Violating military regulations? Qingben wiped his face in the mecha. This is Major General Ling's sister. Major brother, even if Major General Ling's own mother comes, there is no reason to allow non-combatants to enter the critical war zone. Qingben finished the remaining half, and Ling Xian mental power match degree of more than 90% fiancé. SS rank healer and combatant. Generally speaking, non-combatants are never allowed to enter the critical war zone, but under the Qing situation that both the combat division and its exclusive auxiliary therapist agree to, it is not a special case that there is no exclusive auxiliary therapist to accompany them, because this can be timely for the combat division to carry out mental power auxiliary therapy and guidance, and the possibility of the combat division being attacked by the mental wave and falling into mental mania. And mental power collapse is minimized. The premise is to be fully prepared and try to protect the delicate and frail therapist. However, the healer himself is still an SS class combatant and can be said to be able to protect himself. At least this situation is simply unprecedented. Qingben is not only Ling Xian's adjutant, but also Ling Xian's good buddy, and he knows enough about Ling Yaoyao's information to dare to make an exception for Ling Yaoyao and say Qing to let her in, otherwise give him 10 courages, and he doesn't dare to let Ling Yaoyao in. Of course, Qingben knew that Ling Xian's current Qing condition in the mountain was not very good, and it could even be said that he was biased towards the weak, and he couldn't hurt the Insect Emperor's meat body at all, and he was attacked by the Insect Emperor several times with the mental power wave, and now he was a little mildly manic. And the other 5 people who followed Ling Xian in, 3 of them were temporarily promoted to SS level by taking the very rare level 6 mental power enhancement potion, and they could only last for half an hour. Now that half an hour has passed, all 3 of them have fallen into a state of weakness and have to retreat. One of them withdrew a little slower, and also fell into the chaos of the god. The remaining 2 SS level people also began to fall into mania, and staying in it actually couldn't help Ling Xian much, and there was a ration that almost became the Insect Emperor, so both of them were kicked out by Ling Xian. But when Ling Yaoyao came, the situation was different, not to mention anything else, at least it could ensure that Ling Xian would not fall into the collapse of the god. Of course, he would also rearrange for people to take the mental power enhancement potion, accompany Ling Yaoyao in, and try his best to protect her personal safety. Qingben saw that the major stopped talking, and said persistently, if something happens to Major General Ling because of this, can you afford it? If he blames me, I will bear it. At this point, the major had to let others let go of Ling Yaoyao's interception, but he stayed, indicating that even if he wanted to let Ling Yaoyao in, he had to keep an eye on it himself. People are put in from his protective net, and he has to be responsible for Ling Yaoyao's life safety. Whether she is Major General Ling's sister, fiancé, or ordinary people. In order to make Qingben feel more at ease, Ling Yaoyao got straight to the point and said, I have 10 5-level superior mental power enhancement medicinal meals in my hand, and I can raise a god level for 10 minutes for S level and below, without any side effects. You can take it again after half an hour. SS level can be upgraded by 2 small levels. SSS level can be raised by a small level. This is based on the mental power enhancement auxiliary medicine soup developed by her and Su Qinghe on the Star Network, which is made in reality, because the mildest medicinal materials are used, and they are mainly cooked with dietary therapy, and finally have no side effects at all. The envisioned 5-level upper and upper timeliness has doubled, but Ling Yaoyao can't do it for the time being. But this effect is also very good. For example, the 6th level mental power enhancement potion lasts for half an hour, but the side effect is that the mental power is weak for a full day. Although Qingben was very surprised by Ling Yaoyao's strength, he did not doubt it, and couldn't help but say, this is great. I will take this medicinal soup with Major Li and send you in. Qingben and Major Li's mental power are both S+, and if you raise a big level, it is SS+, and more importantly, there are no side effects, and it will not delay them from continuing to command and fight in the future. Ling Yaoyao thought for a while and said, just one of you accompany me in. This medicinal soup, it is best to leave more for Ling Xian to take, upgrade to SSS upgrade, and then deal with the SSS level Insect Emperor. You can always take a little more advantage. Although Major Li doubted whether Ling Yaoyao really had such a magical mental power enhancement medicinal soup in his hand, he still unswervingly continued to ask for help. Qingben himself is also responsible for supervising and dispatching the entire Nighthawk team, and Major Li is indeed more suitable. So, Ling Yaoyao arrived at the mouth of the barren mountains under the inseparable protection or surveillance of the iron-blooded cold-faced major. Ling Yaoyao passed through the mecha transmission channel and put a piece of mental power enhancement concentrated medicinal soup into Major Li's hand. After the two of them each took the medicinal soup, they seized the time to turn on the mecha as quickly as possible and entered the mountain. The timeliness of this medicinal soup is only 10 minutes. Ling Yaoyao's own mental power is SS level, and she can still barely support it for a while after the curative effect, but Major Li may not be. Led by a guide, Ling Yaoyao was not afraid to run in the dark mountains, but unfortunately he couldn't stop and hunt the entire SS class and S-class Zerg that seemed to be still in the larval stage along the way. Those behemoth insects that grow to more than 10 meters or even tens of meters in adulthood look like cute little ones of half a meter or 1 or 2 in this place where they have just been conceived. They are weak and hungry, so pitiful that they can only desperately eat soil. No wonder this mountain is so big, and it is the road that dares to be eaten by them. Ling Yaoyao sucked her saliva a little out of place. I always feel that the larval insects should be very tender, even began to imagine, I don't know what the legendary SSS level insect emperor looks like? It is still in its infancy, and the meat quality must be incomparably tender and delicious. With such an urgent expectation, Ling Yaoyao followed Major Li and quickly entered the depths of the insect emperor's nest Shue. Seeing that Ling Yaoyao frequently used a scanner to probe the larval high-level Zerg in the mountain passage who kept trying to pounce on their mecha but couldn't reach it, or couldn't keep up with the speed, Major Li thought that the eldest lady was probably afraid, and comforted him with a rare stiff voice. Although these Zerg look scary, as long as you don't stop and take the initiative to provoke them, it's not enough to be afraid. Ling Yaoyao, I'm not afraid. How scared can a chef, HUO, be when he sees himself having to cook and fry all kinds of ingredients every day? Major Li only thought that the eldest lady must be hard-mouthed, and didn't say anything more. Soon the larval Zerg disappeared, turning into snow-white insect silk that almost covered the entire mountain, and from time to time caught a few larval Zerg clans out as rations, and the end of the filament continued to secrete small white particles, and those small particles rolled down to the ground, and they would continue to grow slowly until they became 30 or 50 centimeters of ruhuang-colored worm eggs, and then the larval Zerg broke out of the shell, and after eating their own eggshells in 3 or 5 bites, they began to crawl out. Generally speaking, the eggs that fall from a filament are all of the same race. If it weren't for the sound of mecha fighting coming from 100 meters in, Ling Yaoyao almost couldn't restrain herself and wanted to rush down to collect those insect eggs that looked super nutritious and delicious at first glance. This egg is definitely tastier than the larvae that haven't started eating soil yet. The next moment turned and entered a huge mountain with a diameter of 1,000 meters, and the tiny Ling Yun and the meat peachworm emperor like a meat mountain appeared in front of Ling Yaoyao. Ling Yaoyao finally couldn't help it, and shouted, "Wow, it's all meat. White and tender, super delicious at first glance." Hearing the movement of the machine mecha coming in outside, Ling Xian thought that one of his subordinates had come in to inquire about his situation, but under the manic mania, he cut the worm silk on Ling Yun's body, and was about to shout out those fools who couldn't help and could only drag him back, but suddenly heard a familiar voice that he had been thinking about for a long time. Ling Xian's heart that had been carrying it was finally a little relieved. Fortunately she was fine, but the next moment she couldn't help but be even more angry, and roared, "Ling Yaoyao! What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Get out!" Ling Yaoyao immediately spread Ling Bo's legs happily and ran over. "I don't want it, this insect emperor looks so delicious. There are many eggs and larvae outside. Oh my god, I have to take it back, I can eat it for a long time." Major Li, who followed Ling Yaoyao, he suddenly found the eldest lady it's even more terrifying than the insect emperor. Her first reaction when she saw such a terrible insect emperor was actually, "I really want to eat it." Ling Xian had protruding veins, and patiently told the insect emperor she Xing. Ling Yaoyao cheered, "Great, if you raise it, wouldn't there be endless insects? It seems to have a bit of a big appetite." The SSS level insect emperor couldn't understand human conversations, but it had ignorant consciousness and wisdom, and could sense the hints of people close to it. For example, Ling Xian saw it in his heart and wanted to kill it. The two new human bugs, the latter one also had similar ideas, but the female Xing human in front had the idea of eat. The emperor suddenly felt, wow, I found a confidant. This human understands it so well. Insects are born in the world just to eat. The insect emperor immediately sent a wave of mental power to Ling Yaoyao, and the voice sounded a little tender, neither male nor female. "Hi, do you like to eat too? What do you like to eat the most?" Ling Yaoyao quickly reacted. This seemed to be the insect emperor's thought wave. However, Ling Yaoyao seemed to be bewitched by the mental power of this insect emperor, and he couldn't restrain his truest thoughts at all, and subconsciously replied, I want to eat you the most, you look delicious. After answering, Ling Yaoyao was shocked to realize that her answer just now was actually then immediately prepared for the defense of the gods. At this time, the insect emperor's mind could no longer tempt and induce her. Who knows, the insect emperor actually came from another wave of joy over there, really? What a coincidence. I also like to eat myself the most. It's a pity that I only eat my own meat, I can't continue to grow up, except for myself. The worm eggs I gave birth to are the most delicious, then the little worms, and then the big worms. The blood of your human little worms tastes great. But my pups only ate for themselves and didn't bring them back to me. Why don't I give you some of my meat to eat, and you can share some of your meat for me to eat? The meat peachworm emperor felt that his proposal was fair, of course, because he realized that these three small human insects were a group, and the first one to come in was particularly difficult, and it was impossible to be willing to eat meat for it. The female Xing human bug that came in later has the same hobbies as it and should be easier to communicate with. Ling Yaoyao, although I really want to eat you, I don't want you to eat me. Ling Yaoyao, who was righteous enough to come to kill the insect emperor, felt a little guilty, but soon figured out that this was a world of weak food. The insect emperor wanted to eat them. In fact, he didn't do anything wrong. In their eyes, humans were their recipe. On the other hand, it is not wrong for them humans to want to eat Zerg. But let's see who is more capable. If she was soft on the almost naive insect emperor in front of her, after the insect emperor tasted human blood and felt that it was indeed irresistible for it, she would not be soft on her, Ling Xian, and the majority of humans. This is also thanks to the fact that they came earlier. Otherwise, when the insect emperor eats almost the entire people of Elon Star, the strength is terrifying, and Xinggu will never be like this again. Naive. Ling Yaoyao replied, no, I'm afraid of pain, I can't share blood with you. The insect emperor immediately echoed, what a coincidence, I'm also so afraid of pain. I must eat that little human bug that keeps cutting from me. The insect emperor naturally said Ling Xian. Ling Yaoyao and the peachworm emperor's ideas flowed in just a few moments. Ling Xian saw her in a daze, and it seemed that he was still chatting with the insect emperor, and he was immediately furious, and yelled again, tell you to go, what are you stupid about? Li Nan, take her out. The insect emperor over there was immediately filled with anger, isn't this little human bug your companion? Why is he so fierce to you? It's so annoying. Ling Yaoyao was embarrassed, and she didn't know how to explain that Ling Xian was doing this for her own good. It's not impossible to let her go out, but Ling Xian has to go out with her, and then discuss how to deal with this insect emperor to maximize the effect. But now the insect emperor looks very angry and will never let Ling Xian go. What should I do? However, without waiting for Ling Yaoyao to come up with a reason, Major Li listened to Ling Xian's order and immediately replied yes, he was going to come over and take Ling Yaoyao out. Ling Yaoyao had to dodge quickly. The insect emperor didn't know why this male human bug that came in with Ling Yaoyao also began to attack her, but it didn't have a bad impression of Ling Yaoyao, and it didn't like the male human who was also full of killing for it, so it stretched out the insect silk and easily took Li Nan's mecha entangled. The insect emperor also came to Ling Yaoyao to ask for credit, your human world is so complicated, you will turn your face when you say it. Look, I caught him for you. Ling Yaoyao was extremely entangled, even if you're so soft and cute, I still want to eat you. Mouth. The pink area on the face of the peachworm emperor suddenly enlarged a lot, and it looked like he was shy. Thank you for complimenting me on my cuteness. You're cute too. I want to eat you too. But I'm a little reluctant to eat you, I'm afraid that if I eat you, no one will praise me for being cute. The cubs are very well behaved, but they are too stupid to chat with me. Time didn't allow Ling Yaoyao to think too much. After all, Major Li barely came in by taking the medicinal diet to improve the mental power. The timeline was only 10 minutes, and after the time passed, his mental power domain could not resist under the terrible pressure of the insect emperor's terrible mental power. Ling Xian, on the other hand, was worried about Ling Yaoyao and couldn't bear her to stay in such a dangerous place for a long time, so he drove Ling Yan to launch the most Xiang attack, cut off the insect silk that entangled Li Nan, and then wrapped Ling Yaoyao's mecha with a long steel whip, insisting on dragging her out of the insect. Seeing that the three little human race insects were about to escape, the insect emperor was naturally unhappy. Especially the hateful guy who cut it down so many times, it must not be let go. In addition, the female Xing human who had just talked about the sky and had a common topic, it didn't want her to leave like this. Ling Yaoyao originally wanted to leave here first and discuss with Ling Xian the best plan to deal with the insect emperor, and of course he would not oppose Ling Xian's decision. Seeing that the insect emperor's insect silk was about to fly overwhelmingly again, Ling Yaoyao had an idea in an emergency, and said to the insect emperor in his consciousness, "Wait, I'll be another trade with you. I'll give you delicious meat, you let us leave first. You can fight and kill at any time, eating is the most important thing." The insect emperor's insect silk really fed a little. "What is delicious? I heard that humans are cunning, if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely eat with you." From the Jiao conversation just now, Ling Yaoyao has grasped the weakness of the insect emperor, although it likes to eat very much, but it is a very particular and picky worm, not at all like other newborn larvae. It can eat soil and eat very happily. This can also be seen from the fact that the insect emperor only wants to eat Ling Xian in the mecha, but he has no food for the hard Ling Yun mecha steel shell. If it weren't for being so picky, the meat texture of the insect emperor wouldn't look so white and tender and delicious. More importantly, the insect emperor is still a simple insect who likes to be praised and praised. Ling Yaoyao quickly praised and promised, "You are so cute, how could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, try it first, it's my processed insect cub meat. I guarantee you will want to eat it after eating." After saying that, Ling Yaoyao immediately divided the cooked food that he had prepared to eat for Ling Xian before: fried insect wing willows, braised insect wings, roasted insect wings, meat, etc., and threw them out from the mecha small object teleportation channel. These insects are not much, even if they are eaten by the insect emperor, they will not increase the energy in its body much. If the foodie insect king likes to cook supplementary healing food that repels impurities, he suddenly discovered, damn it turns out that my insect cubs can still be so delicious, maybe it can lure it into wanting to eat people to change, and then all problems will be much easier to solve. The insect emperor smelled the incomparably fragrant smell, and the whole insect was simply refreshed in its cognition. "Oh my god, is this really its worm cub meat? It doesn't look like it at all." Quickly cast its insect filaments, and rushed towards the insects scattered in mid-air. Each small piece was caught and rolled up, and then quickly sent into the big mouth. The taste of the three forms of insect food is slightly different, but no matter which one, it is delicious. The insect emperor felt that this was simply the most delicious food it had ever eaten since its birth. It's just that meat, the weight is not enough to stuff the baby's teeth, not enough, not enough. The insect emperor wanted to ask for more points from the female Xing human just now, but in the mountain, where is the trace of those three people? The insect emperor sensed that Ling Yaoyao was not far from the mountain. It struggled to move its body to chase it out, but found that it was too big, the passage was too small, and the whole insect couldn't move at all before the SSS upgrade. The energy in the body is insufficient, and the insect emperor cannot perform space jumping. After the insect emperor ate the supreme delicacy, it was even more impossible for him to wrongfully eat the soil in a desperate situation. The insect emperor had to desperately drain the previously injected energy body in his body through the tentacles at the tip of the insect's silk. The small white particles instantly turned into small insect eggs. Previously, the insect emperor ordered those larvae, "Hurry up and eat more soil, grow up and go out to eat meat." Now the insect emperor's mind and instructions to the larvae have become, "Eat soil and eat soil quickly. Only soil is allowed." Although the larvae will be controlled by the insect emperor's mental power, their genes still like to eat people the most. Eating soil, rough and metal, is a last resort, and I am a little confused. Why can I only eat soil? No, the baby is going out to eat people. The insect emperor suddenly became anxious, and in a hurry he learned to fool the insect cub and his subordinates. The soil is the most delicious. What kind of person to eat? If you don't eat the soil obediently, I will eat you now. Outside the mountain, the three of them had already left the insect emperor for a long distance. Ling Xian coldly dropped a sentence to Major Li, "Please return to the team by yourself." Then he continued to pull Ling Yaoyao's mecha and flew towards the main battleship stationed on the barren mountain void. The Zerg in several main cities were almost wiped out, and most of the newly produced Zerg armies were destroyed by the Nighthawk team stationed outside the mountain. The dilemma of the Elon star worm nest has been temporarily solved, and if you want to completely solve the root cause of the insect emperor, you need to think about it in the long run. After several temptations, Ling Xian also found that the current insect emperor did not have the legendary space leap ability, so he left for a while. As long as the Nighthawk team could still hold the dome mouth, it would be fine for the time being. Ling Xian fought continuously for most of the day, and fell into a mild manic state, and he really needed to rest. He was not here to die with this insect emperor. Ling Yun and Lingbo, the first close contact, it was actually in such a form. The two mecha agents didn't care that their masters were awkward now, and they were chatting very lively in private. Ling Yun's image is Ling Xian's Q version, a face that looks like Ling Xian's iceberg, but his tone is very dong. Lingbo little baby, you can be considered born. I finally have a girlfriend. Ling Bo is the Q version of Ling Yaoyao's previous life image, and the little loli said coldly with a proud face, stinky and shameless, who is your girlfriend, think beautiful. Ling Yan was anxious, you were born my girlfriend, you see that your master is also my master's girlfriend. Ling Bo snorted, I don't admit it, no matter what the relationship between the masters is, you and I can be regarded as brother and sister at most. Mecha is not divided into Xing, but the Mecha main control chip agent will be set to the initial Xing image and approximate Xing grid, and the specific Xing grid depends on their respective acquired development. Lingyun Lingbo is both from the hand of Mecha Master Sophia, but Lingyun has 2 more Mecha makers, and if you calculate carefully, they seem to be indeed brother and sister. Lingyun suddenly became even more dong, our master was also a brother and sister relationship from the beginning. This is also during the non-combat period, the 2 mecha agents dared to chat like this, and Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, the 2 masters, were attracted by each other because their attention was attracted to each other, so they didn't notice that their mecha agents secretly poked open the hidden window and chatted privately. After entering the main battleship of the Nighthawk team, Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao came out of the mecha together. Ling Yun's mecha maintenance team was already waiting to check Ling Yun for errors and replenish energy. Ling Xian ordered the mecha repairman at the front, please overhaul Ling Bo too. After saying that, he glanced coldly at Ling Yaoyao, who was huddled at Ling Bo's feet, frowned and said, you can't come yet. Several mecha repairmen, both male and female, looked at Ling Bo, a mecha that looked similar to Ling Yun's appearance, in amazement, and looked at Ling Bo's owner with some curiosity, the beautiful girl who looked delicate and looked like an auxiliary therapist. I heard that a non-combatant civilian came to the dangerous battlefield below, who is said to be Major General Ling's sister and fiancé. Is it this girl Paper? It's stunningly beautiful. I heard that she was an adopted sister, and it seems that this fiancé was probably arranged for him by the Major General's family despite his wishes. Look, the girl Paper came to the door regardless of her own safety, but Major General Ling didn't look moved at all. You know, they have been Ling Yun's mecha repairers for so many years, but they have never seen Ling Xian bring any women back. Therefore, when they were sure that Ling Xian was not injured and the battle situation was slightly controlled, they couldn't help but feel a little gossipy. Ling Xian noticed everyone's gaze on Ling Yaoyao, and glanced over coldly, and everyone immediately concentrated on doing their own thing, and didn't dare to look at Ling Yaoyao again. Ling Yaoyao was also a little afraid of Ling Xian's sharp and cold momentum. Probably because he has been running around the battlefield for a long time, he has no time to rest and take care of himself. Ling Xian's eyes are a little black, and his beard has also grown, looking a little haggard, with his cold face, it looks super scary. But if she dragged on for a long time, Ling Xian would probably only become more angry. They have been separated for nearly 3 months, and even the last time they communicated directly was a long time ago, so he didn't miss her at all. Ling Yaoyao knew that Ling Xian must be angry that she would take the risk to come to him and go deep into the insect emperor's nest Xue, but she was also worried about him. Besides, she was not fine. However, for men in anger, quarreling and reasoning are useless. After Ling Yaoyao was mentally prepared, she raised a flattering smile, rushed towards Ling Xian quickly, and opened her arms, as if she wanted to beg for a hug. The 2 mecha repairers who were repairing the damage to the Ling Yun shell, although they didn't stare directly at these 2 people, their obscure eyes never left, they glanced at each other, and they had a little similarity with the girl, and they looked at each other with their eyes. What happened to the last beautiful woman who tried to give her a hug to our Major General, was kicked away by Ling Xian without pity, breaking several ribs. Look, Major General Ling's brows furrowed even deeper, and his eyes became more fierce. They can already imagine that this petite and beautiful young lady should also end up similarly, at most in terms of her status as a sister. The force of being kicked may be a little lighter, however, to the shock of the 2 of them, Ling Xian he also hugged the girl Paper tightly. He also pressed the head of the other sister Paper into his chest very affectionately. Ling Yaoyao felt that Ling Xian was holding her with strength, and she was almost strangled to breathe. She couldn't help but protest, no elder brother? Hurt. The man's clasp around her waist and the big palm on her head finally relaxed a little. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yaoyao felt that her body suddenly volleyed, and the whole person was hugged by Ling Xian in the posture of holding PP in order to prevent falling. Ling Yaoyao had to quickly stretch out her hands and wrap her arms around Ling Xian's neck. Ling Yaoyao was pinched by 2 rough fingers on her slender chin, forcing her to look up, and the man's fierce kiss came overwhelmingly. Ling Yaoyao protested no, his mouth was full of bitter taste left by all kinds of mental power and physical strength supplements, and his dregs made her hurt so much. Wait, and more importantly, there are still outsiders here. Besides, now is not the time to be intimate and crooked. There is also an insect emperor waiting for them to solve it. Ling Xian, who was in a mild manic state at the moment, didn't care about this, and the thirst he had suppressed for a long time suddenly broke out. Finally saw her, the little girl came to him despite her own danger, and smiled at him brilliantly, throwing herself into her arms. Of course, you have to kiss enough. If you don't dismantle her into your belly, you are already very restrained. Feeling that the little girl was kissed by him with tears in her eyes, Ling Xian's domineering and violent kiss finally became a little gentle, but he still reluctantly entangled her lips and tongue, sucking and kissing and tasting. Several mecha repairmen not far away. I was simply stunned. Oh my god, their Major General 10,000-year iron tree has blossomed. Finally, Ling Yaoyao was finally released, gasping, and was about to speak, but Ling Xian pressed back to his chest. Ling Xian glanced at the mecha repairers with warning and cold eyes, and dropped a sentence, "This is my fiancé, no one is allowed to chew on the root of the tongue." As he spoke, he hugged the girl in his arms tightly and strode towards the battleship captain's lounge. When it was not far away, several mecha repairmen could still vaguely hear the girl's muffled and ashamed protest, "When did I become your fiancé? How come I don't know?" Ling Xian didn't speak, just lowered his head and kissed Ling Yaoyao's slightly red and swollen cherry lips. Tell her with actions that the protest is invalid. He did not have time to propose, but he was ready to propose. There was an army of men everywhere, and if he didn't label her as extremely close to him, he always felt that everyone would covet his baby. Of course, when the battle subsides, he will plan the most casual proposal, and he will never accept an answer other than agree. When he found her biological parents, he also wanted to get rid of the word unmarried as soon as possible. Ling Yaoyao was kissed in a daze, but fortunately, because the battle was in full swing now, most of the soldiers went to the battlefield, and a small number of people did not need to go to the battlefield and had specific studios, and they didn't meet anyone along the way. When he arrived at Ling Xian's captain's lounge, Ling Yaoyao felt that he was placed on a soft chuan bed. Ling Yaoyao was suddenly shocked and retreated again and again, pulled the pillow on the side and smashed it on Ling Xian's body, blushing and scolding. "When is this? You actually..." Ling Xian easily caught the pillow she smashed. He had a dark and stern face, and explained in a cold voice, "I'm a little manic, I don't have so much time to calm down, I want you to help me with the guidance of the gods. A safe, relaxed, and private scene is more suitable." Although he has wanted to eat her for a long time, he will not be in a hurry to ignore the occasion. She is his treasure, worthy of the best, and he will wait for the time when she is willing to marry him. Besides, the little girl's physique is still too poor for AB level now, and she needs to be well raised. Ling Yaoyao listened to Ling Xian's explanation, her ears were red with shame, and she stammered, Who asked you not to make it clear?" Ling Xian fought on another battlefield for several days in a row, and the rest time every day was only a very short hour or two, so he hurried and rushed slowly, and gave the follow-up work to other non-sharp teams of the Tsunglong Legion. He hurried to Yilanqing, originally to make arrangements and meet her in advance, but who knew that Yilanqing was already in danger. These days, Ling Xian's body is very tense from mental power to his body, and he relies on nutrients to eat, and he doesn't know how much medicine he has drunk. Now I can take a short break from being a little busy, but also to continue fighting in a better state in the future. But he is a human after all, not a combat machine that only needs to be overhauled and recharged with energy, so he can't restrain his selfishness and pesters Ling Yaoyao for a while. He hugged the girl's slender shoulders and apologized seriously in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, just now it scares you." Ling Yaoyao reached out and touched his much thinner face, as well as the black-green under his eyes, and was very distressed. "It's okay, I forgive you." Saying that, Ling Yaoyao's forehead took the initiative to stick to Ling Xian's, and at the same time closed his eyes, protruding out of his pale golden body and exuding pale green light's tentacles, with a round tail and a cute shape. Ling Xian's divine domain had long been open for her, and the thick black and red divine tentacles gently wrapped around the small pale golden tentacles and carried it into her own sea of divine domain. Ling Xian's SSS level mental power domain is more than 10 times larger than Ling Yaoyao's own mental power domain C, very vast. In the center is the most important mental power core. Outside the mental power core is a cyclone-like mental power nebula, which continuously provides nourishing energy for the mental power tentacles on the periphery of the mental power domain. Between the mental power nebula and the Jing tentacles, there were many black Bano energy clusters, densely distributed, intercepting and absorbing the energy emitted by the mental power nebula in the middle. These black Bano energy clusters are the companion creatures that will inevitably be secreted when the combat division continues to kill, and when their number increases, it will encourage the combat master to continue to fight, kill everything until the mental power is exhausted, mutilated, and collapsed. Auxiliary healers who are highly compatible with the mental power can suit these Bano energies through the tail end of their mental power tentacles to become smooth and small or even eradicated completely. Just the most superficial preliminary mental power tentacle Jiao entanglement, the two of them immediately began to feel that this feeling was really comfortable and graceful. The guidance of the gods is a very intimate matter. Healers and combat masters with more than 80% of the mental power compatibility can sense the other person's current and recent most real thoughts through the Jiao touch of the mental power's tentacles. Even if they are married partners who are compatible with each other, they will not often carry out mental power guidance unless they are forced to do so, and every time before mental power guidance, they must deliberately organize and empty their thoughts. After all, even the closest partner has private things that they don't want anyone to know. Ling Xian was only in a mild state of manic now. If it weren't for the threat of the insect emperor, his level of mania could slowly reduce the size and number of Bano energy masses in the mental power domain to the normal range through auxiliary healing food. However, this kind of treatment takes longer to cure the symptoms rather than the root cause, and because the Bano energy mass still exists, it is easy to derive more, and fall into mania again. Ling Xian asked for this, thinking that she would be rejected by Ling Yaoyao, or she would at least have to struggle and hesitate for a while, sort out and empty her thoughts, before she would be willing to help him with divine guidance. Who knows, this girl was stunned without saying hello, so she put it on his forehead and reached out the tentacles of the god to throw herself into her arms. Ling Yaoyao could clearly feel that Ling Xian was extremely happy because of the arrival of her tentacles, and there was also a complex heart that loved and worried about her. There is also that Ling Xian doesn't hide his thoughts at all at the moment. So happy, so comfortable, so much loves you, wants to kiss you, wants to hug you, wants you. Even the aftermath of Ling Xian's thoughts not long ago felt a few messy messages. Her physique had to be cultivated again, otherwise it would not be enough for me to practice once on Chuang. I will kiss you for a while longer and declare your sovereignty, so that those people don't covet my treasure. And Ling Xian also sensed her worry, trust, and a little shame and awkwardness from the mental tentacles touched by Jiao and Ling Yaoyao's truest thought not long ago. Oh my god, Ling Xian, this stinky scoundrel actually brought me up to Chuang. What should I do? I'm not ready yet. Why did this bastard come to kiss me again? Although I don't seem to hate it anymore, it's his beard that hurts me so much. The untouchable mental power tentacles were entangled, and the consequence was that the minds of the two of them cut open each other's minds without concealment. Ling Xian suddenly became even happier, but Ling Yaoyao's delicate little face instantly became popular. She wanted to push Ling Xian away, but was hugged tightly by the man's strong arms, as if she wanted to rub her whole body into his body to make up for the void in his heart. The weak tentacles of the Ling Yaoyao pale golden body emitting light and light green light wanted to withdraw from the Ling Xian divine domain, but they were also entangled in the man's black body emitting red light and powerful tentacles, which were so entangled that they couldn't pull them out at all. Over there, Ling Xian sent a message to her. Don't go, you said you would guide me, huh? In addition, there is a sentence that Ling Xian did not want to convey, but Ling Yaoyao still had to hear. Ah, the little girl is even cuter when she is shy. I want to eat it. Ling Yaoyao was extremely depressed, feeling like a little white rabbit, mistakenly entering the base camp of De Hui Long. She was ashamed and angry. There is also a little joy, which shows that Ling Xian is sincere to her heart and has no hypocrisy. Ling Yaoyao had to resist the urge to escape, and tremblingly twisted her tentacles. Bastard, you let go of the restraints and let me guide you. Ling Xian came from a not-so-wish thought. It's so comfortable to pester you, but Ling Xian also knew that the situation was urgent now, and he couldn't help but let go of Xing, and after the thought of regret and depression, he still let go of most of the tentacles that were wrapped around Ling Yaoyao, but still left a branch tip hooked on Ling Yaoyao's tentacles. In case you escape, I will show you the way. Ling Yaoyao did feel. Oh my god, it turns out that the director is so ashamed, there is no privacy at all. I really want to escape, and it was obvious that she had been sensed by Ling Xian, but she still deliberately passed on her thoughts to save face. This girl won't escape, The tsundere little personality is fully revealed, but in the eyes of Ling Xian, who likes her, it is cute, which makes him I want to eat her even more. The reaction will definitely be cuter. I'm looking forward to it. Ling Yaoyao noticed that Ling Xian's thoughts began to spread in an impure direction again, and quickly reached out and pinched the soft meat on his waist. In reality, can you be more serious? Ling Xian's thoughts suddenly. Are you going to murder your husband? You are in my arms, the tentacles of the god are still in my mind, and I pretend not to be serious. Ling Yaoyao's heart that wanted to go crazy came, and Ling Xian restrained himself a little, accelerated the speed of the tentacles of the god, and soon arrived at the area where many Baono energy clusters were distributed. Although Ling Yaoyao had never done mental power guidance, she had intentionally learned and understood this knowledge, and knew that the so-called dredging was to use the tail end of her smooth and flat mental power tentacles to appease these Baono energy masses, so that they gradually calmed down from the form of constantly wanting to expand from baring teeth and dancing claws. And the form gradually became smaller, then used the tentacles of the god to decompose the black Baono factor in the energy cluster, so that the Baono energy mass removes the components of Baono and turns back into the purest Bong God energy group, and then escapes into the mental power domain, containing the mental power tentacles, strengthening the mental power nebula, and Changjian mental power core. The energy transmission channel between the mental power nebula and the mental power tentacles was completely unblocked, and the combat division's mental power tentacles reacted more quickly, and without hindrance to exert their highest combat power. Ling Xian's divine domain has never been guided by anyone, and the black Baono energy mass inside is not small. Originally, as long as the number was scarce and the density was sparse, it did not affect the energy transmission too much, and it was still considered a normal value, but he had been in a high level of combat for a long time, killing countless insects, and the black Baono energy mass in the mental power domain was almost becoming a Baono energy ring, which meant that he was severely manic, and it was very difficult to replenish the energy of the mental power's tentacles, and the use of Xiang could fall into the mutilation of the mental power domain at any time. The existence of these things made Ling Xian unable to emit the true combat power of the SSS level god at all. Then, because of the lack of rest from the continuous battle for many days, and the side effects of various supplements, Ling Xian is now very tired. Otherwise, with Ling Xian's talent, how could he face the insect emperor who is only SSS now, and even want to hurt it? But for the safety of Yilingxing, he had to force himself to continue to hold on. Ling Yaoyao didn't know the Qing situation inside Ling Xian's divine domain before, but now when she looked at it, she immediately regretted and was ashamed that she had just crossed back from the earth before, because she was shy and refused to guide Ling Xian, although at that time, the black Baono energy mass in his mental power domain was not serious enough to hinder the transmission of mental power energy and affect his personal will, but after years of accumulation, there should be a lot. If she had guided him that time, he wouldn't have fallen into mania again so quickly this time, and it would have been much easier to fight. Feeling Ling Yaoyao's apology, Ling Xian curled up with the tip of Ling Yaoyao's tentacles and gently rubbed Ling Yaoyao's tentacles. It's not your fault, don't think so, aren't I okay? Fortunately, I am already very lucky to have you now. Ling Yaoyao couldn't tell what it was like in her heart. She also rubbed Ling Xian back with the tail end of her round tentacles, and then drove him away. Okay, don't be slimy, I'm going to start living. Ling Yaoyao first used the tail end of the tentacles to touch the smallest black energy mass at the edge, and the black energy filaments on it suddenly shrank back into the energy mass, and the size suddenly became smaller. Ling Yaoyao's tentacles continued to rub reluctantly because in the consciousness of the combat master, generally speaking, they are unwilling to hurt the auxiliary healer who is highly compatible with their own god and trusts very much, and they will not have any killing Baono thoughts, and they are comfortable by the smooth hair, and the last bit of unruliness has faded, and the black part has disappeared, leaving only the energy mass that the Baono energy mass has previously intercepted and absorbed, and escaped back to the mental power domain. To put it simply, it is to let the combat division continue to fight, and the negative qingning that accompanies it, that is, the blackening value, continues to decrease. The higher the compatibility between the two gods, the faster the black Baono energy mass will dissipate after being gently touched and soothed by the assistant healer's mental power tentacles. Ling Yaoyao tried a few more times and found that it was not difficult at all, but it needed to consume her own mental power. After the Chao became proficient, she did not hesitate to probe herself into the mental power tentacles of the Ling Xian divine domain, increasing it to thousands of roots, which was the maximum she could control. In fact, Ling Yaoyao is a bit risky to do this. Ling Xian's mental power is more than 10 times higher than her Qiang, and this is in his most private mental power domain home. As long as Ling Xian has a little repulsion and distrust of her mental power tentacle intrusion, his mental power tentacles can't help but subconsciously attack her, causing her mental power tentacles to be cut off, and the mental power domain will also be severely damaged. This is also why the compatibility of the gods is not enough, and in the case of not having a deep enough feeling, the auxiliary healer will almost never be willing to provide guidance to the combat master. Even if it is forced to be guided, it will be very careful, and it would be better to slow down, and only dare to probe into a few tentacles, and will never touch the rules like Ling Yaoyao, and feel that it is faster to go together, so it will be unreserved. Ling Xian suppressed the emotion in her heart, and only hugged Ling Yaoyao's body tighter, and the divine domain was completely open to her without reservation. If something happened, he would rather fight for his divine domain to be injured than attack her in the slightest. Fortunately, he also gained her wholehearted trust. This kind of divine guidance is really very pleasant, because the more and more abundant energy in the mental power domain, and also because Ling Xuanda feels happy from the heart. 2 hours later, Ling Yaoyao's mental power was almost exhausted, but because Ling Xian's divine domain Baono energy mass was too large, she destroyed nearly 60%, and a small half could not be eliminated. Ling Yaoyao's tentacles had to step back, opened his eyes, and apologized ashamedly. "I'm sorry, I seem to be too weak." Ling Xian rubbed the top of the girl's soft hair and said softly, "The number of Baono energy clusters has already returned to the normal range, and I haven't had such an easy time for many years. You are already very fast, don't rush, take your time." Many mildly manic combat masters find auxiliary healers who are compatible with the gods for guidance, and it is very good to be able to reduce 1/10 at a time. Ling Yaoyao can be reduced so quickly. One is that she uses all her tentacles, and the other is her speed was really fast, and the Baono energy mass in Ling Xian's divine domain had almost no resistance to her comfort. This also means that their compatibility is not only a critical value of 90% that will produce mutual attraction, but is likely to be more than 95%. This is still the situation that Ling Yaoyao has only learned to use his mental power for a few months. When she becomes proficient in the future, the tentacles can branch more and the speed will be faster. At this time, it was late at night for Elon Star. After a busy day, Ling Yaoyao's mental power was exhausted, and her body was also very tired, and she was now on Chuang again. The lover around her is still the one she feels most at ease and trust. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but want to lie down and sleep for a while. Ling Xian was much more relaxed, but his body was very tired, and he also wanted to hold his little girl to rest for a while. However, before going to bed, Ling Yaoyao still took out a lot of medicinal soup and a full food box from the space button, let Ling Xian eat and then rest, and gave Ling Xian 7 of the remaining 8 concentrated medicinal soups that improved his mental power. No need to explain, Ling Xian knew that these must have been done by Ling Yaoyao himself. Ling Xian didn't forget that Ling Yaoyao's last use of auxiliary healing food to appease the insect emperor was effective, so he put away the food box for the time being, took out a medicinal soup and opened it, but first sent it to Ling Yaoyao's lips. "You are tired too, you eat too." Ling Yaoyao drank one at Ling Xian's feeding action, then rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at him. "You drink a few more, it's not enough for me to do more." Ling Xian kissed her moist lips and looked at her distrustedly. "Okay. Then you go to bed first, I'll come to sleep with you right away." Ling Yaoyao muttered, "Stinky hooligan, I don't need you to sleep with me." But he immediately closed his eyes and lay down next to Ling Xian. After the divine domain went deep into the Jiao flow, Ling Yaoyao also knew that although Ling Xian didn't want to be with her almost all the time, that's what, but I will respect her wishes. However, under Ling Xian's intentional restraint, Ling Yaoyao did not know that he was thinking about proposing to her as soon as he went back. After lying down for less than a minute, Ling Yaoyao fell asleep. She was so tired. Ling Xian drank 5 bottles of medicinal soup and another nutrient. Seeing that he was all over his, Ling Yaoyao didn't say disgust except that his beard hurt her face, but for the first time for the two of them being able to sleep with Chuang, Ling Xian decided to be in the best state possible. Ling Xian covered Ling Yaoyao with a quilt, got up lightly, and went to the bathroom. Take care of yourself as quickly as possible. In order to make it easier to get up and fight at any time, he wears loose sportswear trousers, for the quality of sleep, the upper body, but he didn't wear anything, only put his clothes on his head. With a slight dampness on his body, the man carefully got into the bed. Ling Yaoyao's body subconsciously leaned over, feeling the coolness on his body, and wanted to retract because he was afraid of the cold, but was fished by Ling Xian's long arms and brought the girl's delicate and warm body into his arms. Nephrite is warm and fragrant in his arms, and the good fragrance on the girl's body makes Ling Xian a little distracted, and his reverie is infinite, but he is too tired, and he doesn't want to live up to the little girl's trust in him. Ling Xian suppressed those chaotic thoughts, gently kissed the girl's forehead, said goodnight silently, and closed his eyes. But Ling Xian did not completely relax and fell into a deep sleep, but still remained vigilant at all times. 2 hours later, Ling Xian got up. This is the moment of peace he can steal in the urgent war, but he can't indulge like this all the time. The two did not talk about the way the insect emperor dealt with it, but through the long-term intimate Jiao touch of the mental power's tentacles, he had sensed that Ling Yaoyao couldn't bear to kill it because he saw the almost innocent and pure side of the insect emperor, thinking that maybe there might be a win-win solution. Even because of the foodie mentality, I still thought that if I could raise the insect emperor, it would be nice to have an extremely delicious insect emperor meat to eat. Of course, in return, she would also make delicious food for the insect emperor. Ling Xian actually didn't have to kill the insect emperor, but he had fought continuously for too long before, and the mental power domain was affected by Baonu energy, and his first thought was of course to kill, and cut off the roots to avoid endless troubles. Ling Xian now also agrees that if cooperation can be reached, it does not necessarily have to kill the insect emperor, but he does not agree with Ling Yaoyao's almost naive idea. No matter how much food is eaten for the insect emperor cannot be willing to cut meat from himself, so it will only raise insects. Ling Xian has other plans. The reason why he came to the border star field in advance was to personally investigate the worm dome anti-vortex that Qingben had entered before. When he came to the border star, the worm vortex had long since disappeared, and there were no worm vortices anywhere else, whether it was positive or negative, or just he didn't detect it, otherwise the insect emperor would not have quietly appeared on the Elon star now. Under the condition that the Tower Worm Star Alliance did not take the initiative to open the worm vortex, he had no way to tear through time and space and enter the star field where the Tower Worm Star Alliance was located. Not to mention the plot to rescue Ling Yaoyao's parents, Wei Ling and Qian Yao, or to strangle the Tower Worm people in advance. However, when the insect emperor grows up, he can jump through time and space. According to his speculation, it should not only be possible to jump from Elon's star to nearby resident stars, the Tower Worm people control the Zerg and can also open the worm vortex freely. Does that mean that the key to opening the worm dome whirlpool is actually in the most advanced Zerg, the insect emperor? Judging from the way Ling Yaoyao dealt with the insect emperor, Ling Xian found that the insect emperor was not non-negotiable. Ling Xian was going to meet the insect emperor for a while this time, but not to kill it, but to fool it. To this end, Ling Xian also went to the kitchen on purpose, brought all the auxiliary food reserves made by the food therapists recently recruited on the battleship, and instructed them to do more from now on. Although these auxiliary healing foods are not as delicious as those made by his family, and the energy is not as abundant as SS-level insect meat, they are all specially found by him to find Ling Yaoyao's teaching videos for them to learn to make, and they all taste good. Since the insect emperor can accept cooked food, it means that it does not have to eat raw meat, and maybe it can slowly cultivate the habit of the insect emperor liking cooked food. Here, Ling Xian took the food and was about to leave the kitchen, but was entangled in a rattan tremblingly. This is the blood vine 012 that was ordered by Ling Yaoyao to find a place to eat after getting on the main battleship. On its other tentacle, there is also a fat roasted G rolled. I don't know how it communicated with the food therapist in the kitchen to get food, however, when he saw a characteristic space ring on its main branch, Ling Xian understood a little. Dare to Ching, it also has its own food specially made for it. The person in charge of the diet therapist in the kitchen hurriedly came over and carefully explained. It has a pet light brain and types with its tentacles to tell us that it is Miss Yaoyao's. Heterogeneous pet said that Miss Yaoyao didn't leave enough food for it in a hurry. I hope we can give it a little bit. That's right, the blood vine baby is no longer illiterate. It is a high-grade heterophyte that understands human language and can also type. Very convenient to sell cute. You can also eat and drink. Ling Xian raised his eyebrows, and finally looked at this exotic pet that he personally named. He said lightly, your master is still sleeping, you will come to her later. 012 shook the branches and leaves, and took out the light brain from the space ring very skillfully. The master needs to have a good rest. I want to fight with the master's master. Kill more insects, and the baby can advance. Ling Xian, looking at the sentence master's master, Ling Xian was inexplicably pleased. The foodie Yaoyao is not there. Maybe the insect emperor can also resonate with the foodie blood vine. Rather than letting his heart and liver baby go on an adventure, Ling Xian was naturally more willing to bring blood vine. Don't wrap yourself around me with rattan, follow me, and obey my orders. Otherwise, I don't mind trying the taste of stir-fried blood vine. 012 shivering, boom. The next morning, when Ling Yaoyao had rested enough and woke up naturally, the whole person was confused. Oh my god, last night I slept with Ling Xian. The cold chuang position beside him means that Ling Xian has been up for a long time, which makes Ling Yaoyao a little less embarrassed, but also a little anxious and worried. She originally thought that when she rested and her mental power recovered, she would then guide Ling Xian mental power domain and remove all the black Baonu energy mass inside. Then discuss with Ling Xian how to deal with the Insect Emperor. Previously, I thought that the Insect Emperor was the culprit who caused Ling Xian to die with him in the original text, and Ling Yaoyao naturally had no good impression of it. But after really seeing the Insect Emperor, Ling Yaoyao has changed a lot, and now the newborn Insect Emperor is not the vicious person she imagined, but was hinted by the Tower Worm Star Alliance, thinking that people are the most delicious, and has established an anti-social and anti-human view of right and wrong. Judging from the meat that the Insect Emperor proposed to exchange with her to eat each other's food, it is still very particular about fairness, and Xinqing has a pure side, not the kind of person who will do anything to achieve his goals. Killing the Insect Emperor is not a completely worry-free approach. The Tower Worm Star Alliance wants to use the claws of the Insect Emperor to solve Ling Xian. Since they can send the first Insect Emperor, maybe they can send a second one in the future. What Ling Yaoyao hopes most is to raise the Insect Emperor, and from then on, the insects will not stop, but she also knew that it was unlikely. After all, in the natural Black Insect Emperor consciousness, it has no pressure to eat its own meat, and it also eats the meat it gives birth to. It can be seen that if it is really hungry, it will definitely not mind eating and filling its stomach with its foodie friends. It's simply brutal and terrifying. Therefore, no matter how much Ling Yaoyao thought about captive such a pure natural insect production machine, he would not really do this, lest he accidentally become its ration. So how to deal with the Insect Emperor is the most appropriate. Ling Yaoyao couldn't think of a reason for coming, and decided to go to Ling Xian first. Before she knew it, she was becoming more and more dependent on him. But when Ling Yaoyao washed up and came out of the captain's room, she didn't see Ling Xian at all. She followed the signs to the kitchen and found that the food therapist inside was busy cooking. Although those dietitians were busy cooking, when they saw Ling Yaoyao, they couldn't hide their excitement on their faces, and they secretly looked at her with eager little eyes. Ling Yaoyao didn't notice these details and asked the dietitians in the kitchen, "Do you know where Ling Xian went? How long ago did you leave?" Among them, the highest-ranking food therapy master came over and said very respectfully to Ling Yaoyao, "Miss Yaoyao, the Major General went down to get involved with the Insect Emperor Jiao 6 hours ago. Before leaving, he took away a lot of auxiliary therapy food and ordered us to step up and continue cooking, during which time someone was sent up every hour to pick up auxiliary healing food. He asked people to convey that if you wake up, you can go to the Insect Emperor's nest Xue to find him at any time, but be careful to take the mental power enhancement medicinal diet beforehand." The person in charge of the dietitian would be so respectful to Ling Yaoyao, and did not hide it, naturally, because as soon as Ling Xian boarded the main battleship yesterday, he declared with words and deeds that Ling Yaoyao's identity was his fiancée, that is, their brief Major General's wife. Ling Xian's words also show that he attaches great importance to Ling Yaoyao. In addition, these dietitians have been following Ling Yaoyao's teaching videos to improve their cooking skills, and it can be said that they are all students and avid fans of Ling Yaoyao. Naturally, he will be very hot to her. Ling Yaoyao didn't expect Ling Xian to sleep for a while, and then he was busy again. As the main general, it was really hard during the battle. Fortunately, most of the Baonu energy clusters in his divine domain have been eliminated, and he should not fall into mania again so quickly in a short period of time. Ling Yaoyao was thoughtful. It seems that Ling Xian probably didn't plan to fight the Insect Emperor to the end, and he also planned to try the Huiro policy. She suddenly remembered her cute pet 012 and asked, "Ah, have you seen a blood vine plant? It stands to reason that 012 should rub over and greet the tiger as soon as she wakes up." The person in charge of the dietitian was a little difficult to say, and said, "Ahem, your heterogeneous pet took the initiative to leave with the Major General 6 hours ago. I think there is a Major General, and safety should be safe." Ling Yaoyao was also embarrassed. With blood vine 012 to Ling Xian, who was afraid and cowardly, it would actually take the initiative to send it to the door to be Ling Xian Yue, cough perhaps. This is probably because the blood vine is also very worried about the meat on the Insect Emperor. Yesterday, when she communicated with the Insect Emperor, 012 was a little stupid. If it weren't for its mental power level being only S level, the level was really a bit low, and she had instructed it in advance not to move rashly. 012 probably couldn't hold back a long time ago. Before leaving the mountain yesterday, Ling Yaoyao left some auxiliary healing food for the Insect Emperor. Judging from the Insect Emperor's impatient appearance at the time, it should like the food she made. And the fact that Ling Xian continues to send people down to auxiliary therapy food also shows that Ling Xian's current policy is probably to use food to fool and seduce the Insect Emperor. For a foodie, I have to say that this is indeed more effective than fighting and killing it, although Ling Yaoyao really wanted to go down and meet Ling Xian immediately to see how Ling Xian and Bloodvine Luo 012 were communicating with the Insect Emperor now. She was not in a hurry. If you want to meet the Insect Emperor, of course, you must bring it some greetings. Thinking like this, Ling Yaoyao said to the person in charge of food therapy in the kitchen, "Can I borrow some kitchen utensils?" The person in charge of dietary therapy said happily, "Of course, you can use it as you like." Then rubbed his hands and asked Ling Yaoyao cautiously, "Can we learn from the sidelines? I have been learning from your food teaching videos for a long time, and today I am really fortunate to have the opportunity to meet you in person." Only then did Ling Yaoyao know that after Ling Xian knew the value of insects, he asked the Songlong Legion to recruit food therapists and train new food therapists, and also designated her teaching videos for them to learn from. Ling Yaoyao sneered, Of course, if it's not troublesome, please ask 2 people to help me do it together." There is not enough time. Ling Yaoyao plans to make some more convenient and fragrant food. If you want to say fast and fragrant, of course, it is fried and barbecued. But the dietitians on this battleship also thought of it and had already provided a lot. Therefore, in addition to the fast and strong aroma, it is best to make the Insect Emperor feel more novel, and it will be unforgettable when eaten. So, Ling Yaoyao thought about it and chose to be a spicy runner and crawler. Don't look at the low level of these 2 zerg, they taste like crayfish and crab. Meat is tender and delicious. More importantly, the energy is not rich. No matter how much the Insect Emperor eats, it doesn't replenish much energy. In this way, even if they couldn't come to an agreement, they still had to draw their swords in the end, and she didn't add much health and blue bars to the enemy. Thinking that the Insect Emperor has a big appetite, Ling Yaoyao also makes a lot of weight. If you eat too much of this spicy pot, you will definitely be a little thirsty. Ling Yaoyao is very thoughtful and stewed another pot of high-pressure quick-cooking version of Buzzing Buzz red date soup. The curative effect of buzzing worms is the Chung version of Wuji. Since the Insect Emperor can give birth to babies, it must be a female Xing, and it should be supplemented although the buzzer should also be born from it. I think as long as it is delicious enough, the Insect Emperor will not care about this kind of detail. Anyway, it has thousands of insects, and it doesn't hurt at all when it is born, and it doesn't hurt when it is eaten mouth. In addition, Ling Yaoyao also made a simple shiitake mushroom worm meat green vegetable noodles, which she ate for breakfast, but the portion was extra and a little more, so that the dietitians could also try it, and also brought 3 large servings, so that Ling Xian, the Bloodvine baby and the Insect Emperor could also try it. Preparing for these, Ling Yaoyao put the food box into the space button, drove Ling Bo again, and left the main battleship. On the other side, Ling Xian and 012, who have been in the Insect Emperor's nest Xue for a long time. The 3 of them are getting along at the moment. If they let the soldiers outside see it, they are afraid that they will be stunned and speechless. Ling Xian, who originally thought that he would definitely take the absolute dominance, almost did not open his mouth and became the Bloodvine Luo 012 bodyguard. This so-called negotiation, or fooling in fact, it was mainly carried out by 012 and the Insect Emperor, who made the Insect Emperor even more jealous of Ling Xian, who was now a little more powerful than Ling Xian, and he couldn't do anything about it at all. But he just didn't like this little human bug who had thought about killing it. Insect Emperor, this baby is a very vengeful insect. In other words, when Ling Xian re-entered the Insect Emperor's nest Xue with the Bloodvine 012, the poor Insect Emperor continued to give birth, and the insects were endless, and he moved about 10 meters. From the depths of the original mountain towards the mouth of the Insect Emperor there is no way. You must know that the Insect Emperor is a huge meat peach with a body of thousands of meters, and its size is very large. No matter how hard the newborn insects tried to eat soil, it was not easy to gnaw a kilometer passage that could accommodate the size of the Insect Emperor. Besides, many insect cubs are still passive strikes. After eating a few bites of soil, they grow a little bigger, and the insect claws are sharp, and they begin to want to slip out. There are many delicious people waiting for them outside, who is particularly willing to eat soil. This is fundamentally a reverse insect heaven, and the 3 views are not compatible. As a result, the Insect Emperor's mental power control ultimate move was greatly reduced. The mountain where the Insect Emperor's nest Xue is located was specially deployed by the people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance who had already planned it, and it was originally calculated that when the Insect Emperor was still relatively weak, it would be safer to hide here, as long as he used the insect silk to kill the enemies who came in from the mouth of the dome. When the Insect Emperor slowly grows from SSS to SSS level, it can break through the entire mountain, go out to eat, and treat the people of the entire planet as its rations. When it eats enough human blood and is promoted to the SSS level, It can turn on the space leap skill and go to the nearby planet of more human food mo lon livable star to continue to eat, which is the ultimate battlefield selected by the Tower Worm Star Alliance to let it and Ling Xian PK head on. The plan is happy, but it can't keep up with the changes. Before the Insect Emperor had time to eat and taste the legendary human meat food, he was dazzled by a big human bug, but he just couldn't eat him. Then I met Ling Yaoyao, a foodie, although she didn't want to give it her meat, but she gave it an unprecedented deliciousness. Let the Insect Emperor suddenly discover, oh my god, the meat of the insect cubs can still be so delicious. Starve the baby. The Insect Emperor was so anxious that he only moved more than 10 meters, and there was a long way to go to get out of the mountain, and at this time, the annoying little human bug actually came again. The aura on his body has become a little more terrifying. The Insect Emperor began to feel that even if he tried his best, he couldn't seem to kill this little human bug, but it will never let this little human bug kill it easily. The worm is alive, it has so many delicious things that have not had time to taste, how can it die here? However, what made the Insect Emperor scratch his head was that this little human bug was not going to fight it to the death this time, but brought it something delicious. This bad guy must have some kind of scheme. Humans are really cunning. The meat he given, it still eats, but what he says, this Insect Emperor can't believe a word. Fortunately, in addition to this pesky little human bug, the Insect Emperor also discovered a very weak consciousness for it. It was a plant it didn't like to eat at all. The rough plant claimed that it was the pet of the female Xing human before, and first praised it very sincerely and sincerely praised it for looking super cute and delicious, saying that it was here to be friends with it and to share food with it and intend to introduce it to the differences in various cuisines. The Insect Emperor was very disdainful at first, until the miscellaneous plant that called itself 012 took out the ultimate delicacy it had just tasted and handed it to it with its tentacles. The Insect Emperor had a very good impression of the female Xing human, and the food was in front, so he let go of his guard. After eating the food given by 012, the Insect Emperor looked at this little rough eye again, and he was much kinder. Hello, my name is 168, because I am the 168th born meat peach baby in our group, so, regardless of how Ling Xian was speechless, in short, 012 chatted with the Insect Emperor like this and became friends. 012 worked hard to introduce to the Insect Emperor. This is called fried insect wing willow, this is called braised insect wings, this is called roasted insect wings, and that is called potato plate buzz worm. These are made by my master 011, and those are made by ordinary dietitians. This one can be eaten as is, and that one should be dipped in sauce. They are so delicious because human dietitians have removed the impurities in them and processed them through complex processing. The Insect Emperor suddenly realized, but why is it that what others make is not as delicious as 011? 012 Chue held his master, because my master is the most powerful. The food made by others is not as delicious as hers, who made me lucky and found a good master. The Insect Emperor hesitated. However, the gods of the Tower Zerg tribe tell us that the original person meat is the most delicious. They gave birth to us and will not deceive insects. 012 instilled the concept of Insect Emperor. Alas, let me tell you, when I was still a wild rough plant, I drank human blood under the pressure of hunger and cold, and it was not delicious at all, fishy and astringent. The Insect Emperor immediately wrinkled its huge bun face. Ah, I know what fishy smell is. Some bug cubs who went out to eat messy things when they come back. Although the meat energy on their bodies has become richer, the taste is not delicious. 012 continued to fool the Insect Emperor. It must be because the tower worm gods don't know how to drive away impurities and cook and process insects, so they think people meat is delicious. The Insect Emperor immediately echoed, yes, yes, when the tower worm gods eat insect cubs, they all like to swallow them raw. 012, alas, let me tell you, although human meat is not delicious, humans are still quite useful. We can let them be our chefs, we just help fight occasionally. And in addition to the delicious things they make, they will also make a lot of fun things to serve us. Saying that, 012 took out its pet light brain, adjusted it to the maximum size holographic projection mode, and played a cartoon that promoted the harmony and friendship of cute pet humans and a family. Because Ling Xian was strong enough, he tasted all kinds of delicacies together, and then used the mental power thought wave to have a conversation and chat. He really didn't know how to talk at all. After all, he really couldn't lower his IQ to the level of a few years old to chat with the Insect Emperor. Besides, the Insect Emperor has already decided that he is a bad guy. He won't believe anything. Those big black eyes are full of defense when they look at him. Only every time he goes out to get them new auxiliary healing food, the Insect Emperor's eyes look at him will ease a little. Fortunately, although 012 is not very reliable, under the oppression of Ling Xian's sharp eyes and terrifying mental power, he still did not forget the task that Ling Xian gave it. After successfully becoming friends with the Insect Emperor Jiao, 012 began to talk to the Insect Emperor, and by the way, he said, 168, where is your home? The Tower Worm God gave birth to you, why did they send you to the human world? Can you still go back? The Insect Emperor suddenly said aggrievedly, before I grew up, I couldn't go back to mess with, but it's okay, there are so many delicious things here, I don't want to go back. When Ling Yaoyao came in, what she saw was such a strange scene of the Bloodvine Luo 012 Insect Emperor 168 meet Yanhuan, and Ling Xian was outside the dome mouth a little far away from them guarding the door, by the way, openly using the biological cabin space button to collect the insect eggs unconsciously secreted and produced by the Insect Emperor, according to 012's fooling. Ling Xian is collecting ingredients in order to make better food for the Insect Emperor later. Ling Yaoyao, 012 is not the most powerful in terms of combat, but similar to the Insect Emperor, Xingge is a bit stupid and naive, and in terms of eating, he has exactly the same hobbies as the Insect Emperor, one yearns to eat people, and the other used to feed on human blood. They can be friends, and after Ling Yaoyao was shocked, they strangely didn't feel very surprised. Mouth. And for the arrival of Ling Yaoyao, the Insect Emperor and 012 are extremely happy. 012 rubbed over and wrapped his tentacles around Ling Yaoyao's mecha Ling Bo's calf, who let Ling Xian de Wang stare from the side, otherwise 012 would usually be very hot and give an unhindered hug of love. 012 shook the branches and leaves, and asked flatteringly, Master, is there anything delicious? The Insect Emperor moved with difficulty after 2 centimeters, he could only give up unfortunately, and also stretched out a worm wire to wrap around Ling Bo's other leg, and the 9 were huge. The eyes turned to the front of him together, and looked at Ling Yaoyao expectantly. Ling Yaoyao, Ling Xian's green veins jumped suddenly, and he endured it, and then he reluctantly resisted the urge to chop off 012's tentacles and the Insect Emperor's insect silk. Major General Ling was roaring in his heart, Ma Dan, this is my daughter-in-law. It's mine. Permission to see but not touch. No, I don't see much. After watching the Insect Emperor and 012 get along harmoniously and be friends, the IQ became even more silly and sweet, and Ling Yaoyao inexplicably felt much more relieved. For Ling Bo, who was looking at her with the 9 huge insect eyes, selling cuteness and begging for feeding, Ling Yaoyao really couldn't hold it down, and quickly took out the prepared food box from the space button and teleported it out from the mecha transmission channel. In order to prevent the 2 good friends from fighting for delicious food, the Insect Emperor is likely to eat the whole 012 if he is not careful. Ling Yaoyao very presciently divided the food into 2 parts, one part was a little more, indicating that this was the Insect Emperor 168, and one portion was a little less, indicating that this was 012, so that they were not allowed to grab each other's food, otherwise they would not make a good meal for them next time. It feels like distributing food to kindergarten children. What's even worse is that Ling Xian came over and asked Ling Yaoyao very resentfully, what about mine? Ling Yaoyao almost wanted to ask, dear, are you also a child who needs to be fed, but she really prepared a large portion of mushroom worm meat green vegetable noodles for Ling Xian, as well as a small portion of spicy running bug and reptile buzz, as well as buzzing bug red date soup. Ling Bo carefully clamped the lunch box, which was very fragile and tiny for it, with a robotic arm, and put it on Ling Yun's teleportation area. Ling Bo had a lowly face, and the whole mecha was collapsed in his heart, and he couldn't help but open a private chat window and complain to Ling Yun, I thought the master was going to bring me to kill the quartet, this is not the same as what was promised. Ling Yun took the lunch box, and by the way, he patted Ling Yun's hand comfortingly with his mechanical claw, little girl, you are still young, when you experience the experience of almost falling apart on the battlefield a few more times, and the mecha chips are difficult to protect, you will not be so looking forward to killing the quartet. Ling Bo, who has always thought that Ling Yun is a bit of a stinky hooligan, felt that his speech was very profound and philosophical for the first time. The bored Ling Xian reached out his mental power and glanced at the small private chat window on the mecha screen, not bothering to care about how they chatted privately. The Insect Emperor's nest Shue, which was once listed as the highest danger alert, has actually become a picnic area. But as Ling Yun said, if the problem can be solved peacefully, which mecha warrior will like endless fighting and killing? However, when the lunchbox containing the Yaoyao Love brand breakfast arrived in his hand, Ling Xian had no time to sigh about this, and ate it directly. The stir-fried meat sauce with diced shiitake mushrooms and worm meat is fragrant, plus green and watery greens, and the mixed noodles with peanut sesame sauce, which is simple and delicious. The meat of spicy runners and reptiles is tender, fragrant and spicy, and very flavorful, and the warm and mellow buzzing buzz red date soup relieves the richness of the previous dish, leaving a fragrant lips and teeth, and the warm soup is warm from the mouth to the heart. Ling Xian felt that his taste buds from eating various nutrients for a long time were redeemed at this moment, and then he looked at the Insect Emperor 168 and Blood Vine 012, who also couldn't stop eating, and it was a little more patient. Although these two silly white sweets have worrying IQs, at least they have good eyesight, and they understand that the food made by his family is the most delicious. The Insect Emperor smacked his terrifyingly big mouth, sucked the delicious mixed noodles one by one, and was very satisfied. After it ate a lot of auxiliary therapeutic foods, it knew that the number of these foods was limited, and it would no longer swallow dates like before, but learn to eat them slowly like 012, small bites and bites. It not only has to eat a lot, but also eats finely. According to the words of my friend 012, if you only know how to eat a lot, you are not called a foodie, you can only call it a rice bucket. It is a very picky, tasteful, and food-loving insect. Bloodvine Baby 012 took a sip of the delicious soup and continued to tell the Insect Emperor 168 with great satisfaction, yes, that's it, be elegant, eat slowly. Be a real nobleman among insects, the king of insects. Ling Xian had eaten, and Ling Yaoyao used the mecha dialogue channel to chat with Ling Yaoyao, and quickly told Ling Yaoyao the summary of the conversation between 012 and 168. And formulated a fooling on no, the ultimate goal of dealing with the Insect Emperor: fatten it first, and when it has the ability to space leap, let it open the worm vortex and take them to the Tower Worm Alliance. As for the main material of the insect-raising emperor, it is actually the Zerg it gave birth to before, but after eating the soil and growing up, there are a little more meat. The dietitians are just responsible for processing. Since the Insect Emperor is now on Elon Star, the next planet that will be chosen by the Insect Emperor as a battlefield has been determined, that is, Elon Star, a habitable planet with 1 billion permanent residents near Elon Star. Ling Xian had already sent someone to thoroughly investigate launching to see what was special about it that could attract the Insect Emperor to shuttle away. According to the IQ of the Insect Emperor 168, it is impossible for it to know how to distinguish the coordinates of interstellar space, so it must have been the Tower Worm Star Alliance that made some kind of arrangement to lure the Insect Emperor on it. If you can find it, then control the substance that attracts the Insect Emperor. If you can't find it or control it, you can only evacuate the residents of Elon Star in advance and lay large-scale destruction weapons on Elon Star in advance. Also, in order to limit the danger of the Insect King, it is necessary to study and find out why it continuously secretes and produces new insect eggs as long as it ingests energy. What are the special effects of the Insect King's meat? How do the people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance control the Insect Emperor? And how to induce the Insect Emperor to take them back to his hometown of the Tower Worm Star Alliance? This is not easy to say or easy to say, nothing more than to lure them with the ultimate food. The number of the Insect Emperor is 168, which means that in the Tower Worm Alliance, there are actually many SSS-level meat peachworms of the same level as the Insect Emperor. Since the Insect Emperor 168 is afraid of pain, but does not mind eating his own meat, then it certainly does not mind eating the meat of other meat peachworms born in the same batch as it. That way, you cannot hurt yourself, but you can eat delicious food again. These Ling Xian were all well considered, but they couldn't let him open this mouth. Now it seems that only what Ling Yaoyao and 012 foodie owners say can be the most convincing to Insect Emperor 168. As for the danger of the Insect Emperor, Ling Xian also took control measures. He collected the eggs born by the Insect Emperor from the root with a space button with a built-in simulated biological freezer on the grounds of providing more delicious food to the Insect Emperor. The rare insects that escape the net are also larvae that have not yet grown, and the Nighthawk team stationed outside can easily slash or kill or capture them alive. Then send these eggs and larvae to artificial breeding, and if one planet can't afford to raise them, then disperse them to several or more planets to raise them together. If there are still many, insect eggs should also be an excellent ingredient, but I am afraid that this Insect Emperor will continue to produce, and it will not be enough for the entire Songlong Legion to eat. Even if the Insect Emperor grows up to SSS+, he still wants to eat people and refuses to tame them, and after Ling Yaoyao completely clears the Baono energy in the mental power domain for him, he will take the mental power enhancement medicinal diet. He is not unable to deal with the Insect Emperor. After reading Ling Xian's logical and orderly analysis, Ling Yaoyao was confused and a little embarrassed. Oh my god, even Brother Xian was taken by her foodie thinking. While Ling Xian was considering dealing with the Insect Emperor, he actually made a very thoughtful plan, planning to keep the eggs and larvae that were not too harmful in captivity, and the insects were endless for the overall goal set by Ling Xian to fool the insect emperor to take them to the Tower Worm Star Alliance. Ling Yaoyao also wanted to achieve it. Although that would be a great danger, it was also the fastest way to save her biological parents. If this goal can be achieved, with the Insect Emperor 168 in hand, they may not be completely at a disadvantage if they go to the Tower Worm Alliance. In order to find out more details about the Insect Emperor 168, Ling Yaoyao also joined the team of fooling the Insect King with 012, and as a result, more useful information was also dug up. For example, it is true that there are more meat peach worms in the Tower Worm Alliance, but it is very troublesome for their clan to be successfully conceived, and many of them have failed, and only 4 or 5 have successfully grown up. The Insect Emperor 168 himself didn't quite know the Qing situation of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, it only knew that it was conceived by the Tower Worm gods, and within a certain distance, it would subconsciously obey the instructions of the Tower Worm gods who conceived it. If there is something that makes it yearn for an addition to meat, it is worm crystals. Worm crystals allow them to strengthen their own strength and provide them with the original energy they need to continuously secrete their eggs. Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao immediately understood that the thing on Mo launching might be insect crystals. In the eyes of the Insect Emperor 168, insect crystals were a kind of light huang color, shiny, very cute bomb and sweet object. In addition, the Insect Emperor himself didn't know more, he only knew to eat and eat, grow up quickly, and then continue to eat and eat. Ling Yaoyao would go back to the main battleship every day to make fresh and delicious food for the Insect Emperor 2 or 3 times. At night, only some people were arranged to guard the mouth. Anyway, the Insect Emperor won't be able to come out for a while, so let it eat its own worm cubs when it's hungry. After a few days, accustomed to the deliciousness of cooked food, Insect Emperor 168 could no longer accept the days when he still had to eat raw insect cubs at night, especially when it has tasted more than a dozen ways to eat insect eggs. How tender and delicious the larvae after cooking are delicious. However, my friend 012 gave it a careful science popularization. You can't eat white food as a bug, and you can't just harvest without paying. The Insect Emperor 168 reluctantly compromised and offered a small piece of his meat to Ling Yaoyao as a hard work. Ling Yaoyao looked at the Insect Emperor meat with a full weight of 400 or 500 pounds, and sighed. Such a large piece of meat was actually just a small piece in 168's eyes. Well, compared to the huge meat mountain with a radius of 168 kilometers, this is really small, like a human scratching a point. Ling Yaoyao was very excited, looking forward to tasting how delicious this Insect Emperor meat was. In this regard, 168 is also very fascinated. I haven't eaten my own cooked meat yet. Ling Yaoyao, don't worry, you'll be able to eat it in no time. No matter how stupid and cute 168 Xing is, the essence is still fierce and terrifying, and you can eat it when you are greedy. I still want to eat in different ways, but this also means that she and Ling Xian want to coax 168 to take them back to the Tower Worm Star Alliance in the future, and the plan to eat other meat peach worms has become eyebrows. By donating a small piece of his own meat, Insect Emperor 168 finally lived the days when there were robots that brought it cooked food at night. The only regret was that there was no extra delicious reward meal made by 011 himself at night. In the kitchen area on the main battleship of the Nighthawk team, in a separate dietary therapy laboratory, Ling Yaoyao was concentrating on using his mental power to deal with the Insect Emperor meat in his hand. I have to say that with her current proficiency in mental power, it is still a bit difficult to deal with the Insect Emperor meat. The Insect Emperor 168 eats not very messy, and the impurities in the body are also very rare, but this rare impurity is not easy to separate. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao's mental power tentacle form is very special. The tail end can not only turn into a rounded form, but also occasionally transform into a sharp form according to needs, and can also completely restrain the ordinary combat master from subconsciously wanting to attack when he stretches out the tentacles of the gods, and very carefully eliminates the subtle impurities in the Insect Emperor meat one by one. After several hours of hard work, Ling Yaoyao finally completed the most important step in making auxiliary therapeutic food to repel impurities. And Ling Yaoyao's degree of control of the mental power has truly reached the master level, and it is no worse than the strength of those senior top-level master food therapists, perhaps even better. Unlike the SS-class giant-scale insect meat, which needs to be boiled for a long time to be soft, the SSS-level insect king meat is simply more tender and delicious than the meat of running insects and crawling insects, and it is very easy to cook, and there are many applicable cooking methods. However, because the level of this Insect Emperor meat was too high, Ling Yaoyao was reluctant to use 2 ordinary ingredients as its accessories, so as not to lower the curative effect of the Insect Emperor. Ling Yaoyao took out all the high-grade edible medicinal materials and accessories that Yishi had given away at the black market auction of the Blue Kite Business Alliance before. Level 5 Sweet Dream Rough, Level 5 Spicy Fruit, Level 6 Silver Silk Leaf, Level 6 Snow Orchid Root, Level 6 Moon Amaranth Flower, the purest rootless cloud water, and these medicinal materials are also the main materials for making the 6th level mental power enhancement potion. Together with the Insect Emperor meat, who is comparable to the 7th level of the Strange Beast meat, Ling Yaoyao felt that she might be able to make a higher level of mental power enhancement medicinal soup. In this way, Ling Yaoyao continued to fall into a new round of research, constantly adjusting the treatment methods of medicinal materials and the combination of weights. After a long time, Ling Yaoyao finally determined the formula and proportions. As the Insect Emperor medicinal soup was about to be boiled, the entire dietary therapy laboratory emitted a strange fragrance. This fragrance seems to be light and gentle, but it is so rich that it seems to linger, so that everyone who smells this fragrance can't help but have a strong idea of wanting to explore the source of this fragrance, and then immediately swallow the thing that emits such a wonderful fragrance. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao's dietary therapy laboratory was fully enclosed, and the food therapists outside didn't know that Ling Yaoyao was developing the legendary and terrifying Insect King. Except for Ling Yaoyao, the owner of the laboratory, the only one who could come in directly from the outside without her permission was Ling Xian, who had the highest authority of the entire battleship. Ling Xian saw that it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the little girl hadn't gone back yet, so she couldn't hold back, so she came over. With the warm fragrance of nephrite in his arms, after the first time he slept with Chuang, where was Ling Xian willing to be alone? On the grounds that there was no empty room on the battleship, and in order to facilitate Ling Yaoyao to continue to clean up the Baono energy mass for him, he forced Ling Yaoyao to sleep with him. The biggest Insect Emperor has been temporarily stabilized, but this price is to ask his precious girl, who either chats with the silly white sweet Insect Emperor and 012 every day, or cooks food for them, but his share is only incidental. Although this was forced by the situation and had to do it, Ling Xian still couldn't help but knock over a jar of old vinegar in his heart. Yaoyao spends more time and effort on that insect every day than on him. Finally, when it was time for the evening, the little girl was completely only his, and of course Ling Xian had to work hard to brush up on his sense of existence. In order not to disturb Ling Yaoyao, Ling Xian quietly entered the dietary therapy laboratory, wanting to see how far her development process had come. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the dietary therapy laboratory, he seemed to be bewitched by the fragrance, and he could hardly restrain himself from wanting to go over and eat the source of the fragrance immediately. Fortunately, Ling Xian's mental power was very strong, and his mind was also very determined. His eyes quickly regained their coldness, and he asked Ling Yaoyao, who was staring at the pot of soup and looking obsessed, "Are you ready?" Ling Yaoyao, who was even fascinated by herself, suddenly woke up and looked at Ling Xian in surprise. "Why are you here?" Finding that she was shaking just now, Ling Yaoyao looked a little entangled and said, "Yes, this is almost ready. However, in addition to the effect of my original plan, it seems that there are some side effects of confusing the mind, which may be related to the talent skills of the Insect Emperor. The specific effect will have to wait, I will taste it myself to know. The new medicinal diet with complete curative effect is completely unclear, and Ling Yaoyao's physique is weak. How can Ling Xian rest assured that she will try it herself?" Ling Xian volunteered to be a guinea pig. "Let me come, the Insect Emperor himself can't do anything to me. No matter how magical its meat curative effect is, it won't have too uncontrollable impact on me. As for finding another experimenter on the battleship, it is not very appropriate to do so before finding out the approximate efficacy of the Insect Emperor. One is that the Insect Emperor meat is too precious, and the other is that the person who is one of the worms and weaker than the Insect Emperor cannot bear it, which is harmful to his subordinates and brothers." Ling Yaoyao felt that what Ling Xian said made sense, and thought about it carefully. The Insect Emperor medicinal soup she made did not add any harmful ingredients, so she agreed. The big deal was to let Ling Xian drink less first. After the medicinal soup was cooked, when the lid of the pot was lifted, the almost bewitching fragrance was much stronger, but there was no piece of Insect Emperor meat in the pot, only raw white thick soup, just because the Insect Emperor meat was too tender and had already melted into the soup. Ling Yaoyao took the bowl, carefully filled Ling Xian with a little bit, about a bite, and handed it to Ling Xian. Ling Xian took it, and the SS-level physique was not afraid of being hot, so he raised his head and drank it, but did not swallow it immediately, but held it in his mouth and savored the effect. The medicinal soup entered the mouth, the taste was extremely delicious, the deliciousness was amazing, and it instantly and violently rushed towards Ling Xian's divine domain, and even Ling Xian's body was also quenched by this energy, all over the meridians and blood all over the body. Because this mouthful of medicinal soup is too little, that trace of energy is also very scarce. But there is no doubt that this energy has great benefits for both Ling Xian's mental power and body. Ling Xian immediately handed the soup bowl to Ling Yaoyao again. It's delicious, I want it. It is very useful, not only to improve the mental power, but also to improve the physique. Ling Xian faintly had a hunch that taking this medicinal soup could not only improve the mental power and physique in a short period of time, but also have a great effect on the further improvement of the mental power and physique for a long time, because it was just to test the effect. The amount of this insect emperor medicinal soup was not too much, and after Ling Yaoyao filled Ling Xian with a large bowl, the bottom was seen in the small casserole. Ling Xian held the soup bowl, and after taking a sip, he seemed to think of something, and the movement of drinking the soup suddenly slowed down. He took the soup and scooped a spoonful of thick white soup into his bowl, and sent it to Ling Yaoyao's lips after cooling. You drink it too. Ling Yaoyao subconsciously opened her mouth and drank the soup, then his cheeks were slightly red after reacting, and Ling Xian's action was like feeding a child. Although drinking a bowl of soup together is a bit too ambiguous, with their current relationship, they kissed and slept together, and she still pushed around to look pretentious. As expected of the highest grade insect emperor meat and the insect emperor medicinal soup made from high-grade medicinal materials, the taste is incomparable, and the pleasant feeling brought by the ultimate deliciousness is not only on the taste buds and senses, but also spreads to the divine realm and the limbs and bones of the body. Indeed, as Ling Xian said, the energy of this insect emperor medicinal soup is very abundant and relaxed, which can not only improve the mental power in a short period of time, but also have an excellent nourishing and conditioning effect on the stable improvement of the mental power and physique if it can be taken for a long time. Ling Yaoyao's rippling peach blossom eyes became shiny, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, looking up at Ling Xian expectantly, looking like a cute little animal waiting for feeding. Ling Xian looked at the girl's moist lips, her eyes were slightly darker, and the next spoonful was still slowly cooling. Just when Ling Yaoyao opened her mouth to drink, she threw herself into the air, and the soup in the man's hand turned in a circle in front of her eyes, and then returned to her lips very smoothly and quickly, and drank it in one gulp. Ling Yaoyao's eyes widened instantly, knowing that this person was deliberately teasing her, and said depressedly, "You unexpectedly, the word you spoke," and before he finished speaking, Ling Xian quickly put down the soup bowl in his hand, then leaned over and pressed the girl's slightly open lips. Most of the delicious insect emperor medicinal soup in his mouth was still fed into Ling Yaoyao's mouth. Ling Xian was still unsatisfied. This time it's even better. Even if the kiss between the two is not the first time, Ling Yaoyao is still easy to be shy in terms of qing, and a delicate and beautiful little face suddenly became popular. Ling Xian continued to feed like this. Ling Yaoyao resisted very much. I don't need it, just taste it, you drink more. Ling Xian was very insistent. Be good, you are weak, you need to drink more. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but think of Ling Xian's thoughts when they first melted a few days ago. For example, he felt that she was weak and not enough for him to practice on Chuang. Ling Yaoyao's shyness suddenly brought a little embarrassment and annoyance, but thinking about the difference in physical level between the two, SS level and B level, this insect emperor meat ate too much. Ling Xian's physique will continue to improve slowly if she doesn't make up for it. It seems like it's really a bit the future is not bright. After a long separation and recent busyness, Ling Yaoyao actually likes such an intimate interaction with Ling Xian in her heart. Since their reunion, although they have stayed together most of the day and night, they have not even had much time to talk alone. During the day, she was busy fooling the insect emperor with 012, and at night, Ling Xian came back to deal with some military affairs and daily physical training, and by the time he returned to the room, she was already asleep. After drinking a bowl of soup, I don't know if the soup went into Ling Yaoyao's stomach more, or Ling Xian's stomach more. However, because Ling Yaoyao's physique is relatively weak, the reaction is also more violent. She felt that her whole body was a little hot, light. Ling Yaoyao touched her senses a little supported, but in fact she was very flat, and her face was bitter. I seem to have drunk too much. Half a bowl of soup is not too much, but the energy contained in it is too rich. Ling Xian's cold face suddenly appeared a little at a loss and ashamed, although he hoped that his little girl's physique would get better soon, but he was reluctant to let her feel a little uncomfortable. He half-hugged the little girl, and his warm palm gently stroked the girl's belly through his clothes. If you rub it, you won't hold on. Ling Yaoyao felt that her consciousness was a little light, her consciousness seemed to be intoxicated, and she seemed to be sober. she subconsciously buried her face in front of Ling Xian's chest and rubbed it, and murmured in her eyes, "Well, it's comfortable." This state is actually a bit similar to Ling Yaoyao's previous eating and holding on to the military training star, in the Valley of the Abyss, but it is a little different. Similarly, it was all because of too much energy at one time, causing the energy of the divine domain and body to rise, and my consciousness was a little confused. The difference is that this time it doesn't seem to be as serious as last time, but there are a few more things. Because not only did Ling Yaoyao begin to be confused, but even Ling Xian, who has always been calm and self-controlled, was a little difficult to control, and couldn't restrain himself from rising some kind of urgent thirst, feeling that something was wrong, and suppressing it. Ling Xian frowned slightly, but his eyes touched the girl who took the initiative to raise his hand and wrap his hand around him, and his eyes instantly became soft again. The tall and cold man neatly hit the princess and picked up the petite and beautiful girl, and quickly left the dietary therapy laboratory. Because the number of newborn insects has been controlled recently, the soldiers have also been able to breathe a little. Even though it was late at night, there were many soldiers who had returned from shifts in the common area of the battleship eating supper. Seeing their captain and boss passing by with a beautiful girl in their arms, many people's enthusiastic and gossipy eyes swept over the ground. Especially Qingbin, who was the leader, his face was full of ridicule, and there was envy and jealousy in his eyes that could not be hidden. He glanced at the short-haired beauty across from his seat who was wearing a military doctor's uniform and was neat. Luo Wenwei glanced at Ling Xian lightly, glanced sideways at Qingbin, and said in a low voice, "If you are envious, you can also go to the military academy to abduct a little sister, and I promise to be obedient to you." Qingbin immediately didn't dare to look at it, and shook his head sharply. "How can I be? I'm not as beast as the boss." After all, human beings in the interstellar age have a very long lifespan, and it is normal for couples and husbands and wives to be apart from a teenage difference, a difference of dozens of years, and hundreds of years old. The most impressive thing about Ling Xian is that even his sister raised by himself can do it. Not ashamed at all, although Ling Yaoyao was a little confused, she was not unconscious, and she still knew that she was shy, and she was looked at by so many people, she was so frightened that she whispered "ah," and then quickly turned her face to Ling Xian's arms as if she was dodging. Ling Xian's eyes glanced coldly at his subordinates, especially Qingbin, who said he was birdshow. "What are you looking at? If you have the ability to gossip about me, it is better to do a few more physical trainings." During the leisure period of the battle, although Ling Xian also strictly controlled his subordinates, he was not completely ignorant. After getting acquainted, everyone will not be completely afraid of him, and the bold ones dare to ridicule Ling Xian for a word or two. The big deal is to be punished to double the physical training. No, Ling Xian, a single dog who has rejected countless beauties thousands of miles away, and has been recognized by everyone as an orphan, is still looking for a delicate and beautiful girl paper, and I heard that the auxiliary therapy food made is super delicious, and she can also drive a mecha. It's just a matter of getting rid of singles, and showing affection to them openly. The single dogs were suddenly stimulated and couldn't help but retort sourly, "Alas, what are you training? There are no beauties in the training room. You still have to learn a lot like Major General, so that you can hold the beauty as soon as possible. Sister-in-law, do you have any classmates and friends? Introduce them to us." Ling Yaoyao's consciousness seemed to be confused and sober, and when she heard these ridicule, she was so embarrassed that even the roots of her ears were red, and she buried her little face deeper into Ling Xian's chest. Ling Xian pointed at the three people who had just spoken with a cold face. "Yan Jiang, Zhou Qiang, Zhang Yu, you three are very idle, aren't you? Do the A-level physical training package 3 times before going to bed." Everyone laughed and the noise was still the same, but they didn't dare to come out and face Ling Xian again. Fortunately, this passage was not too long. Ling Xian walked through quickly, and quickly took Ling Yaoyao back to the captain's room. The first Chuan of the Blue Star, the night is as cool as water. In the captain's room of the main battleship of the Nighthawk team, there was a lot of warmth. You must know that the Insect Emperor 168 has taken many insect crystals that provide original energy for continuous fertility since birth, and now he can continue to secrete insect egg particles day and night. That is, although Xinghuang 168 is very stupid and naive, and it has not been long since he was born, the reproductive system in his body is fully mature and has been in the reproductive period. The body of the Insect Emperor 168 is rich in insect eggs to promote hormones, and there is no need to reproduce offspring through jiao, and all that you hope is converted into eating and eating, but the human body is different. So Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian ate the energetic insect emperor meat, and were also infected with a few instinctive impulses of the reproduction period. Think about what is full of warmth. Because Ling Yaoyao's mental power and physique are relatively low, her resistance is relatively weak, and in the confusion of consciousness, she only knows how to follow her body's thirst and rub her thin waist with Ling Xian's thin waist. Ling Xian's face was painful. This is really sweet torment. Although he was also a little impulsive, because mental power physique level was higher and his will was also very firm, he was not greatly affected by the insect emperor's medicinal soup. In the situation where the little girl's mind is not clear, her physique is not well recuperated, and the timing and place are not right, no matter how much he thinks, he can't really do anything to her, otherwise wouldn't he really become a bird show? Ling Xian used his big hand to hold the two little hands that were messing around from the neckline into his dressing gown, used his legs to suppress the girl's body rubbing around, and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Be honest, don't tease me, go to bed quickly. Otherwise, I will eat you." Ling Yaoyao's watery eyes looked at him in confusion, trying to reason with him. "No, eating people is not good." Ling Xian's face suddenly darkened. Could it be that this girl regards him as the emperor of insects? 168. Ling Xian suddenly turned over, clasped the girl's slender waist and pressed closer to his hot body, not allowing her to step back, and then kissed the seductive red lips fiercely. "This is what you pestered me for. Don't cry and make trouble with me when you turn back." The next day, when Ling Yaoyao woke up, her mind was a little confused. Two things. The first thing is a good thing. She faintly felt that the mental power nebula at the core of her divine domain had expanded slightly, the mental power tentacles had also become stronger, and her physique had a significant improvement, from B level to B+. Although it was only a small level, she only drank half a bowl of Worm Emperor medicinal soup yesterday. Even if the follow-up drink may not be as effective as the first drink, she can continue to improve. The second thing is more embarrassing because she didn't pass out last night. Ling Yaoyao's consciousness has actually always been a little clear, so after drinking the medicinal soup last night, how she was carried back to the captain's room by Princess Ling Xian from the dietary therapy laboratory, and was also seen by his subordinates, and what happened after returning to the room, she remembers them all clearly. The past is unbearable. The sequelae are my hands are very sore, and I have a lot of on my body. Brownberry print. Ling Yaoyao couldn't look directly at the insect emperor, which was extremely delicious and full of energy, and had evil side effects. The meat body is over. Even more unable to look directly at Ling Xian. Ling Yaoyao wailed and pulled the quilt up to cover her face, but she smelled the extremely faint breath that only Ling Xian had in the quilt. Ling Yaoyao didn't regret it or anything, let alone blame Ling Xian. After all, they are now Tuqing happy, each other's parents acquiesce to each other. The main culprit last night was herself, that is called indomitable. Ling Xian was able to hold back and not wipe her off, and only tasted it lightly, which was already very patient, but Ling Yaoyao still couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to do it. The ostrich was for a while. Ling Yaoyao had to accept the reality. She also promised the insect emperor 168 yesterday to make a copy of its own meat for it to taste. When Ling Yaoyao used the insect emperor meat to make auxiliary healing food again, he couldn't help but deliberately add a kind of medicinal material excipient that was clear and clear-minded. I don't know if this will affect the ability of the insect emperor 168 to give birth to a baby. Thinking about its own meat, 168 should not have any strange side effects. Ling Yaoyao thought about it, and had to make the portion that the insect emperor ate in two pots separately from the portion that she, Ling Xian, and Bloodvine Luo 012 wanted to eat. Although the insect emperor 168 is more silly and sweet, and doesn't mind them eating its own meat in front of it together, Ling Yaoyao is still a little ashamed. After all, it is impossible for her to make all the meat given by 168 for it to eat, and she has to deduct most of it for herself, Ling Xian, and close family and friends for private use. Ling Yaoyao wanted to compensate the insect emperor who had lost his own blood, so he made a richer worm meat gourmet feast soup: fried worm meat strips, boiled worm meat slices, braised worm blocks, cola worm wings, sweet and sour worm willow, palace protection worm meat ding, steamed worm meat, for happy worm balls, worm meat lotus root sandwich, a bowl of incense from the farmer's house, eggs for worm eggs, meat for worms. In addition, Ling Yaoyao also prepared a large altar of Buddha. Jumping over the wall yesterday, replacing most of the main ingredients with insect meat with similar tastes. After more than 10 hours of sealed boiling, it can also be out of the pot today. At noon, when Ling Yaoyao appeared in the familiar insect emperor's nest Shue, the insect emperor 168 couldn't wait. Insect emperor 168 also learned to look at the time in the corner of the holographic projection cartoon played to it by 012, and complained, 011 little pot friend, you are a little late today. To compensate 168 babies. Because Ling Yaoyao likes to call it 168 little pot friends, the insect emperor also calls it Ling Yaoyao in turn, because he feels that Ling Yaoyao is much more small than himself. Bloodvine 012 is obviously already an adult, but still likes to call itself a baby, which makes the insect emperor 168 feel that he has found a bosom friend, although it is large. But it has only been born for more than a month. Why is it not a baby? Although this female Xing human named 011 is not its owner, its owner is the god of tower worms, but 011 is also very good to it, giving it more food than giving her pet 012. Unlike other meat peach worms, 168 has awakened the wisdom and learning ability of humans, and since 168 was born, the tower worm gods who cultivated it with their own blood have repeatedly given it qiang to adjust the meat is the most delicious, and must eat a lot of people to grow up quickly, but has never praised it, accompanied it, or taught it. As its owner, the tower worm gods, although they gave it life, they did not like its attitude, but were very disdainful. Most of its fellow clan mates, those who fail to advance to the SSS level, will either be eaten whole by the tower worm gods as food, or let them devour each other. Therefore, 168 has truly experienced what it means to eat weak food since he was born. And 168 will be selected and sent to the Terran Empire, firstly because it has awakened wisdom and has the highest control over other low-level Zerg gods, second, because it has the most reproductive ability, third, it used to be the same batch of meat peach worms as fast devoured the light. But because of the restrictions of the command of the god of the tower worm, these Qing situation 168 cannot be said. Insect Emperor 168 faintly felt that he now loved to eat delicious food, loved to listen to good sounds, and didn't even expect to eat people with his own heart, but in fact, to some extent, he had violated its owner. If its owner finds out, he will definitely be angry, and maybe even erase it. Anyway, without 168, there will be 268,368,468. The gods of the tower worm used their own blood to conceive them, but only used them as food and tools. However, the suppression of the natural bloodline made it impossible for the Zerg to rebel against the Tower Zerg and launch an attack. But the Insect Emperor is a bit now, and he doesn't want the Tower Worm gods who can't remember it clearly to be the master. In the cartoon, if the alien plants encounter an owner who is not good to them, they can also unilaterally terminate the contract, change the owner, or be a free plant. Insect Emperor 168 actually secretly thought about whether to change to recognize 011 as the master, but my friend 012 has said many times that friends and masters cannot be robbed. The Insect Emperor thought, otherwise, it is still a free bug. 012 said that it is welcome to rub and eat, but it is also taught to know how to exchange courtesy. Therefore, the Insect Emperor 168 will reluctantly take the initiative to donate a small piece of his meat. After all, it is poor and white, and there is no gift to give to 011. But after giving it out, it couldn't help but look forward to it. Its meat was processed and produced by Ling Yaoyao. I don't know what it would taste like. Seeing that Ling Yaoyao finally appeared, the Insect Emperor couldn't wait, secretly learning to rub the tentacles on the side of 012, and rubbing a few main insect wires. Ling Yaoyao naturally didn't know about the change in the heart of the Insect Emperor, who was leaning towards her side, but she could clearly feel that the Xing personalities of the Insect Emperor 168 and 012 were becoming more and more similar, and their attitude towards her became more and more affectionate and casual. She couldn't help but look at Ling Xian on the side, and smiled at 168 and 012. Sorry, I'm a little late, because I prepared a lot of delicious food today. Saying that, she sent a dish to the Insect Emperor 168 and 012. First of all, there were 10 beautiful and sumptuous dishes. Nowadays, one big and one small, you can already eat on the same plate, or even grab food. That is, 012 often can't compete with 168, but 168 will not go too far, and will always leave a little for your friends. This is still what 012 took the initiative to request, saying that it would be delicious to eat it in a hurry. 012 thought secretly, anyway, it couldn't eat enough, and the owner would give it extra food when he went back. When the Insect Emperor saw these 10 delicacies that could not be seen in their original form, he thought that this was the food made by his own insects, and he couldn't wait to eat them. Very delicious. It also tastes diverse. But it doesn't seem to be its meat. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao followed closely and sent it a large jar of soup exuding a rich and fragrant aroma, that is, the worm version of the Buddha jumping over the wall. This taste is so wonderful and happy that the Insect Emperor squinted his eyes, and it was actually a little better than the food just now. But this doesn't seem to be its meat. When Ling Yaoyao finally took out the Insect Emperor's medicinal soup, it was packed separately, and naturally the Insect Emperor's portion was the largest. 168. 9 big eyes widened instantly. Whoa. So fragrant. So sweet. Smells good. I really want to run laps. Forget it. This baby is a little overweight. This can't run. In short, the insect emperor's heart was extremely excited. It sniffed out. This is the cuisine made by its meat. The delicious and thick white soup in the mouth made the insect emperor feel a little floating in the whole insect. Oh my god, how could there be such delicious food in the sky? The baby's meat body is indeed invincible and delicious. However, what makes the insect emperor extremely entangled is that no matter how delicious his meat is, he can't eat more. It will hurt. The insect emperor 168 has 9 big eyes, blinking with happiness and touching, but also entangled with depressed tears. At this time, Ling Xian, who rarely spoke on the side, suddenly asked 168 in mental power thought, "Do you want to eat more such delicious meat? If you don't want to eat yourself, you can actually eat your own people. Just don't eat too much and give them time to recover slowly. Keep them in captivity and make your food, and you will be the real king of insects." This is the temptation from the devil. It's simply irresistible. Ling Xian, who said this, had just finished drinking the insect emperor medicinal diet soup, which was a little sweeter than last night's one. Ling Xian was still secretly concentrating, thinking that he had drunk a whole bowl of insect emperor medicinal soup today, but he couldn't fall into confusion here. But in order to maintain an excellent state of mental power, this soup cannot be left undrinked. Last night, Ling Xian felt it carefully, only half a bowl of soup, which was enough to increase his divine physique by 20% for 2 hours, except for the slightly pitted daddy's confusion and buff. There were no side effects after that. Who knows, the soup he drank today was slightly different from the taste last night, and he didn't feel any movement after drinking it. It seems that his family has made adjustments again. Ling Xian smiled in his heart, feeling that when he was outside, it was indeed better to drink this pure version of the heart, but if it was in a safe environment, drinking the original version would also have a different taste. After drinking that soup last night, a certain little demon who pestered him very hotly and didn't let go, but today he was very cold and avoided talking to him several times. Ling Xian actually knew that the little girl was shy. "But I still can't help but feel a little aggrieved and jealous. Damn, you can chat so happily with Insect Emperor 168 and 012, why ignore him? If it was just the two of them, he must have to entangle the little girl and ignore him." Although the Insect Emperor meat is very good, but now the Insect Emperor 168 has become more and more sensible and understands more things, and it is impossible to fool it into thinking that it has been looking forward to being here for a long time to be their source of the worm meat. After a few days of sparing no effort to feed, they are still good quality auxiliary healing food, almost no impurities. Although the Insect Emperor does not eat as much as before, the improvement is not small, and now it has been advanced from SSS level to SSS level. When the Insect Emperor 168 advances to SSS and awakens the Space Leap skill, it is estimated that it will not be able to continue to improve its strength by eating ordinary insects. Therefore, the game that Ling Xian had laid out before can now be slowly closed. He wanted to use the Insect Emperor 168 as a breakthrough point against the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and let it take his army to the Tower Worm Star field together, not only to save Wei Ling Yaoyao, but also to destroy the Tower Worm Star Alliance's greatest reliance, the ability to drive the Zerg clan. The Tower Worm people used special means to control the most advanced meat Peach Worm clan in the Zerg and had the ability to control the mental power, and drove the majority of the Zerg to fight for power and profit for them, which was a violation of the convention of interstellar race struggle. If the most advanced Zerg is no longer controlled by the Tower Worm Stars, they only recognize the Insect Emperor 168 as the Emperor, and even the so-called Tower Worm gods will also become one of the food of the Zerg in turn. I don't know if they will regret it then. However, this is not to blame anyone. If you want to blame them for not hitting the idea on the Huanhua Empire. After getting along with Insect Emperor 168 in the past few days, because of his good impression of Ling Yaoyao and 012, and Ling Xian is their companion, many of the auxiliary healing foods it usually eats are also taken out by Ling Xian to get back to 012, and then taken out by 012 to share with it. Now 168's hatred of Ling Xian has slowed down a lot. There is also the fear of danger, although the strength of the Insect Emperor 168 is constantly increasing, but Ling Xian is also constantly improving, and now the momentum on his body is much greater than when he first competed with it. Therefore, what Ling Xian said, Insect Emperor 168 would be suspicious, but he would also attach great importance to it. Judging by the discernment of the Insect Emperor, it couldn't hear Ling Xian's seductive words, which also contained endless follow-up and hidden intentions, and it only knew the most obvious meaning of analysis. Yes, as long as it goes back to eat the meat, which is also a meat peach worm, it doesn't have to hurt itself, and because of the large self-healing ability of the peach worm, as long as it does not eat them all at once, there will be a steady stream of delicious worms, not all meat. Peach worms like to be picky eaters and afraid of pain like 168, other meat peach worms are not so wise, but they also have a certain degree of wisdom, not only knowing how to eat, but will eat selectively. Therefore, the meat of meat peach worms will be particularly delicious. Insect Emperor 168 felt that Ling Xian was very reasonable. What is the emperor just to be the emperor of the insect cubs it gave birth to? It is such a smart bug. It should be the emperor of all the Zerg races. Keep other people of the same clan as meat peach worms in captivity and become its subordinates and long-term rations. The Insect Emperor 168 was aroused by the bear's ambition and food, and the 9 big eyes looked in the direction of Ling Xian expectantly. Ah, can this baby really be the Insect Emperor? What do I do? Ling Xian said in a low voice. First of all, you have to cooperate with my people to conduct a physical examination. Let's see why you are under the control of the tower worm gods. If you can, let you return to freedom and no longer be controlled by them, and then you can really be the insect king. Ling Xian said this, not without certainty. The subordinates he sent out had already found a large number of worm crystals on Molan Star, and collected these worm crystals and sent them to the Tsunglong Legion laboratory for the most comprehensive research. It was found that in addition to the ingredients in those insect crystals that gave birth to the Zerg, they were also extracted with the blood of the human race, which led to all the Zerg being born fascinated by human blood. And the piece of meat that Ling Yaoyao got from the Insect Emperor yesterday, in addition to doing dietary therapy research for Ling Yaoyao, Ling Xian also sent a sample to the most cutting-edge medical researchers on the battleship for analysis and research, and the preliminary research results showed that the Insect Emperor meat itself contained trace amounts of extremely peculiar insect blood. This worm blood component is suspected to come from the tower worm people themselves, and it is also the root of why the Zerg was born to submit to the tower worm people. The ancestors of the tower worm people have the blood of the ancient top Zerg race, so their bloodline is more noble, pure, and rich than the highest grade meat peach worm. Among the Zerg, the high-level Zerg has absolute suppression of the low-level Zerg and will bravely devour the same rank, but the low-level Zerg will never dare to covet the high-level Zerg. Therefore, the tower worm people can cultivate meat peach worms by using their own diluted blood, so that they are naturally submissive, and then control the entire Zerg by driving the meat peach worm that is the highest level in the Zerg and is good at controlling the mental power. This is a secret that Insect Emperor 168 is not allowed to say, but where in this world is there any absolute secret? Extracting one's own blood and removing unfavorable components is not a very complicated matter for interstellar age medical technology over time. The difficult thing is how to perform such an operation on the Insect Emperor. Can it not be changed to injections or oral medicine and food? As long as the blood of the Tower Insect Emperor 168 is expelled, it will no longer be controlled by the Tower Insect people. Ling Yaoyao didn't know these details, so shocked that she even forgot her shyness, and couldn't help but ask Ling Xian, can this really be done? Ling Xian said seriously, of course. Saying that, he also transferred the research report sent to him by the experimenter to Ling Yaoyao, proving that he was not a person who fooled insects without evidence. Ling Xian turned to look at the Insect Emperor 168, then, I will find a way to quickly raise your level to SSS+, and then you will take us back to your hometown. You will be responsible for conquering your insect people, and we will help you contain those tower worm gods. Ling Xian looked at Ling Yaoyao, who was still reading the information he gave, and smiled slightly. As for how to upgrade the 168 mental power to SSS upgrade, it depends on you. My beautiful and cute exclusive diet therapy master lady. Hearing that Ling Xian obviously valued and trusted, and with a little affectionate tone, Ling Yaoyao's face was slightly hot, and she hurriedly said, it's just to make more auxiliary healing medicinal soup that can make the Insect Emperor 168 improve the mental power. I'll try. However, it is estimated that 168 has to be used as the main material, and the weight cannot be less. Wow, Ling Xian concluded, when you become the Insect Emperor, you can eat whatever you want, and no one can control you anymore. Although the Insect Emperor 168 is stupid, it is not so easy to fool. It almost hit the nail on the head. Then when I go back to the Tower Worm Star Field, I will be the Insect Emperor, 011 and your food therapist. Will you still make auxiliary healing food for me? When this question came out, the whole air was almost stagnant. Whether it is Ling Xian, Ling Yaoyao, or Bloodvine Luo 012, they are very clear about this problem. Of course it is no, but if they answered this question so bluntly, then all the previous fooling would have fallen short. Ling Xian was very angry in his heart, daring to ching this insect emperor, and still thinking about snatching his daughter-in-law with him, but after calming down, Ling Xian did not show any displeasure, but said lightly, "It is impossible to provide you with food for a long time, but since you and Yaoyao are friends, it is not impossible to occasionally provide you with the food she cooks. In the future, the human race and the Zerg can establish business cooperation. You provide us with raw materials, and we provide you with finished products." After a pause, Ling Xian continued, "If you don't want to, then you can only go back to the days when you ate raw meat." After listening to the first half, the Insect Emperor 168 was originally very disappointed. What? It can't eat such a delicacy every day in the future, but after hearing it, oh my god, eat raw meat every day, is that the day of insects? As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Now the Insect Emperor 168 is in this state, after letting it taste the unparalleled deliciousness, and then return to the original days of eating hair and drinking blood. If it is not hungry to the extreme, where can it still eat those raw meat full of impurities? And for Ling Xian's mouth to be able to relieve the tower worm god's natural control over it, let it become a free worm. It is also a great temptation for 168, who now understands a lot of common sense, is already eager for freedom, and is dissatisfied with the tower worm gods who control them. The auxiliary healing food made by Ling Yaoyao can increase the mental power of the human little bug, and the Insect Emperor 168 also knows it. Even if it just ate its own meat as an ingredient, it was purified and added many materials to make the Insect Emperor medicinal soup. It felt that its mental power had increased slightly, and its physique was also purer. Although this trace is insignificant to its huge divine domain and body size, it is indeed there, and if you can eat more, the effect will definitely be more obvious. Insect Emperor 168 was shaken, and his big bony eyes looked in the direction of Ling Yaoyao and 012. 012 has read a lot of articles on spiritual soup, and now he is also the head of the conversation. If you are unhappy as a free bug or the Insect Emperor, you can find a new owner you like. You always have to try new insects to discover morphing colors. Ling Yaoyao was embarrassed, but he also encouraged, 168 is so powerful and cute, just do it well if you want to do it. I will also fully support you. As a result, 168 was stunned by the sugar-coated pow bomb made of food, and was completely brainwashed by the human race. Regardless of whether these human races have any purpose or not, at least they have shown enough sincerity to make such a choice, which is more beneficial to it. If the people of Tower Wormstar knew, they would probably be shocked to the extreme. The Zerg weapons they used to plunder resources to deal with the invincible Zerg race would actually be brainwashed by the human race, and even help the humans deal with them in turn. However, it is not surprising that where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The Tower Worm people use the Zerg as a driving tool, but they have never thought about them in the slightest, so it is no wonder that they will lose the hearts of the people. A verbal cooperation agreement was reached, and in order to cooperate with the planning process, the Insect Emperor 168 personally divided more worms after his body was injected by human doctors with a pain-relieving anesthetic specifically for its physical research. The wound will heal quickly, and after the anesthetic takes effect, the Insect Emperor 168 does not feel pain. And these removed meat, 168 were personally given to Ling Yaoyao, asking Ling Yaoyao to help purify and drive away the impurities inside, and make it into an auxiliary medicinal soup that could improve its mental power and make it more powerful. In such a continuous cutting of meat, the meat peachworm emperor, who was originally 1,000 meters tall and strong, was simply visibly thin, but there is also a steady stream of medicinal soup sent to it. Drinking soup is not easy to grow meat, but it makes its meat energy and quality more pure. Insect Emperor 168 was happy and distressed. I want to work hard to grow up. Now that I'm getting smaller, how can I be an Insect Emperor when I go back? Other people will definitely laugh at my meat peachworm is particularly edible, especially able to grow meat. Each size is very large, because it devoured several Zerg at the beginning. It was originally the strongest one. Bloodvine Baby 012 hurriedly put various cartoons on the beauty of thinness for the Insect Emperor, and he also turned his 4 or 5 meter tall combat form into a pocket body size of only half a meter high, acting coquettishly and cutely towards Ling Yaoyao, begging for rubbing and begging. Ling Yaoyao was also the first time she had left the mecha Ling Bo in front of the Insect Emperor, because she could now be sure that 168 would never hurt her. Ling Xian also left the mecha and stayed by Ling Yaoyao's side, on high alert. Insect Emperor 168 blinked his huge eyes, envious of this, and it was originally beautiful as tall and strong, but gradually began to feel that bigger was not better. It is too big, its body speed is extremely slow, and if the mental power cannot control the opponent, it will not even want to catch up and fight. For example, this is the case with Ling Xian. Its mental power cannot completely suppress Ling Xian, no matter how strong the body is, no matter how strong the recovery force is, it is useless, because this human cannot beat it, and it can still run. So, the insect emperor quickly lost weight from a big meat mountain. A month later, the insect emperor 168 was big and slimmed down, but his mental power and physique changed from SSS level to infinitely close to SSS plus. At the same time, Ling Yaoyao's mental power has been upgraded to SS plus level, and his physique has also been upgraded to a plus level. Ling Xian's mental power is upgraded to SSS plus, and his physique is upgraded to SS level. Even the heterogeneous blood vine 012, which is often stained with light and drunk, has been upgraded to level 6, that is, the double SS level of the mental power physique. 80% of the meat taken from the insect emperor 168 was used on itself, and the remaining 20% was used as a deduction for the cost of the medicinal materials and accessories she provided, as well as her labor costs. As for the missing medicinal materials and ingredients, Ling Yaoyao directly asked the Yi family's Blue Kite Business Alliance to buy them, basically at cost price, and it didn't cost much. With SSS level insect emperor meat as the main material and level 5 or 6 medicinal materials as auxiliary materials, and constantly having opportunities to practice, Ling Yaoyao can now make level 6 superior auxiliary medicinal soup. In order to thank him, Ling Yaoyao also sent people to Yishi, Xia Shu, as well as Wei Yuan, Xiao Mingyao, and Zhao Qingyun, who also sent several auxiliary medicinal soups that contained mental power and physique. Of course, the amount of insect emperor meat placed in it is much less, and the curative effect is about the middle and upper level of the 6th level. After all, the insect emperor meat is too rare, using a little less, Yishi and the others have no reason to quickly improve their mental power and physique. But Rao is like this, and the diluted version of the Worm Emperor medicinal diet decoction is also several times better than that of ordinary auxiliary food Chong. Yishi's injuries in the divine domain were fully recovered, and Xiaoshu's body recovered much faster. Other friends also increased their mental power and physique. Ling Yaoyao told Wei Yuan in the video that she was going to leave the team and follow the Nighthawk team for a while, and if she couldn't return to school in time, she would ask them to help her take leave. From the medicinal soup sent by Ling Yaoyao with a level 6 medium and high curative effect, Wei Yuan knew that his little sister stayed in the Nighthawk team, definitely not only because he wanted to get along with Ling Xian more. Such a level of auxiliary therapy food is already comparable to the works made by her master's food therapy master Kai Yuhong. In the Nighthawk team, she can give full play to her talents and abilities more thoroughly, without any concealment. Wei Yuan could only repeatedly tell her to be careful, while he, Qiao Mingyao, and Zhao Qingyun were going to lead Elan Star in advance and return to the Imperial Capital Star first, because the Imperial Capital Star also started a worm nest war. Yishi stayed temporarily because he had to recuperate for a while, and launching did not officially lift the alarm, so he stayed temporarily and did not go back with them. Ling Yaoyao prepared a batch of auxiliary medicinal soup with excellent curative effect for Wei Yuan, as well as other auxiliary food that was easy to carry, as well as a 6th level superior insect emperor medicinal soup specially used for the two grandfathers and grandmothers to nourish their bodies, and asked Wei Yuan to bring it back. The Imperial Capital Star also broke out with a bug nest, indicating that Xiaoming and the Tower Worm Star Alliance had taken action. Ling Xian's restraint of the SSS level insect emperor in Elan Star, Xiaoming and the Tower Worm Star Alliance must know about it. It's just that they definitely couldn't have imagined that their side was not just trying to contain the insect emperor, but they had successfully rebelled against the insect emperor 168, and they were about to touch the base camp of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. After these chores were dealt with, the researchers in the Nighthawk team finally developed an injection to quench the blood of the Tower Worm Star in the body of the insect emperor 168, and began to inject it comprehensively. And Ling Yaoyao also began to prepare for the auxiliary healing diet that could make the insect emperor 168 become an SSS upgrade and maintain it for more than a day. As long as these last two tasks are completed, they can let the insect emperor 168 use the space leap skill to generate a worm vortex and take them to the Tower Worm Star field. At this time, the insect emperor 168, who had successfully lost weight and shrunk a lot, finally succeeded in bouncing out of the nest Shua that had been trapped in it for a long time. The soldiers with mecha and fighter jets surrounding the mouth of the nest were like facing a great enemy, but because of Ling Xian's order, they only dared to follow from a distance and did not dare to approach. This is the first time that most of them have seen a living insect emperor mom. It's such a big one. How big is the mountain inside? And the mountain dome did not have the body of the insect emperor and the mental power to provide support, and the entire huge barren mountain was too hollow and collapsed suddenly. Fortunately, the insect eggs, larvae, and insect silk that the insect emperor molted inside had long been collected by the people sent by Ling Xian. 168 found that the sky outside was blue, rough and green, and the air was much fresher. No wonder its cubs were not very willing to stay in the mountains to eat soil, and always wanted to come out early to see the outside world. Its whole body was much lighter, and it ran quickly with thousands of insect silk legs happily. That's what freedom feels like. Bloodvine Baby 012 sits on top of the head of the 100-meter tall white and tender insect emperor, looking like 168 with a dazzling red flower on top of his head. 012 used hundreds of tentacles at the same time, trying to stabilize his small body of only 5 meters, and exclaimed, "Ah, 168, you are too tall and too fast. Slow down now." It has been nearly a month since Ling Yaoyao just came over to join Ling Xian in the insect emperor's nest Xue. Since successfully rebelling against the insect emperor 168, Ling Yaoyao's main daily task is to use 168's meat as the main ingredient, with various medicinal materials that are good for tempering the meat body and mental power, boil it into a medicinal soup, and then feed it back to 168. However, 168 changed from a giant meat mountain with a height of a kilometer to a small meat mountain only 100 meters high, but it was not because they really cut so many meat from the insect emperor. At the beginning, the insect emperor only drank the medicinal soup made by Ling Yaoyao but did not grow meat, and the soup he drank also had the effect of refining and expelling impurities for itself, and later, it was obviously not too many meat cut from 168, but its size was still getting smaller. The meat of the insect emperor also melted in the mouth from the initial tenderness, becoming more and more solid and chewy. To put it simply, because the insect emperor's body drank too much medicinal soup, the entire body of the insect emperor 168 was quenched and purified, and impurities were eliminated, so that 168 gradually condensed from the initial fat to the whole body. Although the size of 168 has become much smaller, the strength has not decreased, the speed is much faster, and the mental power and physique have also been greatly improved, and it is only one step away from being officially upgraded to SSS promotion. The physique of the peachworm, or most insects, has no bones in the body, but it will have a very tough shell and tendons. 168 The insect tendons extracted from this big cut and the insect shells transformed from the evolution of their own constitution are excellent materials for making mecha and battleship shells. In order to provide more security when the shuttle insects are down, Ling Xian asked people to melt the insect emperor's tendon worm shell and other precious or materials together, adding an additional layer of protective coating to the inside of the battleship. In addition, their mecha Lingyun Lingbo also added a layer of insect emperor shell protection. The most sharp troops of the Nighthawk team were quietly dispatched by Ling Xian to Ilan Star, and the garrison of Baijia's main star was also properly arranged. The blood components of the tower insect alien in the body of the insect emperor 168 have also been completely exterminated. 2 days ago, the imperial capital star broke out with a bug nest, and this time it came very fiercely, but now the people of the imperial capital star are soldiers, and they are not afraid to fight against the Zerg at all. In addition, Ling Tianyue was stationed at the military star not far from the imperial capital star, and under Ling Xian's reminder, with the permission of Ling Jinghai and Ling Tianyue, the Zhonglong Legion had already dispatched a lot of troops to the vicinity of the imperial capital star. If the imperial capital star could not support it, it could be supported at any time, and quickly linked up with other Legion high-level officials to send Jingrui troops to relieve the siege of the imperial capital star, and in general, there would not be much danger. Xiaoming may be able to gain a little fame this time, but it is impossible to build a wild legion. But if they wanted to completely eliminate the threat of the Zerg and reveal the truth about the alliance between Xiaoming and the Tower Worm Star Alliance, they still had to go to the Tower Worm Star field. Now that everything is ready and the time is right, it is time to go to the Nada Worm Star field. Insect Emperor 168 felt that he was very happy now. The whole insect was light and fast, his whole body was full of strength. Leaving the dark nest, Xue saw the blue sky and white clouds outside, and Ling Yaoyao gave it a special mental power enhancement medicinal soup to drink. The portion was particularly large. After drinking all the Insect Emperor 168, he felt that his mental power domain ping exploded, and there was a little more mysterious things in his mind. Its mental power level really rose to SSS level, its Jing touch filament can be wirelessly extended, and it can sense the condition of the entire planet and even the star field around Elon star, and can even go wherever it wants. Fortunately, the worm crystals on Mo star had already been collected by Ling Xian, and they were also installed with a space device that isolated the breath. Otherwise, if the insect emperor had already eaten up the resources of a planet, and then smelled the scent of the insect crystal, he would definitely not be able to control himself and go to the Mo star to continue to eat. In a sense, today's insect emperor 168 has been successfully domesticated by the dietitians led by Ling Yaoyao of the Nighthawk team, not to mention human meat. Even if it is a worm meat, it doesn't like to eat it raw. But the attraction of the insect crystal to the insect emperor 168 is still very large. After all, it is related to whether it can continue to live, and the insects are endless. Ling Xian planned to wait until the human blood on the insect crystal was expelled, and then give the insect emperor 168 in the future. Of course, the premise was that this cooperation went smoothly. Insect Emperor 168 had long known that Ling Xian and other human insects wanted it to take them to the tower worm star field, and they helped it lift the suppression of its bloodline by the tower worm gods, and also helped it improve its mental power and physique, and it was also a worm that kept its promises. In fact, the Insect Emperor 168 can't wait to be the Ling Yaoyao and the others. Its own blood has been refined to the extreme, it can no longer be cut. It wants to taste the ultimate deliciousness of the meat peach worm in the future, and it can only return to the tower worm star field to be the real insect emperor, and raise its remaining clan captive. Thinking that there would be a lot of food to eat when he went back, the insect emperor 168 sucked his saliva, and then used his divine mind to penetrate the command room of the main battleship, and said to Ling Yaoyao, 11 little basin friends, I feel that my body is full of energy, and I can make a space leap. You have to keep up. The mental power thought wave of the Insect Emperor 168 did not guard against Ling Xian, so Ling Xian also heard it, and he directly ordered the battleship to self-inspect and blockade, and prepare for setting sail and leaping. The space transition is full of uncertainty, and the danger is much greater than that of the directional worm vortex channel, but with the power of the Insect Emperor 168 one worm, it is also a less stable SSS upgrade, and it is not possible to establish a stable worm vortex yet. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said, okay, please wait for us for 5 minutes. I told you to start the leap, can you start again? Insect Emperor 168 thought about it, still afraid that these fragile human bugs would be lost. Wouldn't no one provide it with delicious food then? Insect Emperor 168 then started a short distance leap, and the whole insect appeared above the streamlined main battleship of the Nighthawk team, which was thousands of meters long, and the body of the main battleship that was pressed into the air sank slightly. The Nighthawk main battleship is the latest development, and the load-bearing capacity is still very good, but there is suddenly such a small meat mountain on the body, and the flight speed must be much slower. Immediately afterwards, the Insect Emperor 168 stretched out thousands of tough insect filaments on the chassis and extended as long as possible, rolling the middle of the entire main battleship into its claws. Instantaneous alarms in the battleship command room. SSS alarm. SSS Insect Emperor insect attack. Now the Insect Emperor 168 can also understand a little human language. It has been left in the command room of the main battleship with a trace of mental power, without waiting for Ling Yaoyao, 012 and Ling Xian to ask. It is very aggrieved and took the initiative to explain, the baby is just afraid that he will be separated from you in the process of shuttling because of the space distortion force, so he will take you to fly with. Ling Yaoyao was ashamed. 168 thought about it very thoughtfully, and it was also very powerful. Fortunately, it was not a 1,000-meter-long meat mountain now, otherwise it would be a heavy burden for the battleship, which was simply unbearable for life. Ling Xian also calmly ordered 168, although you have become smaller, you are very heavy, don't put all your weight on my battleship, and prepare to take off immediately when you are tightened. Insect Emperor 168 responded, then closed his 9 huge eyes, probed his mental power into the endless void, and began its journey home. Ling Yaoyao and 012 were stuffed into the soundproof and shockproof fixed soft compartment on the wall of the command room, which could minimize the side effects caused by space transitions. The cover of the shockproof warehouse is transparent. Ling Yaoyao can adjust the position mode, go to sleep, and can also look at the outside situation through the transparent cover. Ling Xian, Qingbin, and others did not enter the shockproof compartment, but sat in the main and co-pilot seats on both sides, put on special shockproof soft armor and noise-reducing and shockproof helmets. Such a degree of shockproof is not very chiong, the space distortion, oppression, bumps, etc. brought about by the space transition have a lot of damage to their bodies and the divine domain, but there is no way. In the process of space shuttle must be someone to ensure that the mind is absolutely sober. If encountering a critical situation, you can give the main battleship intelligent driving system instructions at any time, and even carry out manual driving if necessary. The spatial distance from Warner Star Field to Tower Worm Star Field is not close, and such a continuous space transition lasted for nearly a day. Being in the shockproof warehouse, there will still be a slight roar. Listening to it for a long time makes people tired. Ling Yaoyao stared at Ling Xian from a distance with wide eyes from the beginning, afraid that something would happen in the middle. It's just that Ling Xian is so hateful that at the beginning, he would shake his head at her through the shockproof helmet, and said to her very gently through the internal communication device, "Don't look at it, baby, go to sleep." When I got to the back, I didn't pay attention to her at all, and I didn't even look back at her. 4 or 5 hours later, Ling Yaoyao couldn't support it anymore and fell asleep. Although Ling Xian didn't look back, she had always wrapped a trace of mental power around the shockproof compartment where Ling Yaoyao was, in case something accident happened to her. As for him not looking back, it was because since the space leap out of the Elon planet, the spatial oppression he felt continued to intensify. Don't talk back, talk, even if you want to move a finger, it's extremely difficult. Ling Xian mental power domain is very large. Mental power is SSS upgrade, better than Insect Emperor 168, which can keep awake throughout the whole process, but his body only has SS upgrades, and there is no natural shell for defense, and it is still very reluctant to withstand such a degree of space shuttle. But he would never let Ling Yaoyao know about his discomfort. After Ling Yaoyao fell asleep, he really couldn't support it. Ling Xian ordered the medical robot to send Qingbin into the shockproof compartment, and then another senior officer came out of the seismic compartment and took the position of co-pilot. Fortunately, in the process of space leap, they were not unlucky enough to encounter space turbulence, and there were no dangers along the way. It is said that the Zerg have a keen sense of danger by nature, and it seems that this is indeed the case. If you can use the power of the Zerg in the future to build a stable worm vortex space channel between the Huanua Empire and the Tower Worm Star Field, you can consider long-term trade exchanges. Otherwise, the conditions he had promised to the Insect Emperor 168 before could only wait for it to come to the door every once in a while. A day later, the space transition finally ended completely, entering the Tower Worm Star Field, and when he started the normal flight mode, Ling Xian, the only one who was awake and persisted in the whole process, was already bloodless at the moment. Ling Xianqiang endured the pain of his internal organs being about to be misaligned, and calmly ordered that the people in the shockproof warehouse could come out, but he did not let Ling Yaoyao come out immediately. Ling Xian asked Qingbin to lead the main battleship to fly slowly and conceal. Scanning the terrain of the Tower Worm Star Field, Lu Lin sent a secret communication signal to see if he could contact Wei Ling, who had left a communication number for Qingbin before, and let Li Nan drive the mecha out to see how the Insect Emperor 168 is now, and send it the food prepared before. And he himself needs to go to the medical cabin to lie down for an hour to restore his body to its best condition. And the Insect Emperor 168 drooping on the main battleship. At this moment the mental power on his body to improve the curative effect of the medicinal diet has also passed. The mental power is exhausted, the whole worm is dying, it is already a useless worm, and it is cheeky to press the weight of its body on the battleship of the Nighthawk team. Fortunately, its body has been continuously tempered by medicinal dietary therapy, and it has a very hard shell with excellent defense, but it has not suffered any serious injuries. Insect Emperor 168 could no longer distinguish the mental power to investigate the situation in the command room of the main battleship, but he still recognized the little human bug who often brought him food. Hearing that this was given to him by Ling Xian, the Insect Emperor 168 baby was simply moved. I feel more and more that I have chosen to cooperate with humans, and I really made the right choice. If Ling Xian wanted to kill it, it was actually the best time. After all, it was weaker than ever, and the thermal weapons of the human warship were extremely large, and there was no need to worry about accidentally hurting their compatriots in this void. After many days of study, although the Insect Emperor 168 seems silly and sweet, he also understands many hidden truths. It's just that it is willing to believe in teaching it this, giving it kindness, warmth, and food, but fortunately it chose the right one. When Ling Yaoyao woke up and came out of the earthquake-proof warehouse, she heard Lu Lin reporting good news to Ling Xian. "Boss, I have contacted Admiral Shengwei, he sent us the coordinates of an abandoned resource star, do we want to go over?" Ling Yaoyao didn't expect that when she first came to the Tower Worm Star Field, she would be able to contact her father so quickly, and even meet him and her mother soon, and maybe there would be a younger brother or sister she had never met before, she said excitedly, if you want it, let's go quickly. Ling Xian, whose body had been repaired to normal, waved to Ling Yaoyao, and then ordered Lu Lin, go at full speed, but slow down before arriving, and then send a sharp vanguard team to land on the planet, find out the situation, confirm that the news is reliable, and then land. He promised to help her find her parents, so naturally he would not break his word, but he would not joke about the safety of his entire warship and the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Ling Yaoyao understood the hidden meaning in Ling Xian's words. She slowly approached Ling Xian, and then looked back at brother Lu Lin in the command room correspondent position did not look this way, and Qingben in the co-pilot position was also concentrating on observing the star map. The girl leaned over and quickly kissed the cold side of the Major General's cold face, and then stepped back. What? I'll go back to the lounge first. Ling Xian took her to the command room before, but he was afraid that if something happened, he would be too far away to take care of her. As a non-staff member of the Nighthawk team, she was actually not qualified to stay in the command room of this battleship, and she also made remarks that disturbed the commander's will. Unexpectedly, when Ling Xian was about to turn around, he pulled the girl's body over with his long arms and let her sit on his legs. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, kissed the girl's small and white earlobe, and said softly, if it really goes so smoothly, as soon as I come to the Tower Wormstar field, I will find your parents, and you are not allowed to favor them at that time, and you must help me say more good things. This movement was too big. Qingben and Lu Lin both looked over, but after receiving Ling Xian's warning, the two immediately turned their heads again, pretending to be very busy, but each of them stretched out their ears and paid attention to the movement on their side. Qingben also laughed and scolded, here on the dog again. This time it's still the live version of Ling Yaoyao was extremely embarrassed and hurriedly struggled to get up. Ling Xian pinched her little face and laughed lowly, you played a hooligan with me just now, and you are not afraid of them seeing it, and you don't have to be afraid now. Ling Yaoyao is very familiar with Qingben and Lu Lin, so she dared to be so bold just now. But in the end, it is easy to be shy, and a bright little face has turned red, especially the earlobes and pinched faces that have been kissed by Ling Xian have turned red-pink. But for Ling Xian's request, she still responded very lowly, no, no. In fact, she didn't want to reveal her relationship with Ling Xian to them as soon as she found her biological parents, thinking that it might be better to go step by step, it should be easier for Ling Qianyao to accept. But after thinking about it, in this world, the person who loves her the most is Ling Xian, and what she cares about most is only Ling Xian's thoughts. Although she was very eager to find her biological parents, it was mainly to repay the kindness of childbirth and reassure the Wei family's grandparents. She and Wei Ling Qianyao were not close, they didn't even know that there was a daughter like her, who had a relationship with the young Ling Yaoyao, and she was also aimed at the original body. How could she be willing to make him feel wronged in order to please his biological parents, who had never gotten along with him and were not closely related? Ling Xian looked at Ling Yaoyao snuggling up in his arms obediently, his heart was very soft and sweet, and he had to grind her inch by inch. Where are the luo flower stud earrings that you gave you before? Can I put it on you? Ling Yaoyao's face turned even redder, but she still obediently took out the small black box. They are now in love with each other, and the value of Ling Xian's first gift to her is comparable to that of Ling Bo, and she really shouldn't keep it on the shelf. In this unknown Tower Wormstar field, if she encounters danger, the mental power stored in the moon lotus flower may also become her retreat. Ling Yaoyao complained in a low voice that Ling Xian's confession was unqualified. I didn't know what kind of flower this was at the time. Later, I found out from a friend that I thought you had given it to the wrong person. Then she wanted to return the stud earrings, but was pulled into the room by this guy and pretended to be crazy with wine. Qingben could not look at it, but he couldn't pretend to be deaf. He stood up suddenly, I have to go have lunch. The battleship can be driven automatically, and it doesn't matter if there is a co-pilot temporarily missing. By the way, he also pulled together the correspondent Lu Lin who had conveyed Ling Xian's instructions. Although Lu Lin felt a little touched, he often hid in the dark on the Star Network to watch these two people tired and crooked, and he was a little secretly trying to hear more. He struggled innocently, no, I'm not hungry. Ling Xian looked at Lu Lin and said coldly, if you are not hungry, go eat. When you arrive on that planet, you may not have time to eat for you. Also, let the robot send 2 copies to the command room. This is to clear the scene. Qingben pulled the gossipy Lu Lin brother out of the command room. Ling Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at Ling Xian's strong and slender and slightly rough fingers, he took out the small red moon luo flower stud earrings from the box, and Ling Yaoyao became nervous again. Ling Xian was actually very nervous, but looking at the little girl's rare obedience to him, he felt very happy and sweet in his heart. His movements were very clumsy, and it took a while for the little girl to put on the earrings. Ling Yaoyao raised her hand and touched the moonflower stud earrings on her earlobes, feeling that she was now completely acceptable to these earrings. There was no one in the command room, and she could also let go of herself a little, and turned her face to face Ling Xian. Is it good looking? Ling Xian looked at her with dark eyes and hummed, it's good looking. The Major General fell in love for the first time, and even the praise was so Ling Yaoyao's lips curled up, the cute pair vortex was very good looking, and then asked in a soft voice, am I good looking, or are the earrings good looking? Ling Xian's eyes suddenly became much deeper, and he didn't answer, and directly kissed the red and soft lips that seduced him. Lingering kisses, sweet kisses. Now that there is hope for finding his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Ling Xian can't help but reveal a trace of his thoughts and plans. After a long time of parting, Ling Xian's voice was low, if I wear a ring for you in the future, you will be so good. Ling Yaoyao's body suddenly froze. Huh? She is only 19 years old, is it too early to get married? Ling Xian saw Ling Yaoyao's stunned and resistant look, and he knew that the little girl probably didn't want to get married so early. Ling Xian's eyes sank instantly, but the little girl ate soft and not hard, and the more he forced her, the more disgusted she would be, and she wanted to escape. The Major General's generous and powerful big hand gently rubbed the top of the girl's soft hair, and reasoned with her in a low and gentle tone, it is precisely because you are still young that I want to settle down as soon as possible, and if you don't get married, you can get engaged first, and you can get married after you graduate. Otherwise, I would be very worried that when you meet more excellent young men of the same age outside, one day they will feel that they are younger and more energetic than me, and they will not like me. You already said that you don't like the old-fashioned and serious type of me. Ling Xian was showing his possession and uneasiness to the girl. Ling Yaoyao comforted, funny, but I just like it, what can I do? Don't worry, I will always like you, only you. Saying that, the girl took the initiative to kiss Ling Xian on the lips. Ling Yaoyao's word for marriage, which represents a kind of restraint on love, has also reduced a lot of rejection. She worked so hard to improve her level in dietary therapy research. In fact, it was also because of her inferiority complex. Her current appearance and identity are all from her original body, and only her achievements in dietary therapy belong to her. Ling Xian was originally the god of war of the empire, the dream of countless girls. Why wasn't she afraid that he would meet other better women outside? But Ling Yaoyao wouldn't look at Ling Xian pretending to be pitiful, so she agreed to him so easily, which was not a formal marriage proposal. Marriage or something, let's wait until her biological parents are found. Marriage is different from love, not only the two of them, but of course it is necessary to obtain the clear consent and blessing of both families. Ling Xian heard Ling Yaoyao's sweet words that were almost confessional, as well as the active kiss, knowing that she was a little loose. Even if she doesn't agree now, when everything is settled, he will grind until she agrees. The little girl's physique has now been upgraded to a level, as long as he is a little more relaxed, he should be able to bear it even if he still wants to keep the best memories between the two until after the engagement. That's right, the Major General is so old-fashioned. Thinking of the deeper meaning of engagement, Ling Xian's eyes suddenly became a little deeper, clasped the back of the girl's head, pressed her to the cockpit of the main battleship, and kissed her again. Ling Yaoyao was extremely nervous, someone might come in at any time in the command room. Also, there are many touch-screen buttons on the bridge. What if you accidentally rub which one and cause the battleship command to go wrong? Ling Xian seemed to see her worries, holding her small earlobe without Yueluo flower studs on the other side, and said in a dumb voice, don't worry, no one will come in. You don't have permissions, you can't touch the key commands. Unfortunately, as soon as Ling Xian finished speaking, the door of the battleship command room was pushed open. Ling Yaoyao was so frightened that he quickly pushed the hands and feet of the Major General, who was pressing on him fiercely. The intelligent robot stood at the door of the battleship's command room with a lunchbox, blinked innocently and said, I'm sorry to disturb your good things, do you want to have lunch first, or do you want to continue to make out with this beautiful young lady? Ling Xian's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Ling Yaoyao was extremely embarrassed. Oh my god, why are the intelligence of interstellar age robots so high? She hurriedly said, eat. However, the robot did not agree with her opinion and still looked at Ling Xian inquiringly. Ling Xian said coldly, this is my fiancée, and you must take her opinion as the first criterion in future life matters. The intelligent robot immediately agreed, its round eyes blinked, flashed a blue light, and scanned and recorded Ling Yaoyao's whole body data. When the robot left, both of them had opinions. Ling Yaoyao, I'm not your fiancé yet. Ling Xian, am I so shameful? Ling Xian, soon. Ling Yaoyao, I just don't like to be seen hearing Ling Xian's extremely certain soon. Ling Yaoyao also got angry and said indiscriminately, since you are so confident, I should think about getting engaged or something. You can change it if you can't wait. Ling Xian, who was planning to declare sovereignty in public kiss in the future, heard Ling Yaoyao's last sentence, and his eyes suddenly became very cold and fierce. Ling Xianqiang resisted the urge to cut people, and his tone was cold and sympathetic. The last sentence, do you say it again? Ling Yaoyao was frightened by the suddenly terrifying momentum on Ling Xian's body and retreated behind the bridge, but further back, there was a transparent tempered window outside is a vast sea of stars. Looking back at the endless void, Ling Yaoyao was afraid of heights, and quickly took the initiative to retract back, threw himself into Ling Xian's arms, hugged his waist, and complained first, "Woo, you bully me. Still fierce to me." Ling Xian, Ling Yaoyao eats soft and not hard. Ling Xian is not, seeing the little girl taking the initiative to give her a hug, afraid of crying even if he knew that she was pretending, he still couldn't help but soften. He immediately hugged the girl's small body tightly. It's my fault, I shouldn't kill you. If you don't like to be seen, we will make out in private. I can't say anything like change one in the future, I can't help but get angry. Ling Yaoyao also knew that what she had just said was excessive. In fact, in the final analysis, she and Ling Xian spend too little time together on a daily basis, and there are many differences in thoughts and concepts between the two. But as long as they love each other and recognize each other's hearts as unchanged, these can be slowly run in and accommodated and tolerated by each other. Ling Yaoyao touched Ling Xian's bottom limit. In short, he was never allowed to easily separate them as bargaining chips, otherwise this person would go crazy. And Ling Xian also figured out his little girl. In addition to her well-behaved, soft and cute side, she also has a bit of a little temper, and she must follow her more at this time. After the brother and sister became lovers, they often had some small disputes, but fortunately, they could always pass the rain quickly and clear up, and it was better to feel better about each other. The two of them had lunch together in the command room. Except for the medicinal soup prepared by Ling Yaoyao before, the food for lunch was made by other food therapists, and the taste was ancient countryese, which was not bad. After lunch, Ling Yaoyao went to the kitchen, planning to go to the diet therapy laboratory to make another batch of auxiliary therapy food. If she can successfully reunite with her parents next, she may not have so much time to stay in the diet therapy laboratory all day. Not long after lunch, the main battleship of the Nighthawk team approached the coordinates of the abandoned resource star given by Wei Ling, but without waiting for Ling Xian to send someone to investigate the situation above, they encountered a Star Thief spaceship with a skeleton mark on it. Although the spaceship looked a little old, it was extremely large, more than 4 or 5 times larger than their battleship. What's even more terrifying is that the other party is such a behemoth, but his speed is not slower than them at all, and he took the initiative to greet him, as if he had met a lamb to be slaughtered. You know, the Tower Worm Star field is better than their Huanua Empire in terms of scientific research level. Now in this strange star field, is it about to encounter the first terrible enemy? Qingbin, who has now returned to the command room, was shocked. The last time I met Admiral Wei, he was just a civilian miniature spaceship without any markings. Lulin, are you sure that the coordinates you got are not wrong? Could it be that the communication information between you and Admiral Wei was intercepted and changed by the Star Thieves? In his professional field, Lu Lin is not allowed to be questioned. Impossible. I have studied the communication technology of the Tower Worm Star field very thoroughly. Although his current technology has no way to actively invade other people's spaceship systems, it is still possible to ensure the security of his own communication channel. Ling Xian touched his chin and said thoughtfully, perhaps, they just want to test our strength. As an outsider to the Tower Worm Star domain, Wei Ling can survive here for many years, and it is impossible to oppose the Tower Worm Star alliance alone, and there must be forces to take refuge in. It stands to reason that Wei Ling is the leader of the Thorn Legion of the Huanua Empire, and his wife and daughter were still kidnapped by the Star Thieves, and he should have no good impression of the profession of Star Thieves at all, and he will not take the initiative to join the Star Thief forces. However, the Tower Worm Star Alliance oppressed and persecuted the human race, and it was impossible to be with it. Only in this way can he get resources such as spaceships and energy, understand some of the dynamics of the Tower Worm Star allied forces, and ensure the safety of his wife in the rear when he goes on a mission. With the qualifications of Wei Ling's mental power SS level and physique SS level, He must also be one of the high-ranking people in the Star Thief forces, but he has not been here for a long time, only more than 10 years, and he is thinking of returning to the Huanua Empire, and he will definitely not become the highest rank among the Star Thief forces. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Ling Xian is here to deal with the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. These star thieves may also intend to cooperate with them for the sake of Wei Ling's face, but before deciding to cooperate, of course, they must first test the strength of those of them from low-level civilizations. Therefore, Ling Xian's combat instructions are to conserve the way of responding to the battle, increase defense, move flexibly, and attack sharply when necessary. They are indeed from a civilization plane that is one level lower than the Tower Worm Star field, and their attack power may not be as great as that of the Tower Worm Star field, but they are by no means soft persimmons that can be manipulated. However, when the Star Thief spaceship that rushed over with great momentum reached the attack range, it did not immediately attack them, but strangely stopped and took the initiative to send a communication application. However, the Nighthawk team seized the opportunity, and immediately blasted a long-range high-energy particle POW at the opponent. Brother Lu Lin asked, "Boss, do you still need to pick up their communications?" Ling Xian, pick up. Soon, the video call was connected, and a bearded strong man came out from the opposite side, angrily saying, "Little brat, you actually started us first. Not timid." At the same time as saying this, the high-energy particle POW sent out by the Nighthawk team happened to arrive at the Skull Star Thief spaceship, and the other party was retreating quickly, but it was too big to retreat, so it was too late to retreat, so it could only spend a huge amount of energy to open the defense shield to offset the bombardment of this high-energy particle POW. The words spoken by this strong man were obviously the lingua franca of Warner Starfield, with an accent of the Nail Federation. Ling Xian maintained a cold face, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't your excellency want to fight with us just now? Loosen your muscles and bones?" Zhuang Hanyu choked, looked at Ling Xian carefully, and then frowned and said, "Why do you look like that guy Ling Tianyue? You shouldn't be his son, right?" Ling Xian nodded reservedly, "It's my father." Excellency, could it be Admiral Ward Maines, who was sucked into the Zerg battlefield in the border star area of the Nail Federation 40 years ago? In the same era as his father Ling Tianyue, he was qualified to speak of Ling Tianyue's name in this somewhat familiar and slightly hostile tone, and the high-ranking officials of the Nalai Federation military department, who were also missing on the battlefield, were the only ones. If the boss of this Star Thief force is Ward Maines, it is understandable why he would want to try his level. The Wano Empire and the Nalai Federation have always been not very peaceful. If it weren't for the common foreign enemy of the Zerg, they might have started a war long ago. Ward Maines is the boss of this Star Thief force, so the chances of Wei Ling being on this spaceship are even greater. When they were in the Warner Star field, although the two giants of the Warno Empire and the Nalai Federation were not very close, they did not tear their faces. If you meet in this alien field, they will at least be of the same human race, so they will naturally choose to cooperate. Sure enough, the strong man's eyes flashed with appreciation. "The boy is good. You've actually heard of me." They confirmed each other's identities, but Ward had no intention of cooperating amicably, and immediately asked him what he was most concerned about. "What's going on with the juvenile peachworm on top of your battleship?" This is also the reason why the Skull Star pirate ship suddenly became afraid to make a move. In the Tower Worm Star Alliance, any Zerg can be killed, but Meat Peachworm can't be killed casually, not to mention whether it can be killed or not. Even if it can be killed, it will be sensed by the driver behind it to be where it was when it died, and then it will not die. Because the number of meat peachworms that can grow is very rare, it is an important medium for the Tower Worm Star Alliance to control the Zerg race. If they were far away, they would kill them. Anyway, they would fight against the Tower Worm Star Alliance. But now this place is too close to the base camp where the Skull Star Thieves organization is located, and they can't expose their nest. You know, the Zerg heaven eats human blood, and any Zerg and humans are immortal, and it is absolutely impossible to coexist peacefully. In addition to reaching the SSS upgraded adult body, you can make space transitions, change places to continue to eat, and other times you will not move around at will. However, the meat peachworm on the main battleship of the Nighthawk team looked like a juvenile body that had just been born, and the shell had not grown hard, and the level was only SS class, but if it was such a weak meat peachworm, it would never survive in space. At this time, Wei Ling's image also appeared in the video range. His face looked not much different from what Ling Xian had seen in the hologram photo. His facial features were clear and handsome, but he was a little more mature. He smiled slightly, simply explained the situation of the peachworm to Ling Xian, and asked him what was going on. because Ling Xian's people were contacted by Wei Ling, and Wei Ling was from the Huanhua Empire, it was actually the most appropriate for him to contact Ling Xian. But Rao is Wei Ling, and he is not very trustworthy of this sudden Nighthawk team. He has helped a small team of the Nighthawk team a little before, but he has also clearly instructed that person not to come to the Tower Worm Star Field again. How did these people get here? What is the purpose? What is the strength? They found out from the Terran Alliance that had been taken captive as slaves of the Tower Worm Alliance, and the Tower Worm Alliance seemed to have recently cooperated with the Terrans of the Wano Empire and wanted to turn the Wano Empire into a colony of the Tower Worm Alliance. Under such circumstances, Ling Xian's warship was unscathed, and it was too doubtful that any Tower Worm Star allies appeared in the Tower Worm Star field without alerting any Tower Worm Star allies. The Skull Star Thief forces said that they were star thieves, but in fact, they were all forces composed of human races who fell into the Worm Dome and fell into the Tower Worm Star field, and could not find their way home, so they had to be extremely cautious, otherwise, they may become the energy source for the Tower Worm Alliance to cultivate new insects at any time, or they may be forced to surrender to the Tower Worm Star Alliance at any time, or they will have to submit to the Tower Worm Star slave, and the female Xing is likely to become a fertility tool. Therefore, Wei Ling did not come forward to meet immediately, but chose to secretly observe who he seemed to be. Wei Ling didn't expect that it would be Ling Xian, the heir of the Cunlong Legion. When he left the Huanhua Empire 18 years ago, Ling Xian, who was only 12 or 13 years old, had already been found to have SSS-level mental power, and he began to show his angular corners in the circle of power. And the Cunlong Legion led by the Ling family was also the main force in the confrontation with the Zerg for generations. As long as the Ling family is not a brainchild, they will not choose to cooperate with the Tower Zerg clan. Even if they are bold enough to rebel and overthrow the royal family, they will never choose such a stupid way to lure into the room. Therefore, after confirming Ling Xian's identity, Wei Ling came out. Ling Xian saw Wei Ling appear, which proved that his previous speculation was correct. Ling Xian had obvious joy in his eyes, but no matter how he explained that they had successfully plotted against 168, it would probably be difficult for the other party to believe it, and strictly speaking, he is indeed cooperating with 168 now. Ling Xian pondered for a while, and said to Lu Lin, "Let Yaoyao come to the command room immediately." Although Wei Ling and Ward Mains would not believe it at all, Ling Xian still told the 168 matter as briefly as possible, of course, omitting a lot of details, such as how they fooled 168, and how they made 168 the body shape of the present comparable to that of juveniles, but the strength was comparable to that of adulthood. Sure enough, after Ling Xian finished speaking, Ward Mains began to look bad. Shouldn't your Ling family really cooperate with the Tower Worm royal family? Instigating the rebellion of the Peachworm and asking it to agree to deal with the Tower Worm Star Field with you? This excuse is too bad. Wei Ling didn't speak, but he also frowned slightly, and he didn't seem to believe Ling Xian's words very much. Ling Xian continued calmly, "I came to the Tower Worm Star Field on this adventure, first of all, because there are indeed people within the Empire who cooperate with the Tower Worm royal family. This person is the second Prince Xiaoming. His mother Empress Mei Lin is a hybrid of the Tower Worm Star and the human race, with a quarter of the Tower Worm Star bloodline, and the current Emperor of the Tower Worm Star Alliance is a half-brother. If you want to completely relieve the continuous Zerg crisis in the Huanhua Empire, you can only truly destroy the Tower Worm Star Alliance. Secondly, the biggest purpose of my trip is mainly to be entrusted by others, and I want to find General Wei Ling and take you back to the Huanhua Empire." The first reason that Ling Xian said seemed to have increased a lot of credibility, because Wei Ling also knew that Empress Mei Lin was only born as a commoner, and it was indeed very likely that she was disguised by the Tower Worm Star people, and the current Tower Worm Star Alliance Emperor did have a quarter of the human blood. But how did Ling Xian know these secrets that even they couldn't find out in the Tower Worm Star field? As for the second reason, Wei Ling didn't believe it much. Although the Wei family and the Ling family's jiaqing were acceptable, his cousin Wei Yan and Ling Xian's mother Shen Yanjun were still classmates and friends, but they didn't feel that the Qing was deep enough to let Ling Xian take the risk to come to the rescue. At this time, the door of Ling Xian's command room was opened, and a girl walked in with 3 cups of fruit tea. Ling Xian quickly turned off the image projection and sound of the other party in the communication, but Wei Ling could see and hear the image and sound of Ling Xian's command room. Ling Xian believed that Wei Ling should not be unable to recognize Ling Yaoyao, who was 3 or 5 points similar to his wife Qian Yao. In order not to make them think that this was collusion in advance, and out of his secret and careful thoughts that he wanted to make his love public in front of his future father-in-law as soon as possible, he thought of this. After Ling Yaoyao entered the door, Ling Xian turned her back to her, as if she was busy with something on the bridge, so she first served 2 cups of fruit tea to Qingben and Lu Lin. Qingben took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Brother Lu Lin also followed suit. Ling Yaoyao immediately raised her eyebrows and scolded with a smile, "Don't scream." Ling Yaoyao walked up to Ling Xian with the last cup of fruit tea and asked, "Brother, do you have something to do with me?" "There are people here," and she is still used to calling Ling Xian brother. Ling Xian said touched her head, picked up the fruit tea and took a sip, and then frowned slightly, "It's so sweet." Then it was returned to Ling Yaoyao. Ling Yaoyao also pursed her lips, "Ah, maybe you were in a hurry just now, I accidentally put too much honey." Then he stuffed it back into Ling Xian's hand, "No matter what, you have to drink everything I do." Ling Xian had to make a bitter face and pour the cup of fruit tea that was so sweet that he couldn't taste it all at once. Seeing Ling Xian's watch, Ling Yaoyao's face flashed with a cunning look. She knew that Ling Xian didn't like sweets, but deliberately added more honey, so she wanted to see him look like he didn't like it and had to drink it. Ling Xian was a little helpless, scratched Ling Yaoyao's face affectionately, and said straight to the point, "I saw General Wei Ling, but he didn't believe that I was here to save him, and he thought I had no intentions. What do you think I should do?" Ling Yaoyao immediately said in surprise, "Huh? Where's my dad? I'll tell him." On the other side of the video, Wei Ling, who had been watching this scene, was extremely complicated, astounded. The baby daughter didn't die back then? It's so surprising. However, damn, what's going on between her and the Ling family boy? Hashtag Wei Ling saw this scene, and the whole person was extremely shocked. Recalling the events of that year, his eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. When his wife and daughter were kidnapped by the star thief Red Scorpion, he loved his wife so much that he chose to change his wife first. Who knew that the so-called Jiao hostage exchange that time secretly had a huge conspiracy to put his family to death? His wife Qian Yao's lifeguard was replaced first, and he barely escaped, but the lifeguard where his daughter was located exploded. "Now I know that my daughter is not dead." Under the huge surprise, he looked at the girl who had a 5-point similar demeanor to his beloved wife when she was young, and his heart was full of excitement, but how could she call Ling Xian brother? There is also the silent intimacy between the two. Wei Ling instantly wanted to leave, and just found out that his daughter was still alive, and in the blink of an eye, he found that she had been abducted by a stinky boy. Ward Mains saw Wei Ling's excitement and anger, and he also knew Wei Ling's past and Qian Yao. As a bystander, he was more sensible, and immediately pressed his second-in-command's shoulder and persuaded, "Wei Ling, calm down. If this Ling Xian is really colluding with the people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and knows that you are here, in order to gain your trust, in one fell swoop to exterminate us human star thieves who are against the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and it is not difficult to forge a daughter of you." In that incident, between his wife and daughter, Wei Ling chose to save his wife first. For many years after that, Qian Yao has been blaming him for why he didn't save his daughter first. The daughter is the crystallization of his and Qian Yao's love and bloodline. How could Wei Ling not love it? But who could have predicted such an accident? Even if it is predictable, he will still choose to save Qian Yao first. Children can be reborn, but there is only one lover. Wei Ling is not without guilt, and he will be awakened by the explosion of his daughter's escape pod in his dreams. In the past few years, because of this incident, the feelings between him and Qian Yao have become much colder. It wasn't until 10 years ago that Qian Yao unexpectedly became pregnant again, and the couple's feelings gradually eased. But the twins behind them are both sons, but Qian Yao's physique cannot be regenerated. Every time she sees a girl of about the same age as someone else's family, Qian Yao still thinks of her daughter who died early, and often secretly wipes her tears. As a man, Wei Ling felt more restrained, but now that he heard that his daughter was still there, he couldn't be as calm and self-restrained as usual, and he couldn't help but burst into tears in his eyes. What if? What if it's true? Ward Mains continued to pour cold water on him. Even if it is really your daughter, she calls the Ling family boy as a brother, and the two are still suspected of being a couple. She naturally looks at the Ling family boy, and what she says may not be credible. Their conversation may have been discussed a long time ago, and they deliberately made a show for you to see. Ling Xian continued, "They don't believe at all that we can completely tame 168 and let it agree to cooperate with us. Even if they reluctantly accept us, they may be very defensive and prejudiced against 168 also. They may not necessarily believe that you are the daughter of Admiral Wei Ling. After all, Jin Long can do it with a little effort these days, and plastic surgery is even easier." In addition to complaining in person, Ling Xian also directly analyzed the possible reactions of Ward Mains and Wei Ling to Ling Yaoyao, and did not avoid each other at all. This is because from Ling Xian's point of view, if the high-ranking people on both sides do not trust each other, it is better not to cooperate. Otherwise, if the Skull Star Thief forces, who are local snakes, dig holes and set traps for them, they may also harm their brothers and subordinates to die in vain. Although they came to the Tower Worm Star field, they did not have to cooperate with the Skull Star Thief Force organization. Each gun was fine. The Nighthawk team was slightly inferior in terms of scientific and technological level, but they had 168 to help, and they could rebel against the Zerg army. How the Tower Worm Star Alliance treated their human race in the first place, how they fought back. Therefore, Ling Xian wanted to deal with the Tower Worm Star Alliance, but he was not without confidence. But this is just a way out under the situation that is really unnegotiable. Ling Xian can't propose it at the beginning. He must take into account Ling Yaoyao's heart. She must want to meet her biological parents in this life as soon as possible. Ling Yaoyao had a lot of enthusiasm to find her biological parents before, but unexpectedly her biological parents did not believe in her, and even the 168 and the Nighthawk team were extremely defensive. Ling Yaoyao said angrily, "I escaped from the Star Thief back then, was sent to an orphanage, and was accidentally adopted by the Ling family, which is indeed very bizarre. They don't understand the situation, and they should be suspicious, so if they don't want to recognize me, forget it. Anyway, I was raised by the Ling family, and I already have parents. Brother, you don't have to embarrass me, I know they are safe, and I don't have to recognize each other now. When we return to the Huanua Star Field in the future, if they want to believe it, they will go back with us. If you don't want to, then forget it. If you have something to say, we can help bring it back, and then we can also have a substitute for the grandparents of the Wei family." Ling Yaoyao can actually understand that Wei Ling Qianyao has never gotten along with her at all, and now she should have a child born later, and she has always been raised by her side. Where will she still remember her daughter who died at the hands of the Star Thief shortly after she was born, even after the blood identification, and the necklace left by Qianyao on her body as a token? Wei Ling is willing to recognize her, but it does not mean that they will be willing to trust her unconditionally, and accept Ling Xian and his team, as well as 168. Fortunately, she didn't have high expectations. Even if Wei Ling Qianyao didn't want to recognize her, she still had another home, and the Ling family's parents treated her as if they were her own. Ling Yaoyao didn't know that her words could be seen and heard by Wei Ling. Ling Xian saw that Ling Yaoyao was pretending to be sensible, but he couldn't hide his lost look on his face. He was very distressed, and he was a little ashamed that he didn't turn off the video in order to win Wei Ling's trust. He ordered succinctly, "Lu Lin, turn off the video." Then Ling Xian took Ling Yaoyao into his arms, told Ling Yaoyao that Wei Ling had actually been able to see their conversation just now, and apologized seriously. "I thought this would be more trustworthy to General Wei and make him believe that you were his daughter, but I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry for making you feel bad. Whether they recognize you or not, believe you or not, if they recognize it and treat you close to you in the future, you still have me, and I will always be by your side. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, he will protect her thoroughly, and there will never be a situation where she is left behind and sacrificed, and she will always be the first in his heart. If they have children in the future, he will never let anyone take advantage of her and put her and her children in danger." Ling Xian suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether Wei Ling and Ward Mains believed him or not, and whether he was willing to cooperate with the Nighthawk team or not. The important thing was that as long as he and Wei Ling Qianyao, Ling Yaoyao was willing to believe him and stand with him. Ling Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. What? What she just said was heard by Wei Ling, when she suddenly discovered that her biological parents were probably unwilling to recognize her and believe her. The words she said in her suffocation were a little unpleasant, but they were all her true words. Ling Yaoyao was tightly embraced in Ling Xian's solid arms, and this feeling of being valued and cherished made her feel much more at ease, and she suddenly felt that these things were not important. God was kind enough to give her a perfect lover who was meticulous to her. She patted Ling Xian on the back in turn. It's okay if he hears it, so I don't have to say it again when I go back." The little couple was slimy here, but Lu Lin was bombarded with communication requests from the Skull Star Thief forces again and again. Also tried to access their communication system. Brother Lu Lin said with a bitter face, "Boss, don't incite Qing for now, they are trying to open the video, the other party's technology level is higher than ours, I can't hold on anymore." Ling Xian saw that Ling Yaoyao really didn't mean to blame him, and his depressed mood eased a lot, and he comforted him in turn, so he was much more relieved. "Pick it up. In the command room, the video message was connected again. Wei Ling had already sorted out the Qing thread, and he could only see that his eyes were slightly red. He greedily looked at the hologram that looked like his beloved wife, and he was also looking at his girl curiously, and glared at Ling Xian, the stinky boy who was still resting his hand on the girl's shoulder, with hostility. The dialogue between the two sides this time is very simple. Ward Maines is a person from the Nalai Federation, originally not very good with the Wano Empire, and he also fought several battles with Ling Xian's father Ling Tianyue. No matter how sincere Ling Xian behaved, it was impossible for him to believe in Ling Xian, except his entire team, and even the meat peach worm. Even if Ling Xian did not collude with the Tower Worm Star Alliance, he might not trust him, a person who was not from the Huanua Empire. People said very clearly that it was to find Wei Ling, but there was nothing wrong with him. If he wanted a blank check that might be able to go back to Warner Starfield, he would bow to Ling Xian and take the lead, and let his man do the gray. He couldn't agree. If it is equal cooperation, then more investigation must be done, and it must be ensured that the meat peach worm on the top of their warship will never be used as rations for the entire spaceship in turn. He is also responsible for the safety of his brothers and subordinates who have followed him for decades. This cannot be said to be Ward Main's fault, but the position is different. For that girl, maybe it was really his daughter, although he didn't like Ling Xian, the stinky boy who kidnapped his daughter, but he felt that it should be credible, or in other words, he could trust that the Ling family would never cooperate with the Tower Worm Alliance. So things became much simpler, and Wei Ling said calmly, I don't know if Ling Xian's nephew's warship welcomes Wei and his family to come over and have face-to-face talks. Ling Xian smiled, Uncle Wei, where are you talking about? You want to come over? Of course Ling Xian is very welcome. In a simple sentence, the video hung up again. That's right, Wei Ling wants to come over, and he has to bring his wife and children with him. This is a certain risk for Wei Ling. Ling Xian may not be credible, but he is also unwilling to leave his wife and children on the Star Pirate ship, in case it becomes a constraint on him. Ward Maines knew that he couldn't stop it, and since Wei Ling had this heart, he would only leave it as an enemy. Ward Maines said loudly, for the sake of our 17 years of working together, and for the sake of the Skull Star pirate ship and the many human races from the Warno Empire, of course I can trust you. Even if Ling Xian is not trustworthy, you will never help that Ling family boy murder us. If you really have the opportunity to return to Warner Starfield, please also look at the past Qing scores, and also pull the old buddy. Wei Ling agreed, that's natural. If I confirm that Ling Xian is indeed credible, it is not that we cannot cooperate anymore. The base camp of the Skeleton Star Thieves is on the abandoned resource star near here, but most of their combat personnel live on the spaceship, but there are also many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled relatives who live on the nearby abandoned resource star. Wei Ling now never leaves Qian Yao and a pair of sons for a long time, except for performing particularly dangerous tasks alone, so Qian Yao and her 2 young sons also stay on the spaceship. After Wei Ling and his confidant simply took Jiao, they went back to his exclusive suite and told Qian Yao about it. Qian Yao heard that her daughter was not dead, and tears came out immediately, and she asked again and again, really, aren't you lying to me? Wei Ling hugged his wife, really, I think that's really our daughter, she came to us, we can be reunited as a family, and we can return to the Huanua Empire together in the future. Before seeing the real person, Wei Ling was also uncertain in his heart, but he was willing to believe that it was true. Listening to his daughter's words that if they didn't recognize her, those cold words, his heart was like a knife. They already owe this daughter a lot, and they must not show suspicion as soon as they meet and make her feel cold. After the two woke up their sleeping 2 young sons and quickly packed up their important belongings, the family left the Skull Star pirate spaceship where they had lived for many years. Wei Ling hated the Star Thief the most, and he and his wife and daughter would fall to the current realm, all of which were given by the Star Thief. But this is the Tower Worm Star field, the human race is the target of being hunted by the Tower Worm Star people. In order to survive, in order to give Qian Yao and the child the safest place to live, he has no choice at all. But in Wei Ling's heart, how could the dignified commander of the Thorn Legion be willing to live as a star thief? This star pirate spaceship has never been their home. When he arrived at the reception cabin, Wei Ling took out a dilapidated civilian miniature spaceship that belonged to his personal property, took Qian Yao and the 2 children on it, and left the huge skull spaceship. Ward Maines also began to drive their spaceship out of here for the sake of safety, but in order to facilitate follow-up communication with Wei Ling, a miniature cruiser was left in place. Weizhou rubbed his confused sleepy eyes, and asked calmly with a cute little face, Mama, where are we going? Didn't Baba usually not let us get on his broken spaceship? This civilian spaceship is an old product that the Tower Worm Star Alliance has eliminated for 200 or 300 years, and the safety shing ability is not high. Wei Ling will only fly it when he is performing dangerous missions alone, and naturally he will not bring his wife and children with him. Because they are twins, Wei Yu looks very similar to Wei Zhua, but Xingge is a lot happy. He touched it on the civilian spaceship, then look, he was very excited, and shouted, "You can go anywhere. I'm fed up with old life on a boat. I'm here in the sea of stars." Yes, yes. Qian Yao was immersed in the apprehension and joy of seeing her daughter, worried that her daughter didn't like her for a while, and rummaged through what she could do to meet her daughter. Then she was depressed to find that the things she had left behind before were used as toys by two small ones, and they were ruined a lot. The technology of the Tower Worm Star is developed, but the resources are barren. They can only survive the human star thieves. It is good to be able to maintain food and clothing. Where is there any good things? Wei Zhua called Qian Yao several times, but she didn't hear it. Wei Zhua announced with a small face, "Mama, I'm going to be angry." Wei Yu ran mischievously to hug Qian Yao's hand and act coquettishly, but she pulled away without hesitation. "Let's go, you two play by yourself, don't bother me." God knows how she has endured all these years, and she has brought up two little demons in the world by herself. One is sullen and dark-bellied, and the other is naughty. It's better to have a soft and cute daughter. Saying that, she found a set of jean skirts from the space button that she was willing to wear only during the festival, and planned to see her daughter in the best condition. Wei Ling in the cockpit set automatic driving in the direction of Ling Xian, which seemed short, but at the speed of a dilapidated spaceship, it would take more than 20 minutes. Wei Ling touched the heads of his two youngest sons and said with a smile, "Let's go see your sister, and then go home with my sister." Wei Zhua frowned, "Sister?" Wei Yu was excited, "Go home?" On the other side, Ling Yaoyao on the main battleship of the Nighthawk team was also very nervous. Since Wei Ling was very firm in saying that he wanted to come over after hearing her say that, it shows that he is willing to recognize her. As long as he confirms that her identity is real after meeting, he should believe her as much as possible. But Ling Yaoyao didn't know how she was going to get along with her newly emerging parents and the possibly younger brother or sister. She was also thinking about what kind of greeting gift to give her upcoming family. Ling Xian touched her head helplessly. "You go make something delicious, this is also your best thing. And don't forget to do something for 168, otherwise it should think it has fallen out of favor." Ling Yaoyao's eyes lit up, "Yes. As long as there is something delicious, you are not afraid of embarrassment. Don't worry, for 012 and 168, I have already stewed it just now." Because considering that in addition to Weiling Qian Yao, there may also be children, Ling Yaoyao makes a few simple and fast home-cooked dishes. Su fried worm meat willow, spicy reptile cricket, yuba worm meat powder pot, artemia meat platter, scrambled worm eggs with tomatoes, baby cabbage and soup, running bug huang bun, crab huang bun, plus buzzworm red date tea tree mushroom soup and insect emperor medicinal soup that have been boiling for a long time. There is no way, most of the ingredients stored on the spaceship are insects, which is also the most conducive to the recovery of the soldier's physical strength and mental power. After the food is ready, it is first placed in the kitchen to keep warm, and then served when it is about to be eaten. Considering that there were children there, Ling Yaoyao took out the snacks such as worm pies, spicy worm slices, and 5 spice worm rice cakes from the space button, and then made new fruit tea. In the end, Ling Yaoyao did not forget to change out of her vegetable-like clothes and chose her favorite lilac lady's dress. She wants to leave a good impression on her parents and younger brother/sister, Ling Xian said sourly, "You have never dressed up so specially when you saw me before." Ling Yaoyao glared at him, "When I saw you for the first time at home during the summer vacation, I also changed my clothes after cooking, and you didn't even look at me at that time later. Wasn't that unnecessary? I don't dress up on purpose, you stare at me endlessly." Then let Ling Xian also change into a cool and handsome casual military uniform. Ling Xian coughed awkwardly, "You look good whether you dress up or not." However, seeing that Ling Yaoyao did not neglect him because he had new relatives, he finally felt comfortable, and he also wanted to leave a good impression on his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, since Wei Ling and his confidant simply said goodbye to Jiao before, and it took some time to explain to Qian Yao to pack up things. When Ling Yaoyao prepared all this, Wei Ling's spaceship just sailed into the approach cabin of the Nighthawk's main battleship when Wei Ling Qian Yao and his wife came down from the spaceship with a pair of sons. Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao were already waiting in the reception module. Ling Yaoyao was still at a loss, not knowing how to get along with her biological parents who had never met each other in her life, but when she really saw Wei Ling and Qian Yao, Ling Yaoyao felt a surge of excitement and joy in her heart. Qian Yao has long brilliant light blonde hair, dark green peach blossom eyes, her face is as beautiful as a peach and plum, she looks a little haggard than in the hologram, but the god is very good. And Wei Ling is also handsome, with a cold face, and looks a little mature and vicissitudes. There were two twin 8 or 9-year-old boys who looked similar to Wei Ling next to them, and I thought this was her younger brother. Oh my god, two super cute younger brothers. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but shout directly, Dad, Mom, brother. When Qian Yao got off the spaceship, she noticed Ling Yaoyao at a glance. The little girl's facial features were somewhat similar to herself. Qian Yao is a pure green star person, and she can sense her relatives who are connected by blood, and she immediately distinguishes that the slim girl in front of her is indeed her daughter. When she heard Ling Yaoyao calling her mom, she walked over quickly, gave Ling Yaoyao a big hug, and choked up, My daughter, baby, mom is so happy. Thank you for being willing to call me mom. Wei Ling also came over and patted Ling Yaoyao on the shoulder. Dad was I'm sorry for you. As long as you're fine, thank you for taking the risk to come to us in the Tower Worm Star Field. One of the two half-sized beings left behind by his parents also ran over, hugged Ling Yaoyao and Qian Yao's waists at the same time, and buried his face in rubbing. Sister, sister. I'm Yu. While giggling, it's so cute, the rest of Wei Zhua hugged his chest, looked at this loving family coldly, curled his lips, and then glanced at Ling Xian who was standing quietly aside like him, and asked with a small face, Who are you? Ling Xian really wanted to say, I am your brother-in-law. However, as soon as he said this, I was afraid that Ling Yaoyao would definitely annoy him again, and the future father-in-law and mother-in-law who had just recognized each other would definitely reject him as the guy who robbed their daughter with them. Also, this child obviously does not seem to be very receptive to Yaoyao, the sister who suddenly appeared. Ling Xian smiled and said, You can ask your sister this question. Qian Yao only knew that Ling Yaoyao was adopted by the Ling family, but she didn't know that Ling Xian was still a stinky boy who kidnapped her daughter, so she happily introduced the two little ones. This is your sister's brother, you can also call me brother. Wei Yu was suddenly unhappy, and said entangledly, Huh? This sister is still very similar to her mother, but this brother and her parents are not like each other. Mom, why can't you find me a younger brother? Because he was born a few minutes late, Wei Yu had to call brother Wei Zhua and forget it, and now he has another sister. For the sake of her sister's beauty, Wei Yu also screamed happily, Why does she have a brother who looks very fierce and terrifying? Wei Zhua was not as silly and sweet as his younger brother, and snorted coldly, I don't have a brother. As an older brother, Wei Zhua's IQ crushed his stupid younger brother, and he was even more unhappy that his identity was suddenly downgraded and he became someone else's younger brother. Not to mention Ling Xian, the brother who is obviously not related to them, even whether Ling Yaoyao, the sister, wants to recognize it, he has to observe again. Wei Ling glanced at Ling Xian with scrutinizing and hostile eyes. Ling Xian is not bad from appearance to demeanor. Wei Ling can pick out bones from the egg, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look very pleasing to the eye. This kid's momentum is too cold and sharp, and his precious daughter will definitely be suppressed to death with him. Obviously he had seen the mode of the two getting along in the video before. Ling Xian was in front of Ling Yaoyao, and it was completely cold and soft. Ling Xian didn't care, as long as Yaoyao liked him, it was enough, with his credit for finding Wei Ling and Qian Yao, no matter what Wei Ling's personal thoughts were, he would definitely agree to his marriage with Yaoyao in the end. Thinking from the other side, as a father, most of the sons-in-law feel that they are stinky boys who snatched their daughters, and they can never be very happy. As a friend of the adjutant and Ling Xian, Qingben was more good at this kind of entertainment scene, and stepped forward and smiled slightly. The reception cabin is not a place to talk. Admiral Wei, the Admiral's wife, and the two young masters of Wei, please come to the living room to talk. Then he made an invitation gesture. Ling Yaoyao and Qian Yao hugged excitedly, and after separation, both mother and daughter were a little embarrassed. Hearing the words of Ling Xian and his two younger brothers, Ling Yaoyao was suddenly embarrassed, and he did not beg the two younger brothers to call Ling Xian brother. After all, she is now called Ling Xian brother, and she is becoming more and more ashamed. She half squatted down to talk to Wei Yu, and touched the top of the child's soft hair. Is your name Yu? Wei Yu smiled sweetly. Yes, my brother's name is Wei Zhua, my name is Wei Yu. You can call me Yu. The child was so cute that Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but pinch his tender little face, looked at Wei Zhua again, and stretched out his hand towards him. Zhua. Is it okay to go in and eat delicious food with my sister? Weizhua looked at Ling Yaoyao's outstretched hand, wrapped his hands around his chest and said coolly, I'm not the kind of little kid who can buy a little delicious food. Qianyao pulled Ling Yaoyao inside, and Ling Yaoyao held Weiyu casually. Qianyao looked at Ling Yaoyao and looked back at Weizhua, and said indifferently, don't pay attention to him, he just loves to be awkward, and he will follow you later. She put Weiyu's hand on Qianyao's hand, then walked to Weizhua and stretched out her hand to him again. Hello Weizhua, I am your sister Yaoyao, please give me a lot of advice. Wei Ling looked at his eldest son looking awkward, and scolded, why don't you know how to call someone when you see your sister, you love to play Shaoxinger so much, are you also a girl? Weizhua immediately exploded, of course I am a boy. He was finally willing to hand his hand to Ling Yaoyao, but he was extremely disgusted, I don't care how old you are, anyway, you are later, you have to call me brother like Xiaoyu, if you want me to call you sister, no way. Ling Yaoyao sneered, happy, she grabbed Weizhua and walked in, okay, brothers Weizhua. Weizhua, I said it's my brother. Ling Yaoyao, it's obviously my brother. Weiyu watched his sister holding his brother, and also ran over to hold Ling Yaoyao's other hand, and followed Weizhua as if the wall was rough, wow, I want to be a brother too. The three siblings are noisy, but it seems that it's quite harmonious, at least, there is no embarrassment to say as imagined. Wei Ling Qianyao looked at each other and smiled, her heart full of joy and satisfaction. But when Wei Ling's eyes touched Ling Xian, his smile stagnated again. In the reception room, snacks, fruits, drinks, and so on have long been placed on the coffee table. For the Tower Worm Star Field, especially for the Star Thief forces, snacks and fresh fruits are very rare, most of the time they can only eat a nutrient solution with a single taste, and occasionally eat the bug meat that drives away the magazine is enjoyable, and the way of processing is definitely not as diverse and delicious as Ling Yaoyao. Weiyu happily shouted so much delicious, but did not go over to get it immediately, but asked Ling Yaoyao with a small face, sister, can I eat all this? I don't remember at all that I was making a fuss about recognizing my sister with Weizhua just now. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said, of course you can however, these jerky snacks are all made by insects, are you afraid? Weiyu felt very strange, what is there to be afraid of in the insects? The only meat they can eat is the insect meat, but most of them are not very tasty. The meat soup made by my mother is a little better than that made by robots. Weizhua glanced at the snacks on the table, and his eyes were a little hot, but he snorted again, looked away and stopped looking, to show that he really couldn't buy a little delicious food. The two twin brothers looked very similar, but Ling Yaoyao completely distinguished the two of them at once. Wei Ling was surprised, the Huanhua Empire also eats insects? Qianyao also looked worried, could it be that the Huanhua Empire has also begun to run out of resources and lack food? Ling Yaoyao slowly told why they ate insects. And over there, Weiyu ate a piece of 5-spice worm jerky, and was immediately deeply shocked by the delicious taste, oh my god, he has never eaten such delicious food since he was a child, there is no way, who makes the resources of the Tower Worm Star Field barren, food is in short supply, most of the Tower Worm Star people like to eat raw insects, and there are not many seasonings suitable for cooking. As the second in command of the Skull Star Thief forces, Wei Ling can only let his wife and children have no worries about food and clothing, and the delicacies of the mountains and seas have never been there. Weiyu said vaguely, good time. The child suddenly stuffed several other flavors of jerky and meat slices into his mouth with his left hand, and held a fresh peach in his right hand, clicking and crunching, unable to stop eating. Weizhua looked at his stupid brother who ate his mouth full of scum with hatred for iron and steel. Is it that delicious? Ling Yaoyao stuffed a small plate of meat slices into Wei's hand. Sister made it with her own hands. Weizhua enjoyed her face and ate it. Weizhua wanted to push it away and say he didn't want it, but at this time his stomach grunted uncontrollably. Weizhua took it reservedly, then I'll try it hard. When a piece of worm entered the mouth, Weizhua's round eyes widened in surprise. Obviously he also thought it was delicious, but he wanted to say in his mouth, it's just average, for the sake of your hard work, sister, I reluctantly eat more. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help it, stretched out her hand and pinched Weizhua's face. The awkward brother was also very cute. Weizhua quickly dodged with a small face. How can you, as a sister, treat your brother like this? Weiyu ran over. Sister, I also want to pinch my face. Ling Yaoyao grabbed Weiyu, wiped the residue from his mouth, and poked his bulging cheeks. Eat slowly, don't choke, don't eat too much, save some stomach for later. The silly and sweet brother is also so cute. Wei Ling and Qianyao had breakfast, but when they heard that this jerky was made by Ling Yaoyao herself, they couldn't help but taste it, and they both looked amazing, especially there was a very good auxiliary healing effect in it. This is only made of the lowest level of insect ingredients. Xian Yao nodded and said, it seems that Xiao Yaoyao is very talented in dietary therapy, and her good development will not be worse than medication. Speaking of Ling Yaoyao's name, Xian Yao was a little surprised. This name happens to be a homonym of your father's name and mine, it's really good. Ling Yaoyao took out the kyanite necklace that Xian Yao had left behind that year that she had always treasured, with the words Ling and Yao engraved on it. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said, my name was originally from the names of your parents. Seeing this familiar necklace, Xian Yao's expression became moved, and when she remembered what happened back then, her eyes were a little red. I didn't expect this chain to be there, I always thought it was. However, Xian Yao was not too surprised that Ling Yaoyao was able to survive, and even figured out the reason. When I was in Red Scorpion, there was an eldest sister who brought me food. She was my daughter who was snatched away by the star thief. Because she was worried about her daughter, so she voluntarily followed the star pirate ship of the Red Scorpion. Because she also has a daughter, she has always taken care of me and comforted me to persevere. Now that I think about it, it's probably the eldest sister who knew that you had a time bomb in your escape cabin, and she couldn't bear to secretly replace you and hide it. At this point, although there was no blood identification, Wei Ling and Xian Yao fully recognized that Ling Yaoyao was indeed their daughter. Next, he asked in detail about the current situation of the Wei family, as well as how Ling Xian and the others came to this Tower Worm Star field. In order to prove to Wei Ling Xian Yao that 168 really doesn't eat people, Ling Xian asked people to send 168 the medicinal soup that Ling Yaoyao had just made, and also turned on the camera of the communicator to broadcast the whole process of feeding 168. 168 now knows a little about these human high-tech products, and it keenly senses that the camera on Li Nan's mecha, which is responsible for delivering food to him, is on. 168 then used his mental power to communicate with Li Nan, asking to talk to his friends Ling Yaoyao and 012, while Li Nan translated and conveyed 168's words in the middle. But what Ling Yaoyao said, 168 mental power tentacles reached into Li Nan's mecha, but he could see Ling Yaoyao in the video, and he could also understand human words. 168 is now waiting for a long time on the top of the main battleship, that is, completely exposed in the void. Although it cannot breathe for a long time, and its hard shell can resist the energy invasion in the void, it is still a little weak, so it cannot break through the battleship's defenses and directly communicate with Ling Yaoyao in the battleship from a distance. In the three-way conversation, Li Nan used a simulated mechanized tone and relayed the words of 168 undulatingly, 11 children, 012 children, the baby is so uncomfortable by the cold wind. Boom. The baby's white and tender skin has been chewy a lot rougher. In order to save energy, I don't dare to gave birth to a baby. The soup I made today is still so good, but the portion is a bit small. Ling Xian is a big bad guy. When will your iron shell return to the ground? Major Li Nan is known as Little Old-Fashioned, that is, the one who stopped Ling Yaoyao from letting her get close to the mountain. He had never had a direct conversation with the terrifying Lord Insect Emperor before, and now he suddenly with this honor, he was devastated in his heart. He is not afraid to face the ferocious cannibalistic Insect Emperor, but for this Insect King who says baby one by one his self-proclaimed Qiang heart is still a little unbearable. Ling Yaoyao listened to Li Nan's relay, and looked embarrassed. No way, your current meat can't be cut easily, I don't have much of your meat inventory. 168 is the most well-behaved, hold on a little longer. Ling Xian also said lightly, I will find a place to land as soon as possible. 012 on the side also swayed the branches and leaves, and Ling Yaoyao translated on his behalf. 012 said it misses you very much, 168 is the best. Come on, come on. Wei Yu didn't know how dangerous and terrifying the meat peachworm was, and he also came to join in the fun. What a big meat peach. It looks so delicious. Wei Ling hurriedly covered Wei Yu's mouth, for fear that Wei Yu's childlike words would make the meat peachworm crazy. Li Nan originally thought so. He was afraid that he would be eaten by this meat peachworm emperor at the next moment, but who knew that the mental power thought from that side was, hey, white and tender human cubs. Thanks for the compliments, you look delicious too. When this call was over, Major Li Nan, who had been greatly impacted, returned to the main battleship in a trance. Ling Yaoyao was trying to explain that 168 just felt that praising the other party for delicious was the biggest compliment, and did not really want to eat people, and carefully told the process of her first few meetings with 168. Wei Ling and Xian Yao both looked confused and incredulous. Ling Xian was by his side, helping to simply supplement and testify. In fact, he also felt that such a process of taming the mentally handicapped Insect Emperor, if it weren't for his personal experience, he would also feel that he would rely on food to subdue a meat peach worm or something. Are you really not teasing me? As a purebred green star man, Qian Yao can hear the words of 012 of heterogeneous blood vines. Humans may lie, but plants will never lie. In fact, in the process of Ling Yaoyao's words, 012 also echoed and added. Although Qian Yao was shocked, she had completely believed what Ling Yaoyao said, and she smiled and said, I'm hungry. I don't know if I have the luck to taste the legendary food that can conquer the stomach of the insect emperor. I usually cook occasionally, so I can help you. Wei Ling also looked curious and expectant. This daughter was well taken care of by the Ling family when he and Qian Yao were away. Xing was good, and she had a good cooking skills, and more importantly, she had a pure and sincere heart. He couldn't hear 012's words, but after just a while, he had completely let go of his guard and suspicion, feeling that as long as it was what his daughter said, no matter how bizarre it was, he was willing to believe it. Ling Xian, who showed his connivance to Ling Yaoyao everywhere in his words, looked a little better. Ling Yaoyao said happily, the meal has already been prepared. The group turned to the restaurant, and the robot had already placed the dishes. Under Ling Yaoyao's hasty preparation, the dishes this time were not very sumptuous, but for Wei Ling and Qian Yao, who had not eaten serious meals of the human race for a long time, and even missed the food made by robots, such a lunch was extremely rare, not to mention that it was made by their daughter. This can be said to be a reunion dinner for their family of 5, which is of great significance. Even if the taste is average, they will think that Ling Yaoyao has done a good job. What's more, from the aroma emitted and the attractive appearance, you know that the taste is definitely not ordinary. For Wei Yu, he has never eaten such a sumptuous meal at all. It's just straight eyes. Wei Yu instantly transformed into a snack product. It's so fragrant, I want to eat it. Wei Zhu had a small face. For the sake of your hard work to prepare again, I will try it too. Wei Yu straightforwardly poked through his brother's fake feelings. Brother, don't force it, leave it all to me. Looking at this pair of little living treasures, Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud again. She gave each of the 2 little guys a small running bug huang bag. The taste of running insect huang buns is similar to crab huang buns, but it is a little more fragrant and delicious than crab huang buns. Wei Ling also gave Qian Yao a crab huang bag for the first time. Ling Xian also put a crab huang bun in Ling Yaoyao's bowl. Qian Yao looked at Wei Ling, and then looked at Ling Xian's movements in hindsight. She seemed to have been ignoring something just now. Could this Ling family kid have any intentions against her daughter? Although Qian Yao was aware of the relationship between Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, it was not easy for her to ask this in person at the dinner table. In fact, there is no need to ask at all, just look at the intimate and tacit understanding between Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, you can know that they must have a deep feeling. No wonder Ling Xian was willing to take such a risk to come to the Tower Worm Star Field for the biological parents of an adopted sister. It turned out that he was not only an adoptive sister at all, but also a lover. As biological parents who have not fulfilled their parenting responsibilities after 18 years of absence, they have now received the grace of Ling Xian's rescue. Whether they like it or not, whether they are willing or not, they are not qualified to predict Ling Yaoyao's feelings. Besides, Ling Yaoyao looks very happy now. As the so-called mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she looked at it, the more satisfied she became. Qian Yao began to feel that Ling Xian was indeed a very perfect son-in-law candidate, not to mention that she had excellent talent and extraordinary strength, and the key was to be meticulous to Yao Yao. And the delicious delicacies on the table in front of him quickly pulled Qian Yao's attention away. The running insect emperor thin and delicious, the soup is in the mouth, and the mouth is fragrant, which makes people have endless aftertaste. Then there is the mellow and warm meat soft buzzing buzz red date tea tree mushroom soup, and the delicious and unparalleled insect emperor medicinal soup. Then there are the fried worms meat willow with a strong fragrance and crispy outside, spicy reptiles with fresh and tender texture, and yuba worms with meat fragrance and bean aroma penetrating each other crisp and sweet appetizing baby cabbage, not to mention the 2 children who have never eaten such delicious food Wei Zhu and Wei Yu, even Wei Ling and Qian Yao, who have tasted a lot of top-notch food before, are completely conquered by this novel and rich deliciousness. Oh my god. The worm can actually be so delicious. The adjuvant treatment effect is also excellent. Especially the worm emperor meat medicinal soup is simply the most delicious worm meat they have ever eaten in their lives, and it is also the best food they have ever eaten. After all, no matter how delicious the food made by a 5-star chef is, the taste and energy content are definitely not as good as the top ingredients. If it was such a delicacy, Wei Ling and Qian Yao could suddenly understand why the meat peachworm outside was successfully fooled and rebelled. The meat peachworm is not a bug that eats everything, because it has a certain wisdom and discernment ability, so it is very picky and only eats what it thinks is delicious. After tasting such the ultimate delicacy, how can you still be happy to eat raw blood every day? As many times before, after trying Ling Yaoyao's craftsmanship, Wei Ling Qianyao and Wei Zhu Weiyu were completely conquered by the food and impressed by the food. Wei Ling Qianyao can still restrain a little, but she looks more loving to Ling Yaoyao, but Wei Yu keeps calling her sister one by one, and she has made up her mind to have a good relationship with this sister who can do a lot of delicious food. Even the arrogant and duplicitous Wei Zhu, after receiving Ling Xian's joking warning, "She is my sister, don't think about you little brat," and was subdued by Ling Yaoyao's food, he also began to obediently change his name to Ling Yaoyao sister. He had a hunch that if he continued to deliberately call Ling Yaoyao sister, not only would Ling Yaoyao deliberately reduce the weight of the food given to him, but that terrible man would probably also rely on Qiang to bully the weak and bully the small. It's just scary. Wei Ling and Qian Yao confirmed that Ling Yaoyao was indeed their daughter, and because they knew more about the facts, they also completely believed in Ling Xian, but they couldn't use these reasons to convince the Skull Star Thief forces. Wei Ling could only send the conclusion he reached to the people left by Ward Main's Ling Xian was indeed here to deal with the Tower Worm Star Alliance government, and he had no ill intentions towards the Skull Star Thief forces, and until the goal was achieved, they would not return to Warner Starfield for the time being. With Ward Main suspicious and cautious Xing, he was afraid that he would not completely trust them and seek cooperation until he saw the Nighthawk team and the Tower Worm Star Alliance go to war with his own eyes. Ling Xian didn't have to cooperate with the Skull Star Thief forces, he just said, "Uncle Wei, you know more about the topography of the Tower Worm Star field, please help us recommend a planet that is more suitable for settling in and hiding well, and then slowly plan for the long term." The Nighthawk main battleship has been flying in space for a long time, and the energy consumption is not small. This time he dared to come alone. Ling Xian naturally prepared a lot of energy with a large space button. The most important thing is to find a place for the Insect Emperor 168 to rest well and let it return to its best condition. There is also to listen to more news about the Tower Worm Alliance. There are not many Tower Worm Star people, and the Zerg army they are good at driving can also be controlled by 168 counter control, but because the Tower Worm Star Alliance has a higher level of technology and information technology, they must have a certain amount of time to learn and understand each other's strengths and their own shortcomings. It is difficult to comprehensively improve the hardware level of the main battleship for a while, but the internal intelligent defense system must find a way to improve, and it must not let the other party rely on technology to invade their spaceships, tamper with mechanical combat instructions, etc. For the problems that Ling Xian was worried about, Wei Ling could naturally think of it. Wei Ling pondered, there is indeed one planet that is more suitable for temporary residence, and it will take about half a day to arrive in the nearby star field. Also, I want to go back to the Skull and Bones bandit forces alone and talk to Ward. I strive to bring a group of my confidants. They used to be soldiers of the Huanhua Empire, and many of them are good at this field, and they will be sent by you when the time comes. Saying that, Wei Ling showed Ling Xian the information about the planet suitable for temporary residence. It is a semi-habitable planet with 90% of the seawater, called desert starfish, with a harsh environment and an unpredictable climate. There are many ferocious seas in the sea, and a few desert islands are also barren mountains, with no useful resources. The sea beast on the desolate sea star is extremely fierce and difficult to hunt, and the sea beast meat has too much energy, which is very bad for the Tower Zerg, human race, and Zerg tribe, and it is easy to fall into a completely out of control manic state after eating. So no one wants to go there at all. Even the Skull Star Thief organization only regards the Wild Sea Star as one of the last resorts, and they are usually reluctant to go to that ghost place. But for the Nighthawk team, it is a relatively safe place to rest temporarily. What's more, the barren starfish is close to the insect shuttle point of the Heron Star. Heron Star is the exiled star of the Tower Worm Alliance, a mixture of fish and dragons, and the location of the largest black market. The Nighthawk team wants to obtain some resources unique to the Tower Worm Alliance through abnormal channels, which is undoubtedly an excellent place. The objects of exile on the Helen Star, except for those who are extremely heinous, most of them are born to human women who were kidnapped by Qiang, and they are also biased towards the lowly hybrids whose human blood cannot grow out of the Zerg tentacles. Ling Xian heard these messages and said without hesitation, "Okay, let's go to Huanghaixing." This is also the reason why Ling Xian came to the Tower Worm Star field, why he chose to contact Wei Ling first. There is a person who is familiar with the situation here to help guide. The Nighthawk team can greatly shorten the time spent on exploration, reduce unnecessary wall hits and losses. And Wei Ling can play a role in dealing with the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and it can also reduce the psychological gap between him living in a foreign land and relying on the help of juniors. Even Qianyao pulled Ling Yaoyao and asked her daughter to teach her how to deal with insects. Although Qianyao majored in pharmacy, she was also very interested in dietary therapy and was quite involved. But there were not many ingredients in the Tower Worm Star Alliance over the years, and it was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Ling Xian's arrival allowed their family to see the hope of returning to the Huanhua Empire, and they accepted this Qing. But they would not only rely on their daughter Ling Yaoyao's face to seek protection from the juniors on the Nighthawk battleship, but would also try their best. Only in this way can we get along harmoniously and for a long time. Soon, the group arrived at the barren star. The Qing realm on the desolate sea star is indeed as harsh as Wei Ling said. However, the Nighthawk team only needs a temporary foothold. They usually live in the battleship, and the external environment is not very important. As for the Insect Emperor 168 who can't enter the inside of the battleship, because the insect shell defense is very strong, the air contains some bound energy is not to be feared. As long as it does not live here for many years, it will not have much impact on its body. However, I heard that this barren starfish often has wind and rain. In order to make 168's life a little more comfortable, Ling Yaoyao still begged Ling Xian to send someone to build a temporary residence for 168, even if it was to dig a mountain. Fortunately, the interstellar age has developed science and technology, and digging a mountain more than 100 meters large is only a small matter for the mining special mecha team. Wei Ling wanted to go back to the Skull Star Thief organization, and Ling Xian sent a team of 20 people to drive a medium-sized cruiser and escort him back. Just in case, Ling Xian also lent his S-class spare mecha to Wei Ling first. Wei Ling's own mecha was damaged to the point of being unusable as early as when the shuttle insect was down, but this Tower Worm Star field did not have a mecha that the human race could drive with mental power. In the kitchen area, in the dietary therapy research room, Ling Yaoyao and Qianyao are making dim sum desserts together. Ling Yaoyao asked Qianyao very worriedly, "Mom, will it be dangerous for Dad to go this time? Will Admiral Maines of the Nail Federation really let Dad bring all his henchmen back?" As Wei Ling's exclusive mental power auxiliary therapist, Qianyao has both medicine and food therapy, and has also shared hardships with Wei Ling for many years, and he also knows some of the Qing conditions on the skull, and his knowledge is relatively wide. She said, "Funny, don't worry, it will be fine. Even if Ward can't trust us and chooses to wait and see for the time being and doesn't want to cooperate, he should also show his favor appropriately in order for us to be willing to take them with us when we return to Warner Starfield later. Your father's confidants are only a dozen or 20 people, and they are all taken away by him, and they don't have much impact on the Star Thief organization. If Ward left people behind, they would be resentful of Ward, but it would be a disaster. There are nearly 50,000 people in the Skull Star Thief force, of which 40% are people from the Huanhua Empire, and most of them are former soldiers of the Huanhua Empire, and there is no shortage of relatives and friends of those confidants. Ward is not worried about having no hostages." Ling Yaoyao, "I see." Qianyao was very surprised for a while about Ling Yaoyao's dual form of mental power and dual cultivation of combat assistance, but quickly accepted. "Your grandmother has also awakened the power of the royal bloodline of the Green Star Man and can cultivate both combat and auxiliary cultivation. Back to Warner Starfield, if you have a chance, your mother will take you to the Green Star Alliance to meet your grandmother. I don't know if she has been in good health over the years." Ling Yaoyao was shocked. "Huh? I still have a grandmother? Or is it the same as me who can cultivate both combat and auxiliary skills?" The Green Star Alliance is also in the Warner Starfield map, but it is very far from the Warner Empire and requires more than a month of interstellar voyage. The astrological domain is only about 1/3 the size of the Wano Empire, but it is very rich in plant resources. Green Star people like peace. Most of them are otaku and otaku girls who don't like to go out, and rarely interact with other countries. Qianyao said proudly, "Of course. Your grandmother was the chairman of Green Star 20 years ago, and she has been in office for hundreds of years. Now she may be retired, but not necessarily well, if she finds an unlucky person willing to take over." Fortunately, Xiao Yaoyao, you have half of the human blood, otherwise if your grandmother can't find a successor, she will definitely throw the pot to you. That's right, the vast majority of the Green Star Alliance is a group of lazy people. There is nothing competitive. You hope the biggest hobby is to bask in the sun, bubble in the clear spring, be a rice worm, eat and wait for death. For things like being in charge of the country, family leaders, and guides, they can be pushed. The most powerful person really can't push it away, so he can only take over until he cultivates a successor. The original Green Star royal family changed the imperial succession system to a democratic electoral system because they were too lazy and did not want their children and grandchildren to take care of a bunch of troubles. Ling Yaoyao listened with a dazzling voice, but the Green Star depicted by Qian Yao has many rare exotic herbs and ingredients, and there is some yearning and expectation. Eating insects every day, no matter how delicious it is easy to get tired of it, and the vegetarian dishes also need to be well developed. The Green Star Alliance Divine Horse is still a bit far away, at least we have to wait for them to return to Warner Starfield before considering it. Ling Yaoyao thought of the desolate starfish they were on, but there was a seashell. I don't know if the Bano energy in the seashell's body can be expelled like the Bano energy in the Zerg body, Qian Yao pondered. I have studied the seashell corpse once, the energy in the body is more than 10 times more than that of the Zerg. It is extremely difficult to get rid of, and the fishy smell of meat is much heavier than that of the bug show. But you have special mental power, but you can use the sharp form of the tentacle to try to deal with it. Because Qian Yao did not grow up with Ling Yaoyao, Qian Yao was less than 100 years old, and her appearance looked equivalent to about 27 or 8 years old in the 21st century of the ancient Earth. Ling Yaoyao is really excited. The dim sum dessert was quickly made, because there were more relatives and friends on the battleship, and the amount of food was also large. Ling Yaoyao asked Qian Yao to send a copy to Wei Yu's two little guys, and by the way, he accompanied them, and also left a share for Wei Ling's father. Then he took one and went to the command room. Ling Xian has always been worried that she will go to see 168 alone. Ling Yaoyao wants him to accompany her to meet 168, and she hasn't seen her for a whole day and a half. 168 must miss her and 012 very much. Well, it would be great if Ling Xian could grind her to hunt a few seashell as a new type of ingredient research. Now that the 168 mental power has returned to the SSS level, if you want to really reach the SSS level, you still need to keep eating. However, the insect resources they bring are limited, and various types of high-level insects meet 168 have eaten a lot. If the seashell is successfully researched and developed into one of the new ingredients, the 168 advanced SSS upgrade is hopeful. 168 has become more Qiang, and they can play a greater role when they really face the Tower Worm Star Alliance army in the future. Ling Yaoyao arrived at the command room, but was told by brother Lu Lin, who was left behind, that Ling Xian and Qingbin each led a team to go down to hunt Hai Shou and left a message for her, instructing her to go to see 168 alone, but she had to take the medicinal diet to enhance the mental power, and could only stay in the mecha and not go out. Bring 012, and bring Major Li Nan. Ling Yaoyao, I didn't expect that she didn't need to grind and soak hard at all, and Ling Xian had already gone to hunt seashell? He should have guessed that she would definitely be interested, and Ling Xian was finally willing to let her meet 168 without him accompanying her, which meant that Ling Xian's trust in 168 was now deeper, and she was no longer as defensive as before. After all, 168 is indeed the one who brought them to the Tower Worm Star field. When they learned that they were going to dig a nest for it in the barren mountains, the 9 big eyes flashed with tears of emotion. As for Ling Yaoyao's various instructions and restrictions, it was because it was not necessarily 100% safe on this strange desolate starfish, and even the air had Bano energy, and Ling Xian didn't want her to have any accidents. Ling Yaoyao's heart was as sweet as drinking honey, and she left a dessert for brother Lu Lin, asking him to help inform Major Li Nan to go to the reception cabin. Ling Yaoyao went back to the room and took 012 with him. As for the dim sum desserts used to feed 168, they have already been packed in food boxes and placed in the space button. In the reception cabin, Major Li Nan was already waiting, just like his Xing style, although he looked quite handsome, but he was full of cold and old-fashioned atmosphere. This made Ling Yaoyao a little nostalgic. Ling Xian was like this before, even much more serious than Li Nan. She smiled and said, Major Li, I'm sorry to trouble you. Li Nan looked at Ling Yaoyao seriously, and carefully looked at this petite and beautiful girl. This was the closest he was to her without mecha barriers. If it were before, he would definitely not be able to help but stop Ling Yaoyao's extremely deadly behavior. In his opinion, girls are weak healers, and they have nothing to do to feed some terrible insect emperors. However, this weak healer is also a strong fighter, and he has completely tamed and brainwashed the terrible insect emperor, and obediently let her drive. It did what thousands of combat divisions could not do. It's simply unbelievable. It was completely different from the unruly Miss Renxing he thought at the beginning. He looked away lightly and said solemnly, "No trouble, my honor." Then he got on the mecha neatly. Ling Yaoyao also took 012 with him and entered the mecha Lingbo. The two mecha left the main battleship one after another and flew towards the eye-catching meat peach hill not far away. From the main battleship to the location of 168, there were only 2 or 3 minutes of mecha voyage, so the two did not fly at full speed, because according to the mecha warriors who went out in front, they were easily attacked by seabirds at high altitudes. But when Ling Yaoyao and Li Nan passed through a huge barren rock belt with dark red ground moss, hundreds of long blood-colored tongues suddenly appeared behind those barren stones, suddenly entangled with two low-flying mecha between those huge black barren rocks. Under the cover of the dark red ground moss, there were countless huge dark red sea snakes lurking. Ling Yaoyao glanced down, and was frightened to scream "ah," and the skin pimples all over her body rose. Oh my god, she's most afraid of snakes, especially since this is not a snake, but hundreds of them gathered together. It's really disgusting. Those red ground mosses do not grow on the ground at all, but on the bodies of those snakes. When the seabirds in the air are so hungry that they come down to feed on moss, these sea snakes will stick out their terrible long tongues. Of course, any other living creatures that pass by their realm, they will not let go. Fortunately, when Ling Yaoyao was at a loss, Li Nan quickly reacted, opened the high-temperature SHE line of the mecha and swept it under the location of Ling Yaoyao's mecha, and at the same time pulled out a huge laser blade and slashed at the blood-colored long tongue that wrapped around his mecha. At the same time, Li Nan said to Ling Yaoyao in the team channel, "Don't be afraid. This is just a low-level sea snake, about 2 or 3 levels. They are afraid of high temperatures, and their tongues are afraid of sharp blades." Ling Yaoyao was so frightened and disgusted that she screamed while casting hundreds of sharp mental power tentacles into the swamp below, quickly and accurately aiming at the snake heads that were raised high. Biu. Li Nan only cut a few times and found no tongue to cut. When he looked down, there was a large area of sea snake corpses lying in the swamp below and the mecha Lingbo where Ling Yaoyao was located. Because of the mental power induction wave linked to the master, the entire mecha was trembling in fear, and it also let out a scream of "ah." Li Nan could only look at the sky speechlessly. At the moment when he was just attacked by the sea snake, he originally felt that the person next to him was really a weak girl. The girl paper that needs his protection. However, the goosey is still too naive. If the sea snake has a soul, you probably can't help but cry out, "Where are we scared?" Obviously you are even more terrifying, okay? With a move of thought, hundreds of snakes were killed. Even the mecha Lingbo couldn't understand it a little. "Master, they are all dead. What are you afraid of?" Ling Yaoyao muttered, "Dead snakes are also scary." 012 sucked his saliva. "I don't know if the snake is delicious." Ling Yaoyao immediately stopped shaking. Delicious. Snake meat is also a top tasty ingredient and there are many ways to do it, although I have never tried it. Even 168, who was squatting in the distance waiting for his nest to be dug up, heard Ling Yaoyao scream, ran over with all his might, and said pantingly, "11 child, what's wrong with you? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Baby is here to save you." However, after 168 came, the mental power turned around, and did not find any danger, except for the large pile of sea snake corpses under Ling Yaoyao's body. The broken tongue exuded the smell of blood, and the wave of high-temperature snake threads used by Li Nan before burned a lot of snake tongues, which exuded a burnt fragrance. 168 immediately blinked his 9 big eyes pitifully. "Ah, Xiang, I want to eat but babies don't like to eat raw." 012 also echoed, "Master, I want to eat delicious snake meat. Stir fry, steamed, braised, fried, sweet and sour, marinated, stewed, it's all okay." I have been with Ling Yaoyao, the master chef, for a long time, although 012 can't cook, but the basic methods are also reasonable. Ling Yaoyao, wait, stop talking, she wants to eat a little. Ling Yaoyao had to ask Li Nan to find someone to put away all the carcasses of these sea snakes, and ask the dietary therapist to help process them into clean ingredients according to different parts. She was afraid of snakes, but when these snakes turned into meat on the chopping board, she was not afraid. Li Nan was speechless. In order to eat, it is also quite hard. Since 168 took the initiative to come over, Ling Yaoyao left the barren rock belt with the sea snake's corpse slightly, chose another empty barren rock belt, and began to feed 168 all kinds of snacks and desserts. In the mecha, Ling Yaoyao and 012 also ate together. Of course, the amount in their hands was much less. Li Nan looked at the lunch box that was delivered, and the transparent box could see the beautiful snacks and small boxes of desserts inside. This was the first time Li Nan had the honor to taste the auxiliary therapy food made by Miss Ling, but he did not hesitate to put the lunchbox into the space button. He was here to be responsible for Miss Ling's safety, not eat, drink and play with them. Ling Yaoyao shrugged her shoulders and did not encourage her. 012 and his friend 168 Jiao flowed their feelings after eating. This is called durian millefeuille, has a bit of a strange taste, but it tastes good. I like red bean paste the most, sweet, but the croissant is a little too sweet. 168 Even if the size has shrunk greatly, the height of 100 meters is still very huge, although it eats the largest amount of snacks in the mouth, but there is no way to taste the very subtle differences one by one. All it knows is, well, it's sweet. I'm so happy. I want to fly. Ling Yaoyao remembered what Li Nan had said before, mecha flying at high altitudes is easy to encounter seabirds, and Yu tried to say, Major Li, let's fly higher. Seabirds should be delicious too. 168 Now that the size has become smaller, and the worm crystals in the body have not been replenished, and in order to save the power in the body, there have been very few insect eggs recently, and when it heard the seabird, it began to drool again. Bird, it seems to be egg made. 011 Children, 012 Children, let's go dig out bird eggs together like the cartoon XXXX. Ling Yaoyao said to 168 helplessly, you are too big to dig out bird eggs. 012 The head is small and flexible, not good at aerial combat, and the heavy responsibility of digging out bird eggs on the barren mountains is given to it. 012 comforted 168, who was disappointed because he couldn't dig out the eggs, and said, don't worry, if I find the seabird eggs, I will definitely not lose your share. Major Li Nan, the world of foodies is so scary, he was a little unsure to imagine that the entire Tower Wormstar field would be ruled by the 168 of the foodie fighter. What kind of picture should it be? Probably, eat all over the sea of stars. The only thing to be thankful for is that 168 doesn't eat people. Mouth next, Li Nan accompanied Ling Yaoyao and 168 to kill many seabirds, as well as several species. In the evening, when 012 returned, it already had many bird eggs in its space button. He flew directly to the place where Ling Yaoyao was, and saw that the little girl was safe and sound, and had a lot of fun with the two digital legions, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile unconsciously curled up on his lips. Yaoyao, go back. Ling Yaoyao turned around and saw Ling Yun's familiar figure. The girl asked excitedly and expectantly, have you hunted a lot of seashell? Ling Xian said gently and dotingly, well, there are many kinds. I'll give you a shot when I go back. The nest of 168 was almost not dug well, but it was almost there. It felt very reluctant that its friends were leaving, but it hoped that Ling Yaoyao would go back quickly and make it delicious. Ling Xian thought about it and generously asked 012 to stay and continue to play with 168, and Li Nan also stayed to take care of 012's safety. When dinner is ready, ask Lu Lin to send a message to Li Nan and summon 012 back. Li Nan silently endured some new dog light waves, and was entrusted with the two foodie digital legions to take care of mentally young children. He couldn't help but start to doubt life. Could it be that he looked like a nanny with his cold and majestic dignity? Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian both returned to the main battleship and walked to the dietary therapy laboratory in the kitchen area together. In order to save Ling Yaoyao's time, Ling Xian had already ordered other food therapists to take one of the seashell they had hunted back and process it into ingredients. Of course, dietitians can also take part of it for research. Ling Yaoyao looked at a large row of processed ingredients and cheered. She turned back to Ling Xian and said, you can't help me much by staying here, and it will cost you your time, so you should be busy with you. Ling Xian sighed and said, your father and his henchmen will probably be back tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will pick a few people who are familiar with the distribution of the Helen Star and go with me to the Helen Star to explore the situation. It is estimated that it will take several days to come back. In this short leisure time before the little farewell, he wanted to accompany her, even if she was too busy to take care of him at all. He was satisfied. Ling Yaoyao said subconsciously, I want to go with you too. Ling Xian firmly refused, no, with you, I can't concentrate on my business at all. Ling Yaoyao heard that Ling Xian was leaving, and she felt a little relieved. But she also knew that if she was brought with her, Ling Xian would be tied up in many things in order to take care of her safety, and she followed, not to help, but to be a burden. Lovers are not conjoined babies, how can they stick together all the time? It's just that she has been used to Ling Xian's company during this time, and she will be a little uncomfortable if she suddenly wants to separate. Ling Yaoyao calmed down, thought for a while, and said, then I'll step up my research on Haishou, and make more auxiliary food for you to eat on the road. We don't have this star field currency, so it should be possible to use food as a trade thing. Helen is a border exile star. Although the environment is not as harsh as the wild star, the air contains Banu energy, but it is not much better, and food resources are very scarce. Ling Xian walked over, hugged the girl's slender waist, buried his head in her neck and rubbed it affectionately. Well, it must be possible. I asked other dietitians to prepare a lot of food that was easy to store. If it weren't for the last resort, my family's hard-working food would be reluctant to give to strangers. Although Ling Yaoyao enjoyed Ling Xian's intimacy, she was also a little shy. The former cold and old-fashioned Major General, now she can speak with confidence and flirt with her at any time. Seeing that Ling Xian insisted on staying in the diet therapy laboratory, Ling Yaoyao didn't care about him. Anyway, it wasn't the first time the two of them worked together to cook. Ling Yaoyao first began to deal with the sea snake meat. This is a sea snake as thick as a bucket, and other dietitians have helped to deal with it simply, peeling head, tail and internal organs, and now what appears in front of Ling Yaoyao is only a section of light red snake meat. Ling Yaoyao took a piece of snake meat weighing about 30 pounds and prepared to make snake soup. The first thing to do is to cut it into small pieces of about a pound and remove impurities one by one. Because of the weather of the wild starfish, the meat of the sea snake is very tough and strong, not delicate, and the energy impurities contained in it are also very large, and these impurities are integrated into the blood meat, which is difficult to separate and treat. Ling Yaoyao remembered what Qian Yao had said, using the tail end of the rounded tentacles to remove the impurities inside. Maybe you can try it with a sharp form. When Ling Yaoyao handled other ingredients, he also tried to use sharp tentacles at the end, but because those meat textures were too tender, it was often easy to mistakenly damage the parts without impurities. However, when dealing with this tough and strong sea serpent, there is no such worry. Because of the too much impurity content, Ling Yaoyao spent a lot of time processing the first small piece of sea snake meat, but unexpectedly felt that her control of her mental power and the finer aspects of Jing had improved further. As you become more and more proficient, the speed of processing in the back also becomes much faster. The first piece takes about 10 minutes to process, and the last piece only takes a minute or two. Ling Xian, on the other hand, followed Ling Yaoyao's command, shredded the snake she had handled, and marinated it with cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. When Ling Yaoyao finished processing all the snake meat, the meat was also marinated, and Ling Yaoyao continued to process other auxiliary ingredients. Then, stir-fry the snake shreds with lard, cook cooking wine, add snake soup and seasonings, put ginger slices and green onion strips in a clay bowl, and then steam over medium heat for about an hour. The steamed snake shreds and the processed jai meat shreds and the other two kinds of insect shreds, add shredded mushrooms, fungus, broth, and snake soup and cook together, add an appropriate amount of seasonings, and a large pot of fragrant and attractive snake soup is ready. In the process of steaming the snake soup, Ling Yaoyao began to deal with seabirds. Seabirds are birds, but because of the wild starfish, the meat texture is also much tougher than that of ordinary birds, but with the previous experience of dealing with sea snakes, it only takes a little more time to deal with seabird meat. Because there are several species of birds, the big ones are like ostriches, the middle ones are more than geese and ducks, and the small ones are from the same family. Ling Yaoyao remembered a famous dish in Kaifeng, Hunan province, a set of 4 treasures. Of course, the set of 4 treasures made by this seabird must be an enlarged version. Several of them need to be removed from the skeleton as a whole. There are many ingredients required, the production process is very complicated, and the steaming time is also relatively long. It is estimated that it will not be able to catch up with dinner. After Ling Yaoyao drove away the impurities of the main ingredients, she found a few dietitians, let them follow her method, and made 7 or 8 sets of 4 treasures. Except for the portion that the upper management of the battleship wanted to eat, the Insect Emperor 168 was a separate one, and the others were mainly taken away by Ling Xian tomorrow as food reserves and barter. There are not many impurities in the bird eggs, and it is easy to deal with, so Ling Yaoyao made cakes and pancakes that are convenient for reserve. Then there is the seashell brought back by Ling Xian. There are more than a dozen species, mainly all kinds of fierce and hideous-looking fish. Ling Yaoyao chose a huge octopus as the first ingredient to try. Don't look at the terrible octopus, think about the delicious octopus balls. Belch. Although this huge octopus is enough to make thousands of octopus balls, however, there are tens of thousands of soldiers on the battleship, and they are not afraid that they will not be able to eat, but they are afraid that there will not be enough to eat. Thinly sliced, spicy skewers, grilled or spicy stir-fried octopus are also very good choices. Of course, this octopus mainly has to be taken away by Ling Xian. The soldiers want to eat, and then they can continue to kill slowly, and there is a whole barren starfish waiting for them to eat, and the ingredients are guaranteed to be sufficient. The biggest problem now is that only Ling Yaoyao can completely drive away the impurities in the wild starfish, and other dietitians can only drive away most of them, and there is always a small part that is not in place. This is because the tentacles of the auxiliary therapists are all round, and it is impossible to perfectly eliminate those impurities that are tightly bonded to the blood. Ling Yaoyao had an idea. Remembering that the tentacles of the combat masters were all sharp, perhaps, let the combat masters try to deal with the impurities in the sea. Ordinary plant and meat ingredients cannot be handled by the combat master, because they are relatively tender and cannot withstand the destruction of the sharp tentacles of the combat masters, but the sea beast meat here is different, more than 10 times tougher than the meat in the outside world, and the energy contained is also very solid and rich. Ling Xian is a ready-made experimenter. Because the ingredients were handled too much, Ling Yaoyao felt that she was starting to get tired. Ling Xian was very distressed when she saw it, and helped Ling Yaoyao rub the sun shue, so that she wouldn't work too hard, take a break first, and the rest of the sea could be studied slowly. Ling Yaoyao had already prepared a lot of food, except for tonight's dinner. The rest was enough for him to take to Helen Star in exchange for rare resources. What's more, many other dietitians have also prepared a lot of other low-level auxiliary therapeutic foods. Who knows? Ling Yaoyao suddenly turned around, looked at Ling Xian with bright eyes, and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother, can you do me a favor?" Ling Xian didn't know why, but he still agreed. "As long as it's what you want, as long as it's what I can do, it's fine." There are other dietitians walking around in the dietary therapy laboratory from time to time, doing some simple and repetitive work according to Ling Yaoyao's instructions, and they accidentally peeked at the soft side of the Major General, who has always been iron-blooded and cold, and they all have a feeling of being blinded and choked by dog food. However, the two people in the sweet honey were unaware, and Ling Yaoyao excitedly expressed his idea. Let the combat master use mental power to deal with the energy impurities in the seashell ingredients? Oh my god, Miss Ling is so whimsical. Not to mention whether this plan is feasible. First of all, how can those combat divisions who only like to fight on the battlefield be willing to lower their noble heads, enter the kitchen, and fight with the ingredients? The Major General is purely here to talk about love, except for those who accompany their daughters-in-law. Other combat divisions will not agree, but the Major General may really agree. The tall and cold Major General, to the delicate and weak Miss Ling, that is called responsive. Sure enough, Ling Xian didn't have any resistance at all, and said with a little joy, "Of course. It would be great if it was feasible, so you won't have to work so hard in the future." "You tell me what to do?" Ling Yaoyao said. "I may not be able to say it very clearly. You release the tentacles of the gods, compress them as small as possible, and then wrap the front part of the tail of my tentacles, and then see how I deal with it." Ling Xuanxu hugged Ling Yaoyao's body, held her hand on the edge of an octopus meat, poked out a very thin black-red ray mental power tentacle, wrapped around Ling Yaoyao's pale golden tentacles emitting green light, and probed into the octopus meat together. Because of the tentacles of the god Jiao, Ling Xian can perceive Ling Yaoyao's intentions without hindrance, and the actions made by her tentacles can also understand the key. After being taught several times like this, Ling Xian also used his mental tentacles to eliminate the impurities in the meat texture. At the beginning, Ling Xian's strength was still a little too strong, and if he was not careful, he cut a big hole in the whole meat, but as Ling Yaoyao took him to adjust the strength over and over again, soon, Ling Xian really mastered the tricks, and the treatment of impurities in the meat gradually became smoother, and the tentacles of the mental power also increased from 1 to 10 or 100. Ling Xian was surprised. It's really possible. And I feel that dealing with meat impurities in this way is also very helpful for training my chow control accuracy and control strength. Chi Hua, the general manager of the food therapist on the side, was a master-level food therapist, and he was surprised at first that Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao had no grudges on their tentacles, but thinking about the degree of love between the two, it doesn't seem too strange. It turns out that Miss Ling is not only Major General Ling's sister and lover, but also his exclusive divine auxiliary therapist who is highly compatible with his gods. The two should have been united many times, and they trusted each other very much, so that they could not make any preparations to clear their minds in a non-absolutely quiet and private environment, so that the tentacles of the gods outside the body were intimately entangled and without rejection. Ling Xian made a communication and said to his adjutant Qingben, "You, and call 10 more soldiers, come to the dietary therapy research room together." As long as a group of combat divisions are trained to deal with the impurities in the seafood, it is equivalent to having a stable food source, and they can camp in the wild sea star for a period of time. Ling Yaoyao also knew that even if other combat divisions obeyed Ling Xian's orders, they might have to try to deal with high beast meat, but if they resisted, it should be difficult to succeed. Ling Yaoyao thought for a while and said, "I'll make some fried octopus balls and spicy skewers and grilled octopus for them to try. As for authentic takoyaki, it will take some time to renovate the machine, so it will not be possible for the time being. Only by allowing them to truly experience the deliciousness of the sea beast meat will they be more motivated to try it." Although Ling Xian was unwilling, he still agreed, "Well, I'm going to be the first to try it." They are in the back. 10 minutes later, Ling Yaoyao's first pot of fried octopus balls was released, and the rich aroma overflowed, which made the food therapists in the huge dietary therapy research room and the 10 combat divisions brought by Qingbin stretch their necks and swallow their saliva. Under the eyes of many envy, jealousy, and hatred, Ling Xian picked up a small octopus ball that had been fried so much that it was fried and took the first bite. Crispy, burnt, delicious, strong, and chewy. Lots of energy, but Ling Xian's evaluation was only 2 words: delicious. Onlookers, Ma Dan, you don't need to say that, we can all guess that it must be delicious, okay? You've eaten it, hurry up, let's try it too. Ling Xian slowly cooled the meatballs he had just bitten and sent them to Ling Yaoyao's mouth. You eat it too. Onlookers, I really didn't expect you to be such a major general. We are here to try the food and refuse to be stuffed with dog food. Forget it, for the sake of that delicious sea, land and air meal, it's not impossible to eat some dog food by the way QAQ. The crispy octopus balls were coated with a layer of tomato sauce, and he took a bite gently, and Rao was more picky about eating, and he couldn't help nodding. It's a little better than I imagined. The texture of this giant seashell is very chewy, and the taste is also very fragrant and delicious. There were about 30 octopus balls out of the first pot, just enough for each of the food therapists and combat masters present. Ling Yaoyao smiled at the food therapists and combat masters who were eagerly looking at her and Ling Xian, and said, "You guys come and try it too. You can choose salad dressing or ketchup." The delicious octopus balls quickly conquered the stomachs of everyone present, but I didn't expect that the hideous and terrifying seashell meat texture was so delicious. Qingbin knew that Ling Xian asked him to bring people to the kitchen, so it must be indispensable to taste it, and the 10 soldiers selected were all hunted by themselves in the afternoon, and they were all amazed by the deliciousness, and expressed their opinions on tasting. I thought it must be hard to eat because that giant was too ugly. I was wrong. We killed too little in the afternoon. How can only a dozen heads be enough to eat? Let's go hunting more tomorrow. As long as it's something Miss Ling makes, where is there anything that isn't delicious? Only one is too little. Boss, I think I can eat another 100. This sea beast meat is very tough, full of energy, quite hungry, and eating more should be very good for your physique. Ling Xian then said that the impurities in the sea were not easy to expel and that ordinary dietary therapists could not handle it alone, and wanted them to try it. He also said, "I will demonstrate it myself. If you don't understand, you can find a dietitian to ask for advice." The soldiers present were all one of the sharpest combat divisions of the Nighthawk team, and they had always been absolutely obedient to Ling Xian's orders. If they don't taste it, they may still be a little resistant. I'd rather lick the blood with a knife than do this kind of delicate work, but because they all tasted it, they experienced the deliciousness of this sea beast meat, and of course they wanted to have the opportunity to continue to eat it in the future, and eat it casually. Recently, the soldiers have eaten more insects, and naturally they want to change the taste. But it is impossible to ask Ling Yaoyao to process the ingredients of tens of thousands of people by themselves. Everyone saw that Ling Xian, as the highest official, led by example to deal with the sea beast meat, so they let go of the last bit of pretense and awkwardness in their hearts, and tried to deal with the octopus meat one by one. In addition, there are more than 20 dietitians in the diet therapy research room, most of whom are sisters, most of whom are young girls who have just graduated, and more importantly, several of them are still single. The soldiers, who were also almost all single dogs, suddenly secretly thought, "Oh my God, what a rare opportunity to flirt with girls. They must behave well, and maybe they can hook up with a dietary therapy junior sister paper as a female pot friend. In case the hookup is successful, you can eat delicious food every day like their boss in the future, and by the way, you can show your affection for the dog." After someone tried it, he found that it was too difficult to give up, so Ling Xian continued, "By the way, if you can handle it successfully, you can use the first piece of octopus meat ingredients you have processed and ask a dietitian to help him make an octopus food alone. Oh my God, there are rewards for success. the combat divisions were all full of energy, and if they failed, they would try again. Qingbin, as a half-hanging chef, and his mental power control was also very good, and he soon became the first successful person. He took a large piece of octopus meat that he had handled, came over and said with a smile, "Can I ask my sister-in-law to help me make a dish?" Ling Xian crossed his eye and said coldly, "No. She is my exclusive dietary therapist. No private reservations are accepted from anyone." Qingbin Kai was not afraid of Ling Xian's cold face, and continued, "Alas, boss, don't be so stingy. I mainly want Luo Wenhui military doctor to have the honor of tasting his sister-in-law's craftsmanship." Ling Xian was unmoved. "I think you should do it yourself to show more sincerity." Ling Yaoyao knew that Luo Wenhui was the sister paper that Qingbin wanted to chase, so she said funny, "Well, Adjutant Qing, I will personally teach you to make a skewer of grilled spicy octopus. This dish is not a test of the chef's cooking skills. As long as the steps are done correctly and the time is well controlled, it will hardly be bad." Another young man who also successfully handled octopus meat happened to have a girlfriend, who was still a therapist on the battleship, and he was suddenly excited. "Can I learn with you? I also want to make it for my family's dear taste." Compared to asking the other party to make a delicacy for him, he felt that the two of them cooking together seemed to promote the sense of Qing, and couldn't help but say to the food therapy junior sister, "Can you please teach me how to make this piece of octopus meat into a dish?" The food therapy junior sister paper also said generously, "Of course." This scene stimulated the remaining soldiers to work harder. There are really no girlfriends or sweethearts, they can at least have a delicious octopus dish to talk about and masturbate. The final result is that every soldier succeeded, and they all felt that their mental power controlled the degree of detail, and they went one step further. Ling Xian gave the task to Qingbin and asked him to continue to arrange more soldiers to take turns to drive away impurities from high beast meat, which can greatly reduce the workload of dietitians and can also be used as a new type of mental power training method for soldiers. In addition, the processed seafood ingredients are made by dietitians who work overtime to make finished products that are more convenient to store and carry, such as mixed flour to make meat pies, jerky, meat sauce, etc. The main reason for the raw materials that do not come with treated ingredients is that the raw materials are easily recognizable by the variety and origin. The desolate sea star is too close to the black star. If the people of the black star come over and kill and plunder the sea, they will not only grab food from them, but also expose the main battleship of the Nighthawk. In addition, the combat masters of the Tower Worm people will also fall into the mania of the gods, and they also have special soothing potions. However, the soothing potion on Helen Star is very scarce. Because of the limitations of raw materials and technology, the medicine therapist is still very scarce, and the barely Qiang can get some mental soothing potion. The efficacy is not very high, and the side effects are still very large. Music therapy is too slow. Due to the scarcity of food, dietitians are almost non-existent on Helen. In such an environment, the auxiliary therapeutic food that has no side effects and can soothe the mania is of course much higher than the price of Haishou's original ingredients, and it can also add greater bargaining chips for Ling Xian's next trip to Heiluan Star. Ling Xian, the auxiliary healing food that can recognize the original ingredients, has also prepared some, and the Jiao Easy people of this part of the food must choose a relatively credible and even co-opted force. Ling Xian did not talk to Ling Yaoyao about these plans. When Ling Yaoyao made a few dishes of octopus, the snake soup and seabird set of 4 treasures, and the bird egg cake could also be out of the pot. Ling Yaoyao quickly stir-fried 2 more vegetarian dishes, shrimp skin winter melon and snow red meat powder. So far, the dinner dishes are all ready. Wei Ling didn't come back so quickly. At least after midnight, Ling Xian, Ling Yaoyao, Qian Yao, and Zuiyu twins ate first. Of course, these meals were also left for Wei Ling, and one was sent to feed the 012 and 168 digital core. Tasting this delicious meal of sea, land, and air, Qian Yao and the twins were once again deeply impressed by Ling Yaoyao's cooking skills. It's just that Ling Yaoyao can make the ingredients of the Huanhua Empire delicious, even the insect meat, which most of the Tower Worm Star Alliance can only eat raw or boiled in plain water, and the sea beast meat, which cannot be eaten at all, are all made into such amazing and rich and diverse delicacies. The snake soup made by sea snake meat is very fragrant and delicious. The meat texture is not tender, and the taste is also chewy. The 4 seabirds of the 4 treasures are soft and tough, and they also have a mellow and fragrant taste. Seabird eggs are probably not polished by the energy of the air. The seabird chopped onion egg cake is similar to ordinary egg cake, salty and delicious. The cake is also very fragrant, soft and delicious. and several octopus delicacies, after garlic soup frying, spicy skewer grilling, spicy stir fry, etc., are also strong and tough, and need to be savored carefully. After a delicious dinner, Wei Yu's eyes were full of admiration, and even the arrogant and awkward Wei Zhua, who was called Sister Ling Yaoyao, was also very willing. Qian Yao was extremely proud, oh my god, I actually have such a powerful daughter. Boom, I can't bear to let her be snatched away so quickly. The daughter who has just been recognized has completely become someone else's family, and she is simply stuffed. However, thinking about Ling Yaoyao's current achievements, it was all cultivated by the Ling family. In addition to giving birth to her, she has not fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother at all for more than 10 years, but now she is very lucky to be able to enjoy all kinds of feedback from her daughter. Qian Yao can see that in her daily relationship, Ling Xian protects and pampers Ling Yaoyao almost everywhere. Qian Yao was actually grateful. When she and Wei Ling were away, they gave Yaoyao a home, let her have no shortage of food and clothing, and gave her full of love, so that she could grow into the beautiful and gorgeous appearance she is now. Because they met too late, the relationship between their mother and daughter was only superficial harmony, and there was a lack of intimacy in the end. Maybe it will be difficult for her to get close to Ling Yaoyao in the future, but as long as she lives happily, it will be fine. Next. When Ling Yaoyao woke up, Ling Xian had already left the main battleship with a large number of auxiliary healing food resources with insects and sea beast meat as the main ingredients and headed for Helen Star. Wei Ling brought back more than 20 confidants, except for the technicians who stayed behind to discuss with the technical team headed by Brother Lu Lin. Other personnel who were good at combat and jiao and were more familiar with Heiluan Star all went to Heiluan Star with Ling Xian, including Wei Ling himself. In order not to arouse suspicion, this trip to Heiluan Star was ostensibly based on Wei Ling, and Ling Xian brought Qing Ben and several trusted subordinates, pretending to be a star thief who had just joined Wei Ling's command. Before leaving, Ling Xian also released a daily training mission for the whole warship, a large number of hunting seashore to assist in the treatment of sea beast meat impurities. In fact, there is no need for Ling Xian to be distributed as a task. The soldiers who were lucky enough to eat octopus meat yesterday are very proactive to hunt more seashell today, and going to the dietary therapy laboratory to deal with sea beast meat is even more competing for beauty. Ling Yaoyao's daily activities, in addition to chatting and eating with her mother and younger brothers, there is also going to the dietary therapy laboratory to develop more seafood cooking methods and teach them to other food therapists, or go to play with 012 and 168, and hunt some seabirds and a very small number of show that live in barren mountains and rocky belts. Major Li Nan is still a nanny on no bodyguard. 012 and 168 are two stupid and cute foodies who completely let themselves go, have a lot of fun, and have 7 or 8 delicious meals a day when they are tired. Ling Yaoyao was a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but worry about what happened to Ling Xian on the Helen Star. Will there be danger or uncontrollable accidents? She knew that with Ling Xian's current SSS upgraded mental power, even in the most chaotic exile star in the completely unfamiliar Tower Worm star field, she was also a top existence. Even if she encountered a crisis of being outnumbered, she could always escape if she couldn't beat it. But there is always a case. What if Ling Xian encounters not a danger on the surface, but a beauty scheme or something? Of course, Ling Yaoyao could trust Ling Xian, but she was afraid that he would be framed and plotted. She learned from Qian Yao that the population distribution of the Tower Worm Star Alliance is like this: there are many boys and girls, and the ratio of men to women is 1 to 5. Polygamy is the norm, that's right, it's so exaggerated. However, having a high fertility rate does not mean that they have a high fertility rate. The combat effectiveness of most Zerg female Xings is not weaker than that of male Xings of the same level, but the fertility rate is terribly low. The Tower Worm Alliance has struggled to reproduce, and the population has been growing negatively for many years. As a last resort, the Tower Worm Star Alliance developed an unnatural test tube breeding method, but this breeding method is flawed, and the survival rate of male Xing is very low, which is several times more than the female population. In addition, the unnaturally bred Tower Worm aliens will not be lower than B level in terms of mental power and physical talent, and can be upgraded to AA, but they will never be able to cultivate S level. Only naturally bred offspring can reach S level or higher talents. It is to target the adjacent Warner star field. In addition to coveting the food resources over there, the most important thing is to plunder female pure humans, because female pure humans can reproduce naturally. If the female Xing human becomes a prisoner of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, there is almost only one end to become the fertility machine of the Tower Worm Star. Even the highly talented human men will become the target. Of the plundering of the tower worm star female Xing Ahem, combined with the human male Xing, the fertility rate is still a little higher than the combination with the tower worm star male Xing. This is the biggest reason why Wei Ling had to join the Skull Star Thief organization in order to protect Qian Yao. It is also the reason why Ling Xian insisted on refusing to take Ling Yaoyao out. Now the emperor of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, Michael, is a half-brother of Xiaoming, and also has a quarter of the human blood, and is also a mixed blood, not a pure-blooded Tower Worm Star man, but at least he has a higher blood of the tower insect in his body, and he also has a very high talent. Who made today's to worm people almost impossible to reproduce naturally on their own, while they despise the human race to the fullest, or the hybrid human race that has not grown the tentacles of the Zerg race, they paradoxically can't help but be attracted by these mixed blood men and women who are mostly human blood. In addition to the most vicious people on the Helen Star, most of the pseudo-tower worms with more human bloodlines actually went to the Heron Star to seek refuge on their own, because they were unwilling to endure the fate of being despised by the tower worms and being forced to be used as fertility machines. However, the paradox is that although they have a lot of human blood, they hate the practice of the tower worm people using the human race as a fertility machine, and they can't help but be easily attracted to the pure-blooded human race. Because the female Xing with more human blood is naturally conceived, the fertility is relatively high, and most of them will be strictly supervised. There are very few hybrid female Xings who can escape to the Helen Star, and the mixed blood on the Helen Star is actually mainly mixed blood male Xing. Of course, there are not a few unnaturally bred pure-blooded Tower Zerg female Xings who like to come here to hunt the mixed-race male Xing. The only thing to be thankful for is that the strength of such a Zerg female Xing will not be too high, at most double a plus. The Skull Star Thief forces let every time they go to the Helen Star, they must choose a person with high strength and strong willpower, otherwise they will be accidentally robbed and tempted by the pure-blooded female of the Tower Zerg tribe, and they will not be able to leave. The Skull Star thieves are so large that there are still frequent incidents of population disappearances. Either he was taken captive and slept, or he became food for the Zerg. This is also the reason why Ward Mains is so cautious and can't easily trust Ling Xian. If they get on the pirate ship, the end will not only be death, it is simply worse than death. Therefore, Ling Yaoyao was very worried. As a person who has been here, Qian Yao quickly saw Ling Yaoyao's little worry, and said, "Funny, who robbed your brother Ling Xian's sex? As for lust and temptation, baby, are you too unconfident in yourself?" In order to reassure Ling Yaoyao, Qian Yao specially showed Ling Yaoyao some image photos of the pure-blooded female Xing of the Tazerg tribe, most of which were tall and strong and not inferior to men, and all of them were strong female Han paper. Ling Yaoyao was embarrassed, and suddenly she was not worried at all. Fortunately, 3 days later, Ling Xian and Wei Ling returned safely, and brought back extremely exciting news. The healing food they brought was very popular, and the worm healing food they intended to use for currency was robbed crazy at the black market auction. In addition, relying on the auxiliary healing food made by the sea beast meat, Ling Xian also caught up with a very suitable collaborator on this trip, the big boss behind the largest black market in Helen Star, that is, a mixed blooded man with only a quarter of the blood of the Tower Worm Star by Sun. The news brought back by Ling Xian made everyone very excited. It seemed that they had taken the most difficult step in the anti-invasion Tower Worm Alliance. For the people of Helen Star, who can only rely on liquid nutrients and mushy nutritious meals most of the time to survive, occasionally eating a meal of boiled worms and roasted worms meat is already a rare extra meal. The Tower Worm Alliance is in short supply of food, and most people's pursuit of food generally fails to reach the level of curative effect and deliciousness. During these 3 days, the soldiers of the Nighthawk team went out together and hunted many seashell. Because there was a combat division to help deal with the impurities of the sea beast meat, Ling Yaoyao and the food therapists on the battleship made a large amount of sea beast meat auxiliary healing food. In addition to supplying the soldiers on the main battleship for daily food, a large part of it went into the stomach of 168, and some of it was preserved as capital for Jiao Easy Resources. After 3 days, 168 ate sea beast meat, almost as much as its own body size, but the body size still did not increase, but the physique became much more solid, and the mental power also entered a little, both of which are infinitely close to the SSS upgrade. After eating sumptuous seafood for 3 consecutive days, the soldier's physique became much more solid. Even Ling Yaoyao, who could only take a small part of the sea beast meat, felt that she had been raised by the insect emperor meat to the physique of A+, and there was a faint possibility of breaking through the A+ level limit, and the mental power of the SS level became more stable. In general, sea beast meat is very helpful in improving physical fitness, and it is also beneficial to improve mental power. Of course, the special effects of the sea beast meat are the most obvious at the beginning, and if you want to improve it later, you need to eat it over time to have an effect. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a foreign land now, they needed to exchange and accumulate a lot of resources suitable for the tower worm star field, and these sea beast meat were actually a bit costly, and they should be kept and taken back to the Huanua Empire to benefit the public. Fortunately, the area of the barren starfish is very large, and the resources of the sea are also very rich, and in addition to their work, they are basically a capitalist business. The Tower Worm Star Alliance sent the Zerg to the Terran race to plunder many precious resources, and they, in turn, only plundered the useless sea show of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, which is already very benevolent to say. After 3 days, in addition to the edible part, hundreds of tons of seafood have been accumulated on the battleship, and it is still being added in a steady stream. Ling Xian was very satisfied. Yes, everyone keep up the good work. When high beast meat was sold to Heron Star in large quantities through their collaborator Bai Sun, it would be discovered sooner or later that high beast meat came from a desolate starfish, and what Ling Xian had to do was to collect as many high-level, adult high show as possible before that. Ling Yaoyao asked Ling Xian, "Is that Bai Sun sure to be trustworthy?" Ling Xian's face was a little tangled, but he still said, "Although the human race has a lot of blood, the other party is a Tower Worm Star person, it may not be very credible. But on the Helen Star, he is probably the only one who can afford the resources we want. Now that I have figured out the general situation over there, I can take you with me next time." The human race female Xing is simply more scarce and sought after than auxiliary therapy food on the Heiluan Star, but Ling Xian got a special perfume from Bai Sun that can disguise the breath of the Tower Worm Star, and as long as he is there, it will never be possible to let Ling Yaoyao have any accidents. As for why Ling Xian would rather take the risk of bringing Ling Yaoyao, there is something hidden in this. Ling Yaoyao said happily, okay. Rather than staying in the rear, Ling Yaoyao was of course more willing to advance and retreat with Ling Xian. Ling Yaoyao said curiously, "Are the female Xings of the tower insect really generally tall and strong?" Ling Xian nodded. "The pure-blooded tower bug female Xing is indeed like that. Mixed blood female Xing, most of the appearance is human." Ling Yaoyao, then have you ever encountered a tower insect girl paper who wants to rob you or seduce you? Ling Xian took the girl into his arms, kissed her delicate cheek, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not as good looking as you. I am yours, no one can take it away." In fact, Ling Xian's journey to explore the stars of Helen was so smooth this time, and there was really a romantic encounter. When they arrived at the Helen Star Wilderness, they happened to encounter a girl who looked completely human, who was embarrassed by several insect-touched male Tower Worm Star men, and several of her companions were either dead or seriously injured and lost their combat power. Normally, there are insect touches, or the relatively precious pure-blooded Tower Worm male Xing, almost never appear on the Helen Star. If there is, it is all exiled and extremely vicious people. Seeing that several Tower Worm strong men were going to do bad things to a weak human girl, it was a bloody routine, and Wei Ling and Ling Xian and his party naturally drew their swords to help each other. In order to test the combat effectiveness of the Tower Worm aliens, Ling Xian personally took action, and the process was not repeated, and the result was naturally a perfect KO of all the Grey Passers by armor, and the hero saved the beauty. And the girl they rescued, named Bai Shui, was the sister of Bai Sun, the black market boss on the Helen planet. Bai Shui quarreled with her brother Bai Sun, couldn't stand being confined all day, and in anger, she ran out of the city to practice privately, and secretly followed her with 3 protectors, but their strength was not as good as the tower insect male Xing they met by chance. If it weren't for Ling Xian and his party to save her, she would definitely not be able to escape the fertility machine that became the male Xing of those tower insects. Bai Shui was grateful and introduced her eldest brother to meet them. Very vulgarly, Bai Shui secretly promised Ling Xian, who saved her casually, was tall and handsome, and exuded a pure human atmosphere, and wanted to repay her. If Bai Shui does not want to become a fertility tool for the male Xing of the Tower Worm Star, the best way out is naturally to find a pure-blooded human male Xing. Ling Xian is the most outstanding pure-blood human male Xing she has ever met, and Bai Shui will chew and heart sprout, and it is not surprising. Fortunately, Bai Sun, as a businessman, is still very rational, and attaches great importance to the auxiliary healing insect meat and auxiliary healing sea beast meat brought by Ling Xian for Jiao to exchange resources, and took the initiative to propose trade. The content of trade is a bit so, From the mainstream arms used by the Tower Worm Star Allied forces to the miniature warship fighters, there are everything. And Bison himself, in addition to being a black market businessman, is also one of the senior leaders of the Anti-Tower Insect Star Alliance government organization. The forces behind Bison are not short of food, but they are very short of auxiliary food that can treat and relieve the mania of Jinx's mental power. Ling Xian lacks more advanced munitions and miniature warships. This cooperation hit it off. The only thing that bothered Ling Xian was the unscattered Bai Shui, even if he clearly refused and showed that he already had a lover. Miss Bai, who felt good about herself, still felt that she was so beautiful, so good, or a rare human woman Xing with excellent ability to give birth. Ling Xian would definitely fall in love with her sooner or later. In the face of the annoying and noisy Miss Bai, Ling Xian really didn't have the heart to deal with such a mentally retarded woman, which was simply time-consuming. But because of the cooperation with Bison, he couldn't get rid of Bai Shui's entanglement. So Ling Xian planned to take Ling Yaoyao with him next time. His family Yaoyao threw that woman 18 streets both externally and internally, and the woman should give up at that time. Of course, in order to prevent Ling Yaoyao from misunderstanding, Ling Xian hesitated, but still carefully replaced the process. In this regard, Ling Yaoyao was very angry. "Ma Dan, how dare you covet Miss Ben's man? I don't care what white snow or black snow she is, I have to shave her mother so much that she doesn't recognize her." And for Ling Xian, without hiding, there was a disgusting attitude towards Bai Shui everywhere in his words. Ling Yaoyao was actually very useful in his heart. But on the surface, he also flew a few eyes at Ling Xian, who asked you to save her. Can't you send your subordinates? If you don't play handsome, you will die? Beckoning bees and butterflies. Ling Xian knew that Ling Yaoyao was not really angry with him, and the little girl was just jealous. The little girl's words were full of possession, which made Ling Xian feel very good, and she agreed again and again. Yes, it's my fault. Next time there will be this kind of situation, I promise to let others go. In the next 3 days, the dietitians on the Nighthawk team worked overtime to catch up with batches of auxiliary healing insects meat and auxiliary healing sea beast meat. The Nighthawk team specially recruited a group of dietitians. The total number is only more than 30 people. Fortunately, there are many combat engineers to help in the part of removing impurities, and many repetitive Xing tasks can also be helped by intelligent robot assistants. Ling Yaoyao is also busy like a spinning wheel. She has to be responsible for the production of high-end auxiliary therapeutic food. Now the highest level of auxiliary healing food made by Ling Yaoyao is the 6th level of superior, which is the level that the dietary therapy grandmaster needs to achieve. Practice is the best teacher, and it is not surprising that Ling Yaoyao can reach today's level with the training of countless high-end ingredients. With the help of Qian Yao, who is good at medicine and familiar with dietary therapy, Ling Yaoyao has also developed a medicinal soup that can be used as a variety of medicines, but has no side effects. One is the worm emperor meat and the high-grade insect meat as the main ingredients, and the other is the physical recovery/enhancement potion with sea beast meat as the main ingredient. But if Kai Yuhong knew how fast Ling Yaoyao entered the realm, he would definitely be surprised and ashamed. The surprise was that this apprentice had already caught up with him without him teaching at all, and it was a shame that he had nothing more to teach Ling Yaoyao except for some experience for reference. Ling Xian, on the other hand, personally led the team and continued to hunt Sisho on a large scale. If they can overturn the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, which is the main invader of the human race, they may not be able to take over part of the territory of the Tower Worm Star Field and develop it into a worm breeding base. And this wild starfish, which is rich in Sisho, is naturally one of Ling Xian's expected goals. In order to sustain sustainably, only a few of the larval Sisho were caught and raised for use in the Empire for research, and the rest were put back into the sea. On the 4th day, Ling Xian once again led 50 of his confidants and 10 of Wei Ling's confidants, as well as space buttons containing many auxiliary foods, and took the fastest miniature patrol ship to Heron Star. This time Wei Ling was not accompanied, but stayed behind to sit on the main battleship. Not long after Ling Xian and his party arrived at the Heron Star Wilderness, they soon boarded the large pickup and drop-off car sent by Bison. After the speeding car arrived at the main city of Helen Star, there was a fixed empty road, and it could no longer fly at high altitude casually, and lively and complicated streets and buildings full of science and technology could be seen everywhere outside the speeding car. If it weren't for the vast and harsh environment outside the main city, the hustle and bustle of this main city would hardly look like an exiled star. Ling Yaoyao didn't have much of a feeling of going to another completely unfamiliar star field before, until she came to the Helen Star, and really saw the Tower Zerg girls on the street with an average height of more than 180 centimeters and a body looking in shapely, and the Tower Zerg Han paper with a rough body of more than 190 centimeters in height. And many people still had two sharp Zerg tentacles on the top of their heads. As long as they have the blood of the Tower Zerg race, the female Xing will be taller and more fit, and the male Xing will be more burly and rough. In order not to be too eye-catching, Ling Xian and his party were sprayed with a special perfume disguised as the aura of the Tower Zerg. Ling Xian's height of 196 centimeters is not short among the Tower Worm aliens, and his relatively slender body can also be explained by the thin blood of the Tower Worm in his body. Most of the other soldiers were like that. The only special case in this team is Ling Yaoyao with a height of 168 centimeters and a slender figure. They are all petite in the human race. Fortunately, after getting off the speeding car, they went directly to the exclusive territory of Bison's forces, and Ling Xian put on a cloak coat with a wide hat for Ling Yaoyao, and walked among the soldiers with her, which was not eye-catching. Of course, this is only on the outside. Ling Yaoyao followed Ling Xian into the reception hall on the top floor of the tallest building in Helen's Star, and only then did she reach the door, and a beautiful woman wearing a red bandeau skirt instantly ran out of it. This woman's height of 178 centimeters is convex and backward, which is very eye-catching, and she looks really delicate and charming against the backdrop of many tall and strong Tower Zerg women. She pouted and her voice was charming. "Brother Ling, you are here. Xiao Xue has been waiting for you for a long time." Behind Bai Shui, followed by Bai Sun, Qingbin, and others who stood in front of Ling Xian stepped aside. Ling Yaoyao, who was snuggling next to Ling Xian, took off the cloak on his body and put it into the space button. At this time, Ling Yaoyao can be said to have completely appeared in front of Bai Shui's eyes. Bai Shui saw clearly the appearance of the two holding hands intimately, and suddenly remembered that Ling Xian had said before that he already had a lover. I saw that the girl was petite and slim, with beautiful long light golden hair and beautiful facial features. The beauty of the white snow instantly became vulgar, like the firefly meeting the bright moon. How could the light compete with it? Ling Yaoyao's lips curled up and she smiled slightly. "This young lady, your own brother is behind you. It's better not to call my brother the eldest brother. I don't have a beautiful sister like you." Ling Yaoyao's body was disguised as the smell of the special perfume of the Tower Zerg atmosphere, and the Bai brothers and sisters could naturally distinguish it, which showed that Ling Yaoyao was pure human girl. The girl's face was extremely beautiful, and there was a natural and sweet aura on her body, which made the male Xing with the blood of the Tower Zerg present can't help but move a little, and his eyes locked on Ling Yaoyao all of a sudden. Bai Shui has been used to being praised by the stars since she was a child, and she was completely pampered by Bai Sun as a little princess, and she couldn't help but feel jealous when she saw Ling Yaoyao's beautiful and refined face, and when she heard Ling Yaoyao's refuting words that didn't give her face, a vicious look flashed on her face for a moment. But after understanding the meaning of Ling Yaoyao's words, Bai Shui's face quickly piled up with the most charming smile she thought was "You are Ling Sir's sister?" Later, Bai Sun looked almost no different from his human appearance. His face was gentle and handsome, but his eyes were also tightly locked on Ling Yaoyao, and then he looked at Ling Xian's eyes with a question. "Mr. Ling, is this?" Ling Xian's heart was cold, his eyes were cold, and he saw amazement and interest from Bai Sun's eyes looking at Yaoyao. "Originally, I wanted to bring Yaoyao out, so that Miss Bai would not be entangled, but who knew that his family Yaoyao was also favored?" Ling Xian didn't even look at Bai Shui, looked directly at Bai Sun with cold eyes, and said solemnly, "This is my sister Ling Yaoyao, and she is also my fiancée." Ling Yaoyao knew that now was not the time to argue with Ling Xian that she was not his fiancée. Such a title, if those women who coveted Ling Xian could retreat in the face of difficulties, it would save her a lot of trouble. The faces of the Bai brothers and sisters were not very good looking for an instant. Bai Sun only had a flash of disappointment in his eyes, but Bai Shui couldn't help but ask loudly, "Since you are brothers and sisters, how can you be together?" Ling Xian said coldly, "Yaoyao is my adopted sister, and she is not related by blood." Ling Yaoyao smiled and continued, "What happens to brother Xian and me is a private matter, and it should not have anything to do with what we are going to talk about today." Bai Sun had already adjusted and reprimanded Bai Shui, who had lost her temper. "Xiao Xue, don't be rude." No matter how unwilling Bai Shui was, she couldn't delay her eldest brother's business, so she could only stare at Ling Yaoyao with secretly hateful eyes. Bai Sun looked at the Ling brothers and sisters again, and his eyes had returned to normal. "Of course, what we are going to talk about today is a business matter." After the two sides entered the main hall and sat down, Bai Sun took the lead in speaking. "The batch of auxiliary healing food that I had with Mr. Ling before, including snake soup and four treasures, is extremely delicious and has excellent curative effects, if only there could be more. If Mr. Ling can give me the love of the food therapist who makes such a magical auxiliary healing food, I am willing to provide you with double the materials on the basis of our agreed content. Ling Xian smiled lightly. I'm afraid it won't work. That dietary therapist is very important to me, and it is an existence that can never be separated. Faced with Ling Xian's tactful confession, Ling Yaoyao suddenly blushed slightly. Ling Xian had told her before that she should not show her level of diet therapy in front of the Bai brothers and sisters. For Heron Star, especially for the government organization of the Anti-Tower Worm Star Alliance, a high-level dietitian is too important. No matter how scarce the medicinal materials and food are, there is always a way to cultivate them, and the most difficult thing is that they do not have enough advanced pharmacists and dietary therapists at all. If Bao reveals the identity of Ling Yaoyao, I am afraid that Bai Sun would rather tear his face and be an enemy of Ling Xian, and he would like to snatch Ling Yaoyao away. However, in order to show the sincerity of cooperation, Ling Xian still took the initiative to say, if this cooperation goes well, we can help train the food therapists of your forces on your behalf. Ling Xian's identity from the Huanhua Empire did not hide it. As for how he came from and what his trump cards were, it depends on how much Bai Sun can find out. Bai Sun was talking about business, and began to talk to Ling Xian in detail about the details of this trade. Ling Xian was not good at these, and gave everything to Qingbin, who also had great business potential. And he squeezed Ling Yaoyao's hand, put it to his lips and kissed her, and asked her in a low voice, isn't it boring to listen to this, huh? Ling Yaoyao's little head leaned on Ling Xian's shoulder. Well, it's a bit hypnotic. I'll squint for a while. A few days ago, she was busy making auxiliary therapy food, and she greatly compressed her rest time, but now she is relaxed, and she is indeed a little tired and prone to sleepiness. Ling Xian touched the top of her soft hair, hugged the girl's waist, pampered and indulged, and said softly, sleep. Bai Shui looked at this scene, and her clenched fist nails almost pierced into the meat of her palm. It turned out that he was not so iron-blooded and cold to everyone. There is only one person who can make this man treat him gently. Ling Yaoyao slept in a daze, and she was changed to a more intimate position by Ling Xian sitting on his lap, her head resting on his chest, and never woke up. During the long talks, when Ling Xian was occasionally required to vote on his opinions, he mostly spoke concisely and deliberately lowered his voice. In order not to make Ling Xian unhappy, when others spoke, they tried to restrain their volume. Bai Sun, as the host, was very understanding and said, I don't know if I need to provide a separate lounge for my sister. Ling Xian just glanced at Bai Sun lightly and shook his head simply. Bai Sun knew that this must be because Ling Xian loved the girl very much, and he couldn't trust him. Bai Shui was extremely jealous and muttered in a low voice, I like to sleep so much, wouldn't it be better to stay at home and sleep enough? As soon as she said this, she was immediately glanced at coldly by Ling Xian. The eyes were so cold that Bai Shui felt a chill down her spine. Even her eldest brother Bai Sun, who was very pampered and doted on her on weekdays, also gave her a warning look. Bai Sun's confidants, who used to be attentive to Bai Shui, had envious eyes falling on Ling Xian from time to time, and occasionally secretly looked at Ling Yaoyao's eyes, with a hint of fire, such a pure human girl with an exquisite temperament. Not to mention in Helen Star, even in the human race, she is also the top proud daughter of heaven. They knew that it would definitely be impossible to snatch someone from Ling Xian's hands, but it was always good to take a few more looks. And when they looked at the arrogant Miss Bai again, the men's eyes were much colder, and they felt that this woman's appearance was not as good as that Miss Ling. Although Bai Shui was spoiled, she still had a bit of ability to observe words and expressions, and suddenly she became more and more annoyed and hated Ling Yaoyao, all because of the appearance of this woman, which took away her thousands of favors. Now, she not only wanted to get Ling Xian, but also wanted to get rid of Ling Yaoyao quickly. Yin's vicious thoughts flashed by, but Bai Shui no longer showed it on his face, but closed his eyes and buried it in his heart. In the mixed Halo Star, it is too easy to make a person disappear, especially the pure-blooded human female Xing. As long as Ling Yaoyao leaves Ling Xian's side, she has a chance. After the preliminary talks, Bai Sun asked people to prepare the resources needed by Ling Xian, and agreed to officially inspect the goods tomorrow. Ling Xian and others needed to live in the main city of Heron for a day, and Bai Sun took the initiative to provide them with a place to live, but Ling Xian politely refused. Instead, he chose a luxury hotel under the name of another commercial force, which is also the most well-known and expensive hotel in Helen Star. This commercial force is headed by the Brem family, which is the leader of Helen Star on the White Road, and the strength of the black market forces whereby Sun is basically equal. They do not oppose the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, but they are anti-racial discrimination and are committed to high-end science and technology self-research, so that even the Star Alliance of Tower Worms has no trace of the Heron Star. Ling Xian's move has obvious implications. His choice of cooperation partners is not only the Bai family, the Bai brothers and sisters are honestly okay. If they want to play any tricks, there is no next time to cooperate. Ling Xian hugged the sleepy Ling Yaoyao and got into the speeding car. Ling Yaoyao woke up slowly. She was a little ashamed and said, "Ah, have I caused you trouble?" Ling Yaoyao will sleep for so long. One is that he has been rushing to make high-level auxiliary therapy food a few days ago, which is very exhausting, and he does not have enough rest, and his body are very tired. There is also Ling Xian's arms. She is already very used to it, and she is particularly at ease. Ling Xian lowered his head and kissed Ling Yaoyao's cute little face that was sleeping red, and said softly, "No, it has added a lot of happiness to me." Without Ling Yaoyao, he never felt that it was a boring thing to talk to people, but with her, he suddenly felt that all men were envious of him, and all his hardships were worth it. Ling Yaoyao sighed, "That Bai Shui, she will definitely think that I am deliberately showing affection to her, and I guess I hate me in my heart." Ling Xian's eyes sank. A woman like Bai Shui who was not good at hiding her thoughts at all was not worth worrying about. What was terrible was her inconspicuous brother Bai Sun. It was he who made a mistake and failed to anticipate that a pure human female Xing with excellent talent and appearance would have an irresistible attraction to the Tower Worm Star male Xing. Ling Xian said in a deep voice, "Well, this woman is narrow-minded, and she will be rewarded, so you must follow me at any time and not leave an inch." Ling Yaoyao snorted, "The soldiers will block the water and cover the earth, but I am not afraid of her. However, it is necessary to follow you, lest you unknowingly attract a few more enemies to me." Ling Xian smiled bitterly, unknowingly attracting a bunch of enemies to him. Obviously herself Ling Xian and his party went to the hotel to settle down. Except for Qingbin, the other soldiers were dismissed by Ling Xian to explore and familiarize themselves with the main city of Helen, with a group of 6 people, and each group had a trusted subordinate of Wei Ling to help guide the way. Qingbin has a more important task to connect with the forces behind the hotel where they are staying to see if they can also talk about cooperation with the forces behind them. The latest scientific research technology is also urgently needed for the Nighthawk team and even the entire Huanua Empire. Ling Xian is in the luxury suite on the highest floor of the hotel, doing behind-the-scenes coordination, and Lu Lin is responsible for monitoring and reporting at any time. Ling Yaoyao slept all morning, and now she had a comfortable chuang bed, but she couldn't sleep. Bored, she went to the kitchen in the hotel suite, thinking about tinkering with Ling Xian something fresh and delicious. Food in this star field is scarce, and most people rely on nutrients and synthetic nutrition to make a living, and there is no food at all. However, for the highest level of power, they can still afford to eat artificially cultivated fresh food, but it is extremely expensive. The resources of the Tower Worm Star field are poor, the types of food that can be cultivated are also very limited, and there are not many tricks in food production. Therefore, although the top luxury suite is equipped with a spacious and bright kitchen, the kitchen utensils are very simple. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao's space button is a must-have for common ingredients, commonly used kitchen utensils, and seasonings, and it is also very complete, and even the intelligent robot helper has 2 with him. She thought about it and planned to make wontons and several flavors of dumplings, but not with insect meat and sea beast meat as fillings. Worm meat and sea beast meat are delicious and have many benefits, but if you eat too much, you also need to change the taste occasionally. First of all, Ling Yaoyao first began to boil a large pot of bone soup, which was the soup base.